Hello, you lovely people, and you're watching our latest installment here of the Quake Pro League. My name is Ketchup, and I'm joined by Lethal. Another day of good action. I wish there was a better way for me to say that, but yeah, look, they're going to be wonderful games, and we've got a great list of players again. We'll run you through the schedule in a little bit of time, but I mean, starting off with Chain versus Hron, for example, Tox versus Dramis, Strong Sage and Nosfer, and then the list will indeed go on. Harry, it's been a while, mate. How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. You're looking very fabulous as always. I can never compliment you anymore if I can, but we'll do in 40 days' time when, of course, with Quake gone and everything, it's going to be nothing short of spectacular. But, of course, we've only got a few weeks left, haven't we now? We've got this week and 2 more weeks, and we do have the NA qualifiers next week as well. So much to play for still here, and, of course, seeding still upon us and to determine who's going to make that top 8 and who's going to be in the groups on the first day in the bottom 8.
That's the stage that we now find ourselves in. It's been plenty of weeks to get through these matches, to figure out who's won the most, and sadly, in some cases, who's lost the most, where I think players are going to be now ramping up for those finals with potentially different objectives in mind. You know, some players I think are going to be a little bit more stressed than others due to what's on the line for them. I think if you're on the higher end of the bracket, you're looking at good seeding, you're looking at just trying to, you know, get that #1 spot. And there are now going to be players kind of on the opposite end thinking about just keeping themselves in the entire thing in the first place. Now, I kind of think that's going to be reflected a bit in our very first match, where we're going to be seeing Chain versus Hron. These are two players that sadly, you know, if you look at those leaderboards, they're two players that just haven't really had the most successful journey in this season. I think that really is the nicest way of putting it. Tox versus Dramis is another one, which I think from a fan favorite point of view could be very exciting, because I know that both of these players have quite the fan base behind them. Strong Sage and Nosfer is really one to keep an eye out for this time over, and I think that the reason for that tends to heavily be from Strong Sage, who hasn't had the worst run we've seen so far, and even Nosfer, these two players very almost head-to-head in the brackets so far. Rapha versus Sirius. I think there are definitely those that would say Rapha could have a pretty good run here, but Sirius is not a player to be underestimated. And then it kind of gears up to those featured matchups at the end of the day. Maxtor versus Zeniku. I mean, I always love watching these two go head-to-head in the first place, but then it leads to Kilson versus Wenger. That, I think of all the matches people are looking forward to the most, surely that's got to be the one, Harry.
It certainly has to be indeed. Like, these two have been at loggerheads back and forth in the leaderboard so far. Wenger currently going 34-5, 12-1 overall in terms of series, performing incredibly well, and he wants to try and continue that streak if he can. But it's going to be a very dicey series. Of course, getting closer to QuakeCon, we may see some people select some picks which are a little bit off-key, just to be in preparation for practice in that tournament environment, or we could be seeing something pretty standard from them. They know each other very, very well inside and out in terms of how their gameplay mechanics works and their style. And as you can see, these are the world rankings currently. And of course, Rapha only a little bit behind Wenger, but Wenger has been performing incredibly well all season long. But the funny thing is, even at the very, very bottom with Chain and Hron, these two are the kind of players where they just come out of the woodwork flying, and it's incredible to see that, because online, in terms of the Pro League, this is what we expect from them, and then offline, just an entirely different story, because we've seen them get top 6, top 8 a couple of times at previous Quake World Championships or previous stage finals, and it's pretty crazy to think that, though.
It's the nature of the tournament that means the most. I certainly do not want to undermine these weekly shows and these weekly matches, but at the end of the day, everyone's going to be geared in for that finals, and at the end of an entire year's worth of a season, it's the finals that we're going to be talking about in the future. And that's just the way it is. And I think really name a major tournament where that isn't the case. We can look at players using these weeklies as an opportunity to bring themselves into a better standing. Some players will use this to get a bit more experience, maybe even do a little bit of experimentation, because when it comes to that final tournament, that's the one that counts. You know, if something doesn't go right there, whether it was a bad pick, whether it was a bad idea, it could be a map, it could be a champion, really, there's no room left to question those judgment calls, I suppose. But we're getting ahead of ourselves because this isn't the finals. This is one of our final weeks here. So without further ado, let's start talking about the matches that we have before us. I think our first one between Chain and Hron, really any amount of morale boost you can gain from this result, just feeling a little bit better as you go into those final events that you're going to be playing. That's really what we're going to be taking away from this. You know, we have two players that have sadly not had the most successful run. However, they're going head to head, right? And that means one of them is guaranteed to get a successful result. The question is, who is that going to be? Personally, I favor Chain here, but I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, it really does depend on the picks and bans as well. With Hron, I kind of feel like he's almost guaranteed his spot at the very bottom in 16th. I say guaranteed as though it's like obviously super successful and all that bits and pieces. But in all fairness, though, Hron is an extremely incredible player in an offline environment. Not really an offline environment, but when it really matters. Last year pretty much proved it, considering the ridiculous seed he had coming in. It was like 20-something seed and then managed to place in the top 8 in the end. It's absolutely incredible stuff to kind of prove a point that he's still one of the top dogs in the scene. Of course, we know he's not had the best pro league in terms of his performance, going 4-35 with that map cycle, but he's been very close to closing out some of these series as well at the same time. It's been a bit of a weird one, but it's funny that it's actually him and Chain. These are the two particulars you really keep a very close eye on in terms of performance at a Quake World Championship. But I do agree, though, in terms of performance-wise, Chain should be looking to try and edge his one, depending on the circumstances on these picks and bans.
Well, it's funny you should mention it because our picks and bans are now good to go, so we can find out what it's going to be. So, starting off with the Veil of Nath, that's Ranger versus the Nyx, starting things off with Blood Covenant after that with the Visor and Doomslayer, and then Awoken. Okay, that's something that we may not have expected there. Chain's going in with the Clutch in that pick, and okay, I mean, that in itself is a giant question mark because there's just not a lot of people in the Pro League that are able to use this champion at that level. And, you know, for the potential last map here, depending on how things go, I feel like that's going to be very much an individual situation because there's no champion in the game that plays like it. And if Chain has been practicing and kind of has this almost like a secret weapon, if you will, I am very interested to see if Chain can get a result in that final map.
Yeah, just interesting picks in itself. Of course, the Anarchy ban for Chain has just done that for Blood Covenant. And we're going to see a Nyx coming out from Hron on Veil, which is, again, a rarity in itself. If he can make it work, we'll have to see. But we'll have to see how Chain does with the Ranger. And this is the other issue as well. Like, Hron has banned Athena, but Chain has then decided to go with the Visor. The Slash is still available, and Hron still went with the Doom. But don't get me wrong, the Doom is still a very good pick, and I kind of feel like in terms of his reputation or in terms of his characteristics overall with Hron, we don't really see him use Slash that often. But Doom is still a viable pick anyway going into this, so that could be why. But the fact that the Slash is still available and not being used is, yeah, quite interesting in itself. And, you know, like you've already mentioned with the Clutch pick from Chain, not too sure Hron may have predicted that and not. Of course, Chain is probably one of 4 players now who regularly uses Clutch on Awoken, and obviously we can see it on Veil from time to time. So yeah, we'll have to see how Hron can actually deal with this. It's like I mentioned before, probably has guaranteed his 16th spot. He probably won't be able to get much higher in terms of seeding now, but he's only probably got 1 or 2 matches left. But Chain can still slide up to 13th or 12th, depending on the circumstances, because some of them have actually already played 13 matches. Chain's only played 12, so this could be his time for him to actually jump up to about the 13th or 12th spot to give him a better position in the group stages on day 1 of the Quake World Championships, depending on how the seeding goes. Because in all fairness, everyone who's come up from the challenger side of the qualifiers have been looking brutal, looking extremely good. Want to at least prove themselves in some way and make a massive impact. And of course, he wants the best seeding possible to avoid some of the juggernauts from the challenger side.
It's a good opportunity for Chain to do something important because, you know, looking at the standings, not particularly far behind Sib, not particularly far behind Saigib, and just being able to overtake at this stage, you know, who knows what it could lead to later down the line. But I think looking at the final thoughts of this pick and ban, everything seems relatively safe. The exception being the Clutch, which when we see Clutch work well, it looks like Clutch is easily the most broken champion in the whole game, right? But then when Clutch doesn't work and you get stuck even that one time, it can be a total nightmare, and it can be hard to get yourself back because you are, as we've said many, many times on this show, you're the easiest champion in the game to hit. And at this level of play, people aren't going to be missing those shots, let alone against a champion like Clutch. The only thing I think I'll finally mention there is that a lot of the rival mobility seems to have been taken off the board, which might be one of the reasons the Clutch went in, because let's look at it. Anarchy removed, Athena was taken away, which we know Chain likes to use. There's almost a chance we could have seen that Athena on Awoken, right, from Chain. But then with the Strog being taken away also, there's not a huge amount of champions left in the pool that Hron could use to keep up with Chain. And I think on the opposite end of that now, having the Galena just a little bit more health on tap, right, which might help you against these overwhelming champions that can very much have a snowball effect. Now, in regards to predictions, I do personally favor Chain here. I think just looking at how things have gone, I do think that Chain is just looking that little bit better. And Chain has just been forever, this entire season, just not satisfied with the results. And, you know, you can feel that the motivation is still there. You know, I've seen various posts about not being satisfied with how things have gone and striving to get back up to a form that we know Chain is capable of. Now we only have a few weeks left to go. And I don't think the picks and bans are too bad for Chain overall. A good opportunity to maybe even secure a 3-0. I don't know how you feel about that, Harry.
It will definitely go for Chain. I wouldn't say 100%, but yeah, just from the champion picks alone and from what we've witnessed from Chain so far and what he normally does, this is kind of like his turning point, really, how the story changes. And to give it a bit of context, we always see Chain come out of the woodwork really strong during the last few weeks, and then, of course, during that 2 or 3 week gap between the last week and QuakeCon, we normally see him really hit his stride and to hit his peak performance, which is why we see these random top 8 or top 6s come out of nowhere. And then we go back to the Pro League and he's quite chill, quite mellow about it. But even if he does lose like every single game today, he should be at least 13th no matter what, so being ahead of Saigib and Sib. But it's at least for now, though, he'll be able to try and scrape past 12th, because of course you've got players like Sirius and Tox 11th, 12th, where there's quite a big gap, so I can't really see him being able to surpass that or make that considering the situation. But from champion picks as well alone, I still find it quite interesting that neither player selected a Slash. She was available in Blood Covenant, but both players were just like, nah, you know, I'm all right. You know, I'm happy with the visor. And like I said before, Doom is still quite a decent pick. We've seen the Doom come out from Hron quite a lot on Blood Covenant in the past, and just witnessing that as well, it didn't surprise me. I just thought he just favoured Doom in the past because Blood Covenant on a couple of occasions was the third and final map, and maybe the availability in terms of the champion choices wasn't there for him. But it seems to just be favourable for him just overall, which is understandable. So I'd probably just say each to their own. But this Nyx versus Ranger matchup on Vale is quite an interesting one. I'm sure both players have to see how the experience is going to go on that one and see what span in the works Hron can throw in.
Well, Chain is extremely efficient with the Ranger pick in the first place, can be quite creative with how the orb is placed and how much of a game changer it can be sometimes. The difference between this matchup of the two is how much more care I think Hron is going to have to apply on Vale, because you're going into this matchup with a champion that, first of all, yeah, you're not going to have as much of a stack as your opponent because it's light versus medium, but at the same time, if you get caught without a Ghost Walk in a tricky situation on a map where ambushes can be quite common, it's scary. And that, I think, is one of the elements of Nyx, where she can work wonderfully well, but she can also get caught in a match where she just doesn't do anything. You know, how much use the wall jump is going to provide on a map like this remains to be seen. It's certainly not the motivation behind picking Nyx on this map. But now between Chain and Hron, it's going to be a matter of more stack and highly explosive damage versus someone that can slip away and maybe pick some critical moments. However, getting those moments reliably might be kind of difficult against someone like Chain. We're checking things out from Chain's point of view first. And it kind of looks like with the armor on hand, and yeah, Hron was able to get the Mega, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to keep you safe. You know, Chain is already eyeing up that high ground, has been able to avoid almost all of that Tri-Bolt damage, and just with some key movement and being able to avoid that incoming damage, was able to bully that way onto the high ground to start with. Now, it's not going to be enough to shut down both of the items getting picked up. However, from this point on, Chain still very much on the hunt.
Certainly is indeed. Just keeping tabs. Hits the rail, which was desperately required. He needed him a little bit earlier to bully him for that mega as well as the heavy, but at least he's done enough damage to not guarantee the heavy, obviously, but to keep Kron away, to keep his distance as well. Nice amount of tri-bolt there, 36. Messes up on the rocket jump, but Chain's going to go for plan B. Catches him on that mega spawn as well, so you kind of feel like it's just a matter of time, really, before Chain pursues his opponent.
I mean, everything's worked well for Chain so far, with the exception of that rocket jump, which might have been able to cause a lot more aggression. Controlling that heavy was the first objective. You know, keep your opponent as low on armor as physically possible, and then being able to get that rail, understanding that Kron eventually is going to take that big old health right there. But now, hunt is on. Chain, a small health, and now the teleport over there with the orb, forcing the Ghost Walk out of Kron, and now Kron with no backup plan. That tri-bolt connecting does confirm for Chain exactly where Kron's going to be retreating to. And I think it's a safe bet that Kron is going to be around railgun area. There's a lot of the small health and armor to pick up around there, and there's really nothing else for Kron to pick up. Chain doing that extra bit of damage is going to give you even more information. Heavy has now spawned. Kron, what is left for you to pick up that you haven't already taken? And now I've got both of these major items. This is, with the exception of securing a frag, best case scenario for Chain so far. Oh, and that's a frag. Surely, no getting away from that. The Ghost Walk is used. Kron, with only 1 HP left to go. Buying some time, I think.
Imagine if he got killed by the Toxic. That would have been one way to start off the QPA
nice
today.
rail.
But he hits the first one. He's going to finish with the LG. Finally gets that first initial frag, but we must say that Chain so far, he's been extremely dominant. We know the scoreline doesn't show it, but he's been showing some great progress overall. And actually drops for that mega piece. And going awful, he manages to get it. Go with the rocket as well, cleans him up. Nicely done. And Chain now just controlling the map extremely well. We've got 12 seconds left until that next heavy does respawn before our very eyes, and he's going to try and go for him again, but that last rocket didn't do any favours at all. Tries to finish up with the LG. He's going to try and win him if he can. Yes, he does. Beautiful stuff there from Chain.
The orb up there to take that mega was the purest definition of a backup plan.
Yeah.
Being able to just put yourself back up there, most champions really would have missed out on that, and who knows what it could have led to for Kron, but Chain being able to just secure and keep that aggression going just makes life even better. Now, we've got to say, from an execution standpoint, has actually not been a perfect game from Chain so far. There have been a couple of errors that have really kept Chain from being able to secure as much as he could have done. There's the Ghost Walk now to keep Kron alive, but that one very much seemed to simply delay the inevitable. And a lovely rocket there, trying to get a bit of a prediction, perhaps, that Kron was going to spawn near rail and swiftly take it. Stuck in a bad situation again, and there's still 30 seconds to go with no Ghost Walk. And this is what Chain is going to be keeping an eye on. The Mega, it's still there. There's no way Kron's going to be able to compete with it. So why not pick it up now and force a massive delay between the two items? And from this point on, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Kron to pull things back, because the Ghost Walk is only just recharged. Chain now with 6 frags in the lead. We're almost halfway through. There just hasn't been an in yet. Some opportunities to maybe punish some kind of mistake. That it just hasn't existed. And now with another Ghost Walk just to keep Kron alive, to slip by and take this armor, but I fear there may not be many escapes. That delicious combo, unfortunately, shut down there as Chain, with basically 1 HP remaining, is able to finish that fight, make it clean by the end, and even steal away this heavy. Kron, see you later, mate. I'm sorry, bro, but there's no way you're surviving that one. On the rail, Harry, make it stop!
I know, it's just been relentless, hasn't he? He missed a few rounds at the very beginning, but he's correct today. He's warmed himself up a little bit here, Ryan. He's got 64% rail so far against the Knicks, which isn't too shabby at all. 76 damage from that previous rocket. And yeah, it's like you mentioned before, just running out of ideas and just not really giving him much room. Another great rail coming up from Chain. Good reads as well. Still has the heavy available, prioritising the kill instead. Perfectly understandable. He's going to try and make this 11 here, but instead, of course, that Ghost Walk being popped. And Chain, what I like about his playstyle now compared to what we've seen in previous weeks, he's just limiting the mistakes he makes and just making sure he doesn't make any mistakes throughout the entirety of his matchup by playing clean, patient, and also not really giving too much away in terms of his proactiveness. But we've still got 4 minutes left remaining. Kron still hasn't had a frag on the board, and yeah, just really struggling to work out what he needs to do in order to get himself back in this matchup.
Chain having a perfect timing on both of these items really is what led to that unfortunate situation there for Kron. Kron was way early on that Mega, and here comes Chain, orb in, knowing that I can secure the frag now, I can pick the health up later, and I'm still going to be in a wonderful position. And Chain's going to be pushing forward to continue to bully. Once more, Kron, I don't even know if that was a matter of having no timing, because obviously you were there at the time. However, it did take Chain a lot more time to pick it up, so maybe Kron thought that it had been already collected. Either way, it's now 13-0 with the promise of more frags to come, as it looks like Chain continuing this air of total dominance. Little flick there just to get a nice little rail on deck. The tri-bolt, even the tri-bolt, Kron, the movement has, dare I say, been a little bit too predictable. The amount of damage that Chain is securing here, it just feels like he's looking into a crystal ball and he knows where Kron's going to run. That rail angle was disgusting, and the shot was even better. Kron has been bullied off spawn more times than you can count on this map, and I mean, it is a done deal. This has been a dominant first map, and it kind of just, everything went perfect for Chain from the get-go, and he maintained the control afterwards. I felt like there wasn't many chances for Kron to claw his way back in this one.
Absolutely not, and he's just continuing with his destruction as well. 16-0, 2.5 minutes left. And yeah, Ryan, we have to talk about the items as well. 22 items for Chain and only 5 for Kron. His item control just overall has just been almost flawless here, not really giving him any room to come back in this matchup, no matter how he sees fit. And even a damage difference as well, about 1,500 between the two. 59% accuracy with the rail from Chain, and just continuing this relentless destruction, and not really so much Kron can do here. Just consistently never having a stack and not able to recover, and Chain just eating up all the lights as he goes and just being very confident with what he wants to do. He's actually going to come from behind him with the orb as well.
You naughty
creativity
man.
there.
You naughty, naughty man. How dare you do this? How dare you do that rocket jump into the hello, I'm here now, into massive damage. Now that rail would have been a kill shot, sadly did miss it, but let's be real, I don't think it's gonna mean much at this point. The Ghost Walk used once more to delay the inevitable. Delicious! Oh God! Too delicious, it seemed, as the direct rocket, and it has been a bloodbath of a first map. I mean, you look at the matchup on paper, things were going to have to work pretty well for Kron at the very beginning, because the moment you're on the back foot and the moment that Ghost Walk is used simply to delay what is going to happen anyway, and Chain has the stack, the damage, let's not forget the unbelievable accuracy so far. How did that shotgun even hit? I couldn't even see a character model in front of them. However, it has been a brutal first map, and if momentum exists, it's 1,000% on the side of Chain right now.
Yeah, an entirely different ball game. Just so calm with his decision making, and the path he's selecting to get around Kron is just incredible. You can see he's feeling really confident about today's matchup, and of course he knows that with only a couple matches left remaining for him, every single point is going to count on that leaderboard to give himself that 13th or 12th seeding going into Quake World Championships. 20 seconds left, 24-0. This is brutal. I hope everyone's covering the rise, because my God, this could be could continue depending on the circumstances, but it also could be the fact that this next pick wasn't really that beneficial for Kron at all. But the GG's come out, that's going to be 25-0 in Chain. Look, it's super solid here, Ryan.
It's a map that I've seen good things from Chain in the past. It's a champion that we know Chain is highly, highly talented with. And it's kind of a combination where everything was in play for Chain to take that first map. We were talking about the matchup on paper before we even began, how the difference in stack, but not only that, if the Ghost Walk doesn't accomplish anything, it's simply going to be an uphill battle. And an uphill battle it definitely was, because even at the very beginning, Chain getting the heavy side, being able to contain that heavy, keeping your opponent as low as physically possible. And let's not forget, that wasn't a perfect start. There were a couple of instances there where Chain made a couple of mistakes. There was that fumbled rocket jump right at the beginning. There was a rocket near the end where a little bit of unnecessary self-damage. This itself could have actually been a good turnaround there for Hron at the very beginning. Sadly, the rail was missed. But it was the recovery that was the most impressive. Before you even have time to point out what could have been a critical mistake, Chain was able to go into plan B or plan C, always having a backup for when things don't go right. And everything after this point, the game was already done about 6 minutes in. The rest of the frags are just pure momentum, getting yourself comfortable, hitting these shots that you're going to be carrying into the next map. And need I say more, right? 25-0.
Yeah.
That's a good start for old Chain right there.
It's all right, isn't it? It's all right. It's not really a bad start. We've, well, I wouldn't say we've seen better, because obviously that's kind of very close in itself. But the majority of Chain's frags were all very well calculated. He's very chilled and patient with the decisions he was making. And it was really nice to see how strong his item control was, just not really giving Hron much leeway at all in the slightest. Like, what could Hron do? Could he maybe steal an item and get the timing by using that aggressive Ghost Walk to then re-engage straight afterwards? There's a number of things he could have done. With the Nyx, it seems to be quite difficult for him on Veil. But with Blood Covenant, I feel like I have a bit more faith on Hron this time around. With the Doom, we've seen people use the Doom quite effectively. Him himself, Kilson as well in the past. He does seem to favour more of the medium champions rather than the slide champions, which could be why, even though the Slash was available, he hasn't actually gone for it either. But we'll be seeing the Visor pick coming out from Chain. I can see if he's going to continue being an absolute wrecking ball here, Ryan, because my God, that was just insane. That was just insane. What way to start things off here.
I think something that we definitely need to highlight from that first map was Chain's timing. It felt like at no point, and I guess it's easier to do that when you have control 100% of the time. However, there was no moment where Chain missed the mark on it. And there were a couple of instances where it clearly delayed things to confuse Hron, where you think you have an opportunity now to take this item. You're far too early. Here comes Chain, who has not only shown a lot of accuracy for massive damage, but the orb timing, the orb placements, everything kind of just worked wonders. And then big part of that just came down to timing those items. I know about over halfway through it was. I can't quite remember exactly when it was, but it was the fight on Mega where even I was convinced he was going to pick it up and he didn't. He chose not to. And that clearly messed with Hron, because the next time the item spawned, Hron was like about 7 seconds too early or something silly. But that was merely map 1. And the best Quake players are able to disregard a previous result and understand that every map is a clean slate. What's happened 10 minutes ago is not going to happen in the next 10 minutes. And that's where we go into now for Blood Covenant. Things might be a little bit more even, split down the middle. The stack is identical. The mobility certainly is not. However, the vision of Chain, we've seen Piercing Sight do wonderful things on this map. And let's see now from Chain's point of view, how much will it work out? Now, looking to get a vertical rail. This one does not hit its mark. Neither does the second. And a little bit of almost like a head shake there from Chain. You're sitting there and you're playing and you miss 2 shots that you should hit. It's almost like okay, wake up a little bit, shake yourself off. And let's hope the remaining 9 minutes and 40 seconds, those rails start hitting their mark.
But it did earlier in that Veil game, didn't they? I think he missed the first 3 and then he just wouldn't stop. He just wouldn't stop heading straight afterwards. So we'll have to see if that trend continues going into Blood Covenant here. Good reads coming up from Chain. Using that piece in sight to confirm his whereabouts. This is the first rail, but the good thing is he's still continuing to deny that rail, not really giving much room in terms of having that long-range damage. He does have the tri-bow and a heavy machine gun, mind you, but with Chain just continue to be an absolute nuisance, not just with the items, but the weapon control as well. But finally, Hron does get that rail, but the LG as well, just going to try and clean him up. Yes, he does. What a way to start things off and just making things work down to a T. Hits another rail as he's dropping down for the light. And still, now Chain just head over heels here, just keeping that hype control. And nice little rocket jump there with the heavy coming up in just a few seconds. And just really playing with those audio cues. Lovely stuff coming out here from Chain.
That was absolutely delicious. I think being able to get that good call out on the drop down there with a light armor. Ron fell down, and that was a done deal. Starting to pressure a little bit on Spawn once more. And this rocket jump movement, you'd think he was still playing Ranger. Like, with how he's been approaching these rocket jumps at the moment, it almost feels like it's been catching Ron off guard. You're just not used to seeing a champion do this many rocket jumps where it's a lot of unreturned damage, right? It just is what it is. But Chain's been putting it to wonderful use now, 3-0, and just looking to continue. Might have to back off now, though. Expecting a double jump. Even that double jump call out there looks a little bit more like a reaction than a prediction, of course, but... Oh no, the rocket!
Oh my God!
You pushed too hard! The trap was set, and the bait was taken by Kron, who now... Oh, that's bad. Got some good damage, but as you spawn with the machine gun and then you change over to the LG, that's downtime that you can't return that damage, and the LG damage Kron took from that, one of the main reasons I think Chain was still kicking around. The tri-bolt to somewhat trap your opponent, knowing that Kron is at death's door in regards to stack now. And here comes that heavy, the item control, again, lethal. It doesn't stop. When it comes to controlling this map, I think Chain has had it for 13 minutes, including the last map. At no point has Kron had it, and that's the first time now, right? A major item has been picked up. We have a fighting chance. A little bit of opening damage, nothing to write home about, nothing to really care about. The double jump called out there by Chain, because look, our next objective is going to be that heavy, and we need to make sure that Kron can't take it. You're looking for it because you've got no armor. Now, if you're going to have to lose that out, it's likely you're now going to drop towards a light. Chain, all of that information is still stored in the database. This armor is yet to be taken. How much armor do you realistically have? Well, with that opening rocket, I now have to retreat. And good thing for Kron there. Wonderful defensive rockets.
Certainly was. This could be a chance for Kron to try and get himself back in this matchup. He has time to contest both items as he sees fit. 3 seconds until the next heavy. Chain might even just give this up at this point, which I wouldn't blame him at all, but see if I can get a cheeky little rail in, and he does. Nice play there from Chain, and just I think we were probably a little bit worried that Kron might also catch him there, but whipping up the heavy machine gun. He hasn't got any rail left. He does have the starting machine gun though, but these rockets are doing a fair amount of damage from above. As he's going to jump straight back up, gets to Meg as well. Nicely timed him, making that 5-0, and yeah, it hasn't had a frag for 14 minutes, and it really does feel that way as well. And the good thing with Chain is that there's, oh my God, the direct as well straight afterwards. But if you got that combo rail, that would have been something else to say. But with some of these rocket jumps, yeah, sure, like it's throwing off the audio cues a little bit, but it's
come on
a small
now.
amount of rocket jumps. You don't normally see 2 for 2 as Chain now just continuing his dominance.
Oh, these rocket jumps have been the stuff of legend, and now lovely use of that LG, continuing this absolute powerhouse performance. And really impressed with Chain so far. Oh, this LG is disgusting.
Make it stop.
Yeah,
please make it stop.
What is he supposed to do? Ron now off the spawn, starting to cycle around and maybe pick up some of these important weapons, I suppose, but it just feels like one step ahead every single time. That was a lovely rocket. We have to give that one credit, but it's not going to be enough to deter Chain now. Accepting that rail battle, one of us dies if we dedicate. And finally, some good fortune. A lovely shot there from Ron to get a frag on the board. The first frag we've seen in 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's rough. Give him a little bit of, well, the tiniest margin of hope, you could say, but like I mentioned this the exact same time last year about Chain. Normally about 6 weeks prior to the Quake World Championships, this is where Chain starts to come to life, and we've seen that as well. And also, a lot of people might argue, yeah, sure, it's not playing as one of the top tier players here to kind of prove how well he could perform, but this is just like a small indicator of what we could expect. But you've got to remember as well, Kron can also perform out of his mind when the time comes and when it matters, but sadly for him it's not going to be today. Is Kron now looking to try and get himself back in this matchup? Hits the first initial rail, going to try and look for the second if he can, but that's not managed to hit it. Of course, he could double jump, but Chain is just getting the LG and the rail combo straight afterwards. My God.
The predictability on these retreats. Oh, that's gross. That's gross. That's the combo we were looking for. But the predictability of Hron has been killing him all series long. Chain has done a bit of damage in these fights, knows the retreat is imminent, and knows what kind of retreat is going to be taken. That's not the first time Hron has taken damage and has backed off. Oh, I'm not sure, was convinced Chain was going to be right there. These vertical rockets, it is made the push, understandably, because you got to try at this point. There's not many avenues left. Chain, understanding that there's no way I can take that heavy without either just stealing it and then dying or just dying beforehand. And with an 11-1 lead, we don't need that item anymore. We can change the pace a little bit. We can still be in control, keep the timing in our minds. It's unlikely Hron's going to delay anything, right? I mean, you're going to take that item straight away. Another two-piece combo. The rocket direct, the rail hitting its mark. And again, this is almost unfair, it seems. It almost feels unfair. One-player games. Hron would like to play this video game that Hron purchased at some point.
You're not wrong. 2.5 minutes left. It seems to be the same story, but a slightly different scoreline. 13-1 so far. 53% rail for Chain. Not really too much different compared to the previous map. But overall, going 38 in one in terms of total frag scoreline in this series. But yeah, Hron just not really given any kind of chance or hope to bring this back at all. And with the lack of creativity and the slight predictive movement when he's on the back foot trying to go on that recovery process and get away, he just doesn't seem to be able to here. Is Chain looking to try and seal this? Yes, he has done. 14-1, has the piece inside, locates him around rockets. It just could be a matter of time once again. Hits the first. Gonna see if it can dive for the second, but it does manage to pick up the rail. Don't know if he's gonna get away for long though, considering Chain's just been really brutal here. Finishing him off with a heavy machine gun. 15-1, Ryan, my God.
I mean, that's one of the most terrifying times a Visor player can use that piercing sight, is when the frag has been secured and there's still some left over to catch out the spawn. Because at that point, it's not just knowing where your opponent has spawned, but at that point, you have pretty much every weapon you could ever need. And you know that your opponent has barely one item, if that, which makes your advance a lot more confident. A push down now, a cheeky double jump, which, to be fair, did mess up the rail shot. But again, that's going to mean nothing. With a minute left to go, 15-2, this is going to be not only another map secured here for Chain, but the series win. The question will be, is it going to be a 3-0? We know we're going into a final map with another definitely against the grain pick, with that clutch coming out to play, and Hron going in with the Galena, a champion that, yes, Hron is going to be able to have maybe a bit more sustainability thanks to totem placements, but that's all the champion's going to give you. If Chain is able to get another really good start here, the pressure might be too much. And that's what I am very worried of. Chain has played phenomenal today. It has been the game plan. Above all else, though, the execution. I have been so unbelievably impressed by these rocket jumps from Chain, especially on this map where, look, you see a Ranger use a rocket jump. No matter how good that rocket jump is, you know that's just a part of the champion. Takes less damage from it. Of course, you're going to be using it. But here, I mean, come on, mate. Need I say more? It didn't secure a frag yet. Doesn't matter. Would have just been a bonus one for the highlight reel at that point. And a 2-0 comfortably secured there by Chain. And we need to see this form continue. I know you said it yourself. You know, yeah, I know Hron, bottom of the leaderboard. This is still Pro League. Everyone's here for a reason. And everyone is here because they are of that pedigree that they should be here. And that's still an impressive feat. We're not even finished yet, though. We still have one more map left to go. I'm nervous. And I'm worried for Hron. It's not a good combination. It's not a good combination. You just got destroyed 2 maps to 0, and now you have to fight clutch against someone who has, from an execution standpoint, nailed it for 20 minutes.
You got to understand from Hron's perspective as well, like, because he's 16th seed and he's going to be at the bottom pretty much guaranteed due to the fact that he hasn't got many matches left, if not any at this point. He's got nothing really to play for at this point, apart from using this experience to maybe, you know, be prepared for QuakeCon, which is obviously only 6 weeks away. But the problem is now, he's got to use his time wisely to really watch back these VODs and decide what the situation is. But at the same time, it just seems like, he probably feels like there's not really much he could do now, as Chain seems to be rocking extremely hard in this matchup. You can see 47.5% rail accuracy coming out from Chain, and just the damage overall. It's quite a fair amount of damage, so to speak. But this is definitely a different version of Chain we've seen compared to previous weeks. Hopefully he'll stick by his guns and continue to play this way. I'm sure he will, but more refined and a bit more aggressive in comparison. So it's he's taken his baby steps, but I kind of feel like now he's taken gone from a baby steps to now actually made a massive impact in his gameplay in comparison. You can see the training has definitely paid off. But yeah, it's like I mentioned before, he's playing against Quran, but how he does against the top dogs in this league, we'll have to see at a later date. But yeah, 16-3, of course, the first map was 25-0 as well. And we're going to see how he does in this third and final map. And matchup, we don't normally see. Obviously, we do see the clutch quite often. Galena, not so much anymore. And it's going to be a tough call here for Huron. But for Chain, this is pretty good. It's like we mentioned earlier. But for Chain, he's probably one of 4 players who I would say regularly uses clutch. Chain probably uses it the least, maybe out of 4. He does use it from the odd occasion, but this is a good time to use it in a tournament environment to see how effective he can be.
I might just be out of the loop, but I can't recall the last time I saw it. It could very much have happened in a tournament and I just wasn't watching it, which is a strong possibility. But we kind of have to look at the recipe for this series, and we have to look at the fact that you're looking at this matchup, again, you're looking at it theoretically, and it's a champion that can be extremely overwhelming, but you've got to execute. You've got to be able to pull off that movement while hitting your shots, while avoiding damage as well, because again, you're playing the largest champion in the game. It can be easy for things to go sour, and when they do, that's where it's difficult for clutch. Even in the hands of the best clutch player in the business, it can be difficult to get yourself back into the match. With how these first 2 maps have gone, I do not see that being a problem. The problem I do see is for it being a problem for Hron. And if we start this map with a clean frag, item control, and just all in at 1,000 miles an hour with that clutch, it could be very good for Chain. But only time will tell.
Time will tell indeed, as we're going to be starting things off with Chain already getting a first, second rail.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. This is already not looking too good at the moment. He's going to dive straight in that choke point with the LG.
Oh no.
Barely took any damage, Ryan, and he's going to go straight for it again and using that shield to boot straight afterwards. Didn't even use the shield in that previous engagement. Didn't have to. He already fired 2 rails, and that just happened. That just happened. It was going so well for him.
It was. It really was. And actually, that's not the greatest turn of events, because Chain, I was actually going to point out the choice to understand, right, heavy is mine for free because of where I've spawned, and we're going to go out of my way and take the rail first, led to that massive aggressive sequence. It's just, sometimes you'll trip over your own shoelaces and fall off the map, and that's kind of what happened there. But it has meant that Hron has an avenue to be back into this match. There was a lot of damage dished out there. It's not going to mean a huge amount because the health is now on the side of, oh no. All right, the armor was taken. The armor was stolen away. However, the return damage was basically non-existent, so it's not going to deter Chain from pushing at all. I think it will stop the push up there, knowing your opponent has spawned near the LG. That LG would definitely have been something you don't want to deal with. And actually, this is a pretty scary fight for Chain. And it all comes down to, you're not missing that LG. Not against that target.
Yeah, the first 2 maps is Hron was getting absolutely cream crackered. He's able to make it a little bit of a closer affair here. Stealing is heavy, but Chain with the shield, of course, abusing that to no end. And he's, I love those little traps he's created as well. He's done it at that choke point earlier with the shield to go towards that Mega. Good amount of damage with the rocket, good rail as well, but he needs to try and get away if he can, of course, with him being the size of pretty much a huge fridge. Of course, that 1 rail is going to be almost a guarantee for Hron. He's going to push back up towards top mid, but needs to be very wary about the routes he takes here, as the light has spawned, but Hron is all over it here, Ryan. There's now still 5-2, 2 minutes in. Looking a little bit better for Hron, but how long for this is going to be the next question, as he's already got 2 totems up, and the next one could be up in the next 10 seconds, depending on when he deploys it.
looking to spring that first bit of damage. Had no choice but to kind of give up a lot of the map control at this stage, and this is what the dynamic of clutch will introduce. Chain is being every bit as aggressive and calculated, I think, as we have seen in the previous 2 maps, but the risks attached are so much greater than the previous 2, because now you're playing against a champion where your incoming damage is so much higher than anyone else in the game, and it does change your decision making. That tri-bolt was relatively important. It's now equalized the stack, and it has meant that Hron has no choice now but to be a little bit more careful trying to secure some of these items. It's going to be able to pick up that health. So now in doing so, 30 seconds, Hron in a pretty good place, but the shield is active. And actually, the rocket launched Hron so much higher than we were expecting, and it led to a lot of downtime. Downtime where no damage was being dealt, Harry.
Yeah, he was riding the bouncy castle a little bit after going up the TP, but still was able to come out trumps. It's about only 3.5 minutes in. It feels like it's been much longer considering how chaotic this matchup has been so far, but Chain has been using his shield very effectively. There's Hron now. Problem is, he hasn't got any totems as of yet. So that overstack won't be for quite a while yet, but he's going to dive straight in with the shot. He does take him down. 6 minutes left remaining. This Chain needs to be a little bit cautious now as Hron now pushes straight back in with the LG. Shield comes out. Will he be able to take it down? No, he does not. Chain is diving straight on in with those rockets. Mega's up in 3. And Chain now looking a little bit better compared to what we saw over the last 30 seconds.
Has to be a simple trade, though. I take some lights, you take the major. And in doing so now, Chain has to go back on the defensive. Even that, a little bit of heavy machine gun that was just peppered down the opposite end of the map, enough to force Chain to retreat once more, and importantly, forced him to give up that heavy, looking for a rail. Hron, well aware that the opponent was likely waiting there with an angle set up, so any damage is better than no damage in this situation. However, the shield wall is ready again, but even with a shield, there's no way that if this fight starts now, especially after that rail, the shield actually chooses to pop it anyway. Keeps you alive for a bit. It does mean that Hron can't push forward. But now for a long time, that shield's going to be gone. The entire time, Hron has been able to pick up these major items. The heavy first, the mega is going to be the next objective, of course. 7 seconds on that one. And Chain, once again, forced to be defensive.
It sure does indeed. Picks up that light. Of course, he's going to be looking for a little more soon, but at least he does have that shield in his back pocket. Heavy's up in 7. May give Chain a little bit of breathing room to continue eating up these lights, and that's past the halfway stage. But he's got the read he needs, and sadly for Hron, that tri-bolt pretty much skimmed him almost. His Chain's still got the high ground. Oh, the direct is going to do him a massive favour here. So he's got to make the choice on how he wants to approach Hron, but with that rail, yeah, this is not going to happen. Manages to survive, though. Heavy's up in 10. Chain's in a better position, of course, especially with that. These directs, these medium-range directs he's hitting, it is gross. Like, that's an understatement in itself, isn't it? As will he better stay alive to try and burn this Heavy? No, he does not. So that's going to be a big W there for Hron to try and get himself back in this matchup.
Especially if Hron's able to pick up a little bit of health. I know the totems aren't ready yet, but the aggressive push there from Chain. Hron forced to retreat and pick up the rather predictable lights. And now with Chain, the mega in hand. An opportunity to push now should he want to, but I think that next objective is absolutely going to be the armor. Keeping yourself alive just a little bit longer thanks to that totem, but it's not going to be enough to survive the fight overall, as now Chain has been able to regain a little bit more control, but stuck in a bad spot. Hron correctly spawning in the right location, right, and just makes the most of it, pushes forward and knows my opponent's weak. I can definitely go in here and finish the job. And there's every possibility that Hron can turn this into a 2-1.
Hron's item control much better compared to what we've seen in the previous 2 maps. 21 items to only the 6 of Chain, and Chain, considering how vulnerable he can be in certain parts of this map, is still doing a pretty damn good job here. As Hron just drop up that totem so he's not raidable, does get away, could pick up the Heavy, which he does manage to do, of course. problem is he hasn't got any rail and he's very low on LG, so he needs to think twice about the next decision he would like to make here. Looks like he's going to continue being on the offensive as he pushes on forward here. Another totem will be ready up shortly. Already recovering from that previous bounce in, trying to catch Chain if he can, but Chain just been an absolute nuisance in terms of the recovery path he's taking, as the heavy up will be in just a couple of seconds. But Juan, plenty of time to bring himself back in this matchup. Could easily tie the lead and take things further, depending on the shield placement coming out from Chain.
Even if the shield is used here, at the moment there is no armor, but I think waiting around, perhaps waiting for something to respawn, and there's the opportunity to pick it up. Should be a equal pickup there for Chron, who now 7-7, and this is where things could start to change. An aggressive push is made, but an aggressive push being made with just the nail gun, and it's enough to survive that fight? I'm going to be honest, I was not expecting Chain to survive that, and I don't think Chron was either by the look of the player cam.
Nope, I weren't at all, and I don't think many of us were either. As you caught him going up that rail jump pad, 6 HP gets away. Chron made the right reads in terms of the rotation Chain was going to make, but just couldn't really get that angle. So still got 1:10 left remaining. One frag. The difference between the two. Good direct. And if it gets cleaned up, that's a lot of damage to give him a bit of leeway on the respawn, but still manages to survive here, Ryan, with the heavy up now.
This is the problem, and this is a rather severe issue that almost saw another direct. I was going to point out there's one thing Clutch is going to have over Galena here, and that's going to be movement. If Chain even manages to secure a single frag to take the lead, if a shield is ready to go, there's just no way, unless Chron can make some kind of unbelievable read or bait, you're not catching this character or champion. Like you're not going to be able to keep up with them. Now this could be the moment. You kind of feel like the balance of the match is going to lie in this one fight. Chain hit by a rocket, caught swapping different weapons. Chron, no! Oh no, swapping to all kinds of different weapons as Chain just flies out of danger. That is such a mishap.
Oh, Chain actually didn't have any rocket ammo at the time, and he didn't have an LG in his back pocket, so instead of any medium-range fights, and considering the height advantage and the angles Chron had, he had quite a considerable advantage there, but we are going to head to sudden death. Still room for Chron to try and take this third and final map in the first series of the day. Misses that rocket as it was a good jump coming out from Chain, but this is not looking good at all, as that opening window is looking pretty damn big here, Ryan, as Chron is just hoping for dear life he doesn't drop. Finds him, good amount of damage though. He's going to be caught again. Shield comes out, but that last rocket may do it here, hitting that rail. Doesn't actually get it in the end. Hits him 10 HP. Will he be able to clean him up? He still doesn't. No, he doesn't. It's Chain does finally take him down, takes the third map. So you was right, Ryan, it was going to be a 3-0, but that was much, much better from Chron compared to what we saw in the past.
I was almost wrong. That was so close to being the other way there for Chron. It's unfortunate it wasn't able to secure it in that last minute, but good thing for Chain being able to secure a impressive result this week. And, you know, even in that final match, I was kind of nervous when we saw how that match began. You know, we saw really good rails, nice aggression that you grow to expect from Clutch, but then immediately accidentally flying off the map. And it kind of reset the situation, even right there. And then having the shield gone too, certainly not how you want to begin things. And it became a lot more of a back and forth. And the potential damage output was such a major part of that, where Chron was able to establish himself a lot more on this map, was able to have a lot more of those items in hand, and was able to give a lot more in return when those fights inevitably broke out. It is unfortunate, though, that right at the end, where there was a fight that definitely could have settled things to make it a 2-1 for Chron. I mean, maybe we need to see it back. I don't know what even happened. It just looked like Chron got caught swapping a million different weapons, and there was no damage dealt. To the point where it was done, I think Chron was actually chuckling to himself. It was a very confusing final moment, and it kind of sealed the deal, because Chain could escape, get a huge amount of stack, shield was ready, and what after that was history.
It certainly was. Well, all we can say is that Huron adapted a lot better compared to what we saw in the past. His decision-making massively improved. He did get thrown off guard a couple of times. I think there was 3 occasions where Chain was either lurking around the choke point around Mega or Heavy, and he was literally hoping there was only one rotation that Huron was going to make, and it was that correct rotation. And 3 times he just hid, popped out with the rockets and with the shield, and there was just absolutely nothing he could have done. Of course, he could have done something, but you're very limited, aren't you? When you're in a clutch's face with that shield, it's just there's not really so much you could do there. Chain did that at least 3 times and was able to continue trying to readapt what Huron was up to later on. But Chain did an incredible job with that recovery process, choosing really good routes, really good paths to really keep himself alive, because there's little moments where he had to really keep dicing around the map and just lapping the map for like 30 to 45 seconds just to keep himself in that. So not really make it too much of an easy frag for Huron on a number of occasions here. So no, still good stuff from Chain. It was a lot better from Huron, like night and day difference compared to those first 2 maps, because it was just absolutely complete destruction. It was just demolished back and forth. But yeah, a lot better on the 3rd map for Huron, even though he did get 3-0'd.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say how much motivation is there for Huron right now. As you said, you know, when you're at the bottom of the leaderboard and you kind of know that that's how it is, and there's not much you can do about it at this point. You know, how much are you going to really give to these weeklies? Because I think some players will have different outcomes from a situation like that. Now, sadly, Huron just never really had much of an in any of these matches, with the exception of that final one, which was absolutely more of a back and forth. The question is, where does Chain go from here? Because I was thoroughly impressed, especially impressed in those first 2 maps. I think even more so in Blood Covenant, where there was a lot of creativity being shown there from Chain, where the execution was on point, the shots were hitting where they needed to hit, and the control felt almost completely unbreakable. And if you can keep momentum that heavy in your frequent weeks, in the build-up to the finals, where that's where you got to play at your best, anything like that, Chain could be quite the surprise hit in that kind of tournament. However, that is going to be our first matchup of the day. Up next is going to be Toxic versus Dramis. And if you've watched this show before, you know that we're going to go to a quick break. So thank you for joining us so far. Up next after this break, Tox, Dramis, head-to-head here for Pro League. Welcome back, everybody, to our latest edition of the Quake Pro League. My name is Ketchup, joined by Lethal. Our next matchup today is Toxic versus Dramis. Two execution masters at this point, and I think I've seen players in the past and fans make a comparison between the two in kind of how they approach the game, but different generations, I think, is definitely safe to say here.
Yeah, in terms of the age gap, absolutely. Of course, you know, Tox being an absolute veteran and juggernaut on the scene is, in terms of his Quake Champions lifespan, being more of an open-ended player, but still fast and to the point with his aim skill as well. And he's been looking a lot better than we thought. We weren't really too sure what he was going to be like coming back into the QPL once upon a time, did we? But so he's been doing okay so far. He is currently sitting pretty in 12th. So there's probably a good chance that he probably will be in that first part of the group stages in day one. But just looking at some of the results, so he's had a few hit and miss ones. He's taken out Quran and Sirius, took a map off Nosfer as well. And he's even taken a map of Zeniku as well. It's just really interesting to see how he's going to be and how he's going to perform back in an offline environment. But it's like I said before, with Tox, he's been more than that open-ended player who does adapt to a certain degree and does bring up some quirky champion choices as well.
He can do, but as time progresses and the game just evolves, Tox hasn't necessarily been able to evolve with it to the same level as, you know, you look at the higher end of the leaderboard. You know, you look at like a Wenger or a Rapha or a Kilson, or at this point, like a Zeniku, for instance. There are definitely players that have been able to completely keep up to date with how the meta is. And Tox just hasn't necessarily been able to be that kind of player yet. There are moments of greatness, but it's inconsistent. And I think that's the issue that Tox has been facing is getting that consistency. The only thing that's really been consistent so far is the defeats over the last few weeks, which, to be fair, have been against incredibly strong players, but that's the nature of Pro League. Now, Dramis, on the other hand, has been a little bit more up and down. You know, and I don't even mean that in like a negative stance. I just mean that Dramis is kind of sitting in the middle of the leaderboard and hasn't had this huge layer of success, but hasn't been struggling either. Like the purest definition, if we're looking at a player that's smack bang in the middle of the league, Dramis is that kind of player right now. And I think that could very much be enough to secure a victory against Tox. But a 3-0 either side, I don't think is particularly likely.
Yeah, Dramis really needs a 3-0 to try and keep in that top 8 spot. He is currently 8th, but he needs to remember that Nosfer does have a match in hand, and he's only like 150 points behind him. So a 3-0 would be massively beneficial. But if you look at the scorelines as well, he's had some pretty good matchups, like against Maxtor, Avec 2-1, probably some of the most notable ones. 3-0 in Huron and Sagi, which was absolutely required to keep him in that top 8 spot. Even 3-0 in Sirius, I think, is a little bit of a upset in itself, and is a little bit of a surprising factor right at the very beginning. But he needs to just try and continue to do that, because right now, in terms of the top 8, it's not completely solidified yet. Maybe you could argue like the top 5, maybe even the top 6, but 7th, 8th is still a bit of a question mark here. And with Nosfer having a match in hand, anything can happen in terms of how it would perform. Of course, it does depend on Nosfer's future matchups, which we will see later on. So it's all to play for here, and honestly, it could be anyone's guess. But for Dramis, though, a 3-0 win here would be massively beneficial for him. But I think it would be more of a 2-1, considering what we could see here in the picks and bans.
I foresee just laser focus from Dramis today, because as you said, a 3-0 would be really important for him at this point, and it's possible, definitely possible, but not guaranteed, not even close. Because one thing that Tox will always bring to the table, and it's something that we have said at this point for years, because it continues to be true, that Tox can have those days where everything is starting to just work for him. Those shots just refuse to miss. The momentum is there. The difficulty can be often when Tox is not in control and doesn't have that momentum. However, when that happens, it can be quite a surprising day. Sometimes it's a weekly, sometimes it's a major LAN. You never really know what you're going to get. And for Dramis' sake, let's hope that doesn't happen today, right? Now let's look at the picks and bans. Removing the Scale Bearer instantly, with Veil being our first map, I can't say I'm too surprised about that. The Strog versus the Ranger to start off with. Athena removed from play and Awoken between Anarchy, and on Awoken, it's going to be Tox picking the Slash for that map, so I'm very interested to see how that one unfolds. But then Molten Falls, our final destination, Galena taken out of play, the Visor for Dramis, and then Nyx right at the end. So, Tox, rather creative set of champions on maps that you certainly won't see them on every single time. I think if you looked at the champion selection that Tox has had and you swapped it around other maps, then maybe it would be a little bit more understandable. Like we would see a Nyx on a Veil of Nath. You might see a Strog on Awoken, and we've definitely seen Slash on Molten Falls. We've seen both crouch sliders. But that's actually one thing to point out. Dramis and Tox both enjoy crouch sliding champions. Tox has hogged both of them.
Awful human being. I can't believe he's done it. Greedy boy, isn't he, Tox? But I think it's understandable. Well, I suppose Dramis is going to assume that. But I'm not going to lie to you. When I saw the champion picks and Slash versus Anarchy, I had to double check the map and make sure the map was the correct choice. But yeah, we'll be on Awoken. I was like, yeah, Blood Covenant Ruins. Yeah, that's probably more understandable. And then obviously going to Nyx versus Visor on that final matchup. But Slash versus Anarchy on Awoken, that is going to be very spicy. And you made the correct idea as well when you mentioned that like both these players do prefer the high speed and mobility and high octane matchups here. And we've seen the Strog on the odd occasion on Veil as well. I do feel like the Ranger will probably work more in Dramis' favour, and also the scale ban as well, which is again perfectly understandable. But this second map is a bit of a question mark in terms of how things are going to perform. I feel like it's more in Tox's way to see how he does with this Slash on Awoken. We know that he has a bit of a tendency where on the odd occasion on spawn, he does get a little bit too overly aggressive and can throw a few deaths here and there in this cycle. We've seen it plenty of times in the past, but we'll have to see if he will continue that trend or maybe change things up a little bit in terms of what decisions he's going to make in terms of the routes he's going to be like on spawn. But yeah, Nyx versus Visor matchup, I hope it does go to one apiece, because that's going to be an interesting one in itself. If Dramis with that Visor pick as well, because as you mentioned, this in terms of the mobility and speed, of course, Strog, Slash, Anarchy, Athena ban, that's all gone, so left with very little. But we've seen a couple of BJ picks. We know that Sirius was the player who's using it mainly, but we've seen a couple of other players also using that BJ pick as well. But just a box standard Visor Nyx just to finish things up here. But I want to see how Tox will do with a Strog starting things off on Veil.
I think from the picks alone, looks like it could be quite an explosive match. And just from a spectator standpoint, that's always something to look forward to, especially with two players like these behind the wheel. However, as we prepare now and we look into that first map, which will be Veil, predictions. I'm kind of curious to see what the people at home think, actually, because I know that Tox has a very loyal fan base, but you're going against someone that has had a bit of a better record here, doesn't necessarily get intimidated by high aim skill, and actually through previous results has been able to defeat other players known for their impeccable aim in the first place. So whether that's going to be this kind of major upper hand, I'm not necessarily convinced it will be for Dramis. I think Dramis, there's a lot for him to play for in particular with what he can gain from a highly successful result. And I think that focus on its own is quite the motivator for Dramis. And it's why I think that he's going into this series extremely dangerous. Personally, I do favor Dramis in this matchup. I feel a 2-1 is more likely. However, the goal will be 3-0, especially this late on where, let's be serious, there's not really much to work with anymore. Everything you get here has got to be best case scenario if you want to climb that leaderboard at the last minute.
Yeah, we'll have to see going into his first map. I do feel like Tox may only just take the third map, but yeah, these champion choices could be very interesting. So could throw a spanner in the works here. We're going to be starting off from Tox's perspective, speak of the devil, but Dramis is going to mean a lot more for him in this matchup, as he really wants to try and secure one of those top 8 spots. His Tox is going to be outside that, sadly, but we're looking for a better seeding if possible. But Dramis just biding his time here, looking to see where he could be going. But he's actually dived straight on back, especially the orb as well. Good play coming up from Dramis, and you can see he anticipated that double back coming out from Tox just a little bit there, as now he's coming up 1-0. Going to be flying through that TP to see what he can find. Mega's going up in the next couple of seconds. Trying to get a bit of tri-bulk damage. Not going to happen here, but that's obviously not the best of rockets, but at least it did a sprinkle of damage to keep him at bay.
And don't be confused, people at home. I do believe the webcams are swapped over. You know, we can see Tox right now, but it is Dramis playing the Ranger, so I'm sure that will get swapped out as soon as they can do it. But on that note, with the 1-0 lead so far, Dramis, that missed rail. Thankfully, that orb, not necessarily for damage output, but just confirming that I'm going to beat my opponent to the teleporter, right? Because the real objective there was not the fight, it was being able to secure that heavy, of which now Dramis has been able to do. Now, fighting back, though, has been Tox. A respectable amount of damage has been dished out. And the orb, still a little bit far away. It's not going to be ready in time for this heavy, and this does present a difficult situation for Dramis. You want to stick around because you want to make sure your opponent does not collect this for free. Wonderful use of that Pika, actually. I think mostly used to soak up a rail so you can get yourself in position for a heavy. An objective that definitely worked, as Tox now, with the heavy in hand, is able to continue to mount and fight back and not be bullied out of the map. You know, we saw that in our first series of the day where poor old Hron was just unable to exist on this map. It looks like right now, much more of an even fight taking place.
Does have the orb as Tox. His Pika will be up in the next 10 seconds, but it will be after the items have come up on the respawn. Using that orb to secure that heavy. Great stuff coming up from Dramis, just the extra insurance. He's getting very eager to go for that TP. This is the first rocket, but gets a couple of good rockets straight afterwards. Comes up with the LG. Good rocket again coming up from Tox, and the rail combo to boot straight afterwards to now tie this up. So even though it was a good orb with the heavy, sadly for him, Tox did way too much damage during that previous engagement as he's looking to try and get a cheeky rail from below. Pika taken out straight away. It's going to give him a little bit of a helping hand. Is the heavy, of course, he's not going to go for, as Tox is going to secure the heavy and get the LG as well. And this is going to be much better again. Again, just so much tri-bulk damage, 105. This jump is looking to back away just a little bit here, but Tox is still the one with the smaller stack here. So, of course, caution is going to be required here as he continues to recover.
Dramis has got to start being a lot more careful. You can understand some of these pushes being made and the item being so important that he's willing to die for it. But the big thing is that Tox has been hitting like a truck in this map so far, and Dramis has been able to take away that heavy, but how much damage was done in the meantime? You can equalize a little bit potentially as now the orb is back. And there is a little bit of health and armor left to pick up on the map. However, with Tox being in perfect position and having wonderful accuracy so far, it's a difficult position for Dramis to be in. Tox hasn't really had much troubles hitting those shots so far, with the exception of that rail, I suppose. But Dramis has been extremely dedicated to a lot of these fights at the moment. I'm kind of glad to see Dramis isn't overstaying his welcome as much as we saw about maybe even a minute ago, because the punishment potential from Tox right now is immaculate. Now here comes even more tri-bulk damage. Teleports over to the orb, but does so with Tox reading it like a book. And the punish is not only a frag on the board, but the item as well. Not only the item now, but we're able to get a little bit more of the stack, as now this heavy's the next goal, and Tox is in position for it once again. The orb is ready. Does Dramis spend it? He does do it indeed, but with only a rail in hand, again, you're not even hitting those shots. You're not able to get the damage to keep yourself alive and to keep yourself on the map. The item takeaway was good. You know, stealing that was wonderful, but does it lead to anything, or is it simply going to waste time?
This is actually really good so far. Tox is playing at a very high pace, but at the same time, having a very methodical approach to throw off Dramis a little bit here, as he does all past that Mega come up in 15 seconds, but of course the heavy 100% going to be in the hands of Tox, and he's going to be looking to push on forward. Gets at 51. That's going to be his cue to push, because he only got 5 seconds to try and get this Mega, and early does so quite easily. And yeah, it was quite early for Dramis, sadly. 4-1 now with the Pika just about to pop.
Tox has done a wonderful job. Oh, wonderful job. Made even better by shots like that, and that's a free rail. That's the oldest Strog trick in the book, is being able to use your Pika, bait out a rail. Your opponent's now stuck during cooldown and they can't return the damage. Tox was able to just get a completely free kill right there. And it's looking absolutely wonderful for Tox so far. And I'm a bit worried for Dramis. Dramis has gone into quite a lot of these fights, you'll notice, with it looks like just a rail in hand. You know, does not want to sacrifice an item, wants to stick around for it, wants to get as much damage as possible. That rail was absolutely wonderful, but hang on, they're not safe. Neither of them are safe. The heavy wasn't picked up, and missing that shot could be the turnaround that brings Dramis back into this fight. Knocked off the point right as the heavy spawned. It was still anyone's game, anyone's item to collect. However, with that rail shot, the stress attached to that, whoever missed was guaranteed to go down, and now looking for a bit more rocket damage as Dramis pushes forward. But my lord, he's got to be careful. You push too hard now, Tox, way more stack against you. Enough weapons to punish. And now 5-2. Tox still in the lead, and Dramis hasn't been able to mount as much off that fight as perhaps he could have done. Nice rail.
Oh, Tox backing off once again. Dramis still quite eager to find an opening, but Tox needs to continue to play how he's playing at the moment. Don't get too overly aggressive with the trades on spawn if he does get cleaned up. We've seen him do that quite a lot in terms of one of his bad traits in the past, and I'm hoping he doesn't resort to doing that again. 3 minutes left. He's on the low ground at the moment, isn't able to pick up the heavy, trying to do a bit of damage, but a bit too much. Ooh. And look at Dramis' stack still. He could catch him if he would like, but luckily Tox chose the right route, go over the rail jump pad instead, and needs to be very cautious about his next decision on how he wants to go about it. Of course, he wants to try and get a little bit of rail damage and some chip if he can, go straight over the Pika. And now it's only a 1 frag deficit as Tox now still looking to find his footing here, as Dramis isn't making it easy for him. Pick up the heavy once again. Mega's up in 10, can't really contest it unless he does a fair amount of damage, just waiting, daring for Dramis to go straight through this TP, but will he though?
Well, the item's just about to spawn. Is it a risk worth taking? I think there's a reason Dramis has been waiting for the orb to be ready, because now it is. There's a chance to do something here. The turnaround, and unfortunately was not able to get even a trade. I think a trade would have been best case scenario for Dramis in that situation, and sadly, because of that, what could have been a wonderful comeback is now a lot harder to obtain, right? Less than 2 minutes to go. Tox, 2 frags in the lead, is being nice and aggressive here. Your opponent's just spawned near the rail and it's all they've got, yet Dramis, this time dedicating to a fight where the rails hit their mark. There's a high demand that everything goes perfect in a fight like that. Speaking of which, that defensive rocket, that one almost sealed the deal. And now Dramis knocked off course. Tox not giving up just yet, understanding I can still push here and I can still get really good damage, force you away from this item, and actually with this heavy in hand, this is going to be quite the comeback that Dramis is going to have to make in map 1. Tox has all the stack, all the weapons, all the ammo. The Strog, the Pika is ready. Dramis 8 seconds away from an orb. Oh, misses the rail. That is bad news.
It really is. And Tox's game plan earlier was really good. On the respawn, picked up the rockets, knew the Mega was going to melt, went straight for the Mega, and he knew he'd have the high ground earlier, and Dramis just dived straight on in, considering the stack. Tox had so much output in terms of damage, and he's going to be chasing once again. He has got a cool go for these rockets, and it's going to be a very, very important trade here for Tox, and he hasn't got the orb here for the next 30 seconds.
Oh,
Tox
Tox got the better spawn
with the LG as well, trying to clean up with the MG straight afterwards, but the problem is he's directly above him as Tox is... Oh, dearie me, because he's only got a little bit of LG left, hasn't got any rail, now he does. So he's only got 25 seconds left. So what is the move which Dramis is going to make? That's going to be the next question, with 7 seconds left until this next heavy comes up on a respawn. Tox does have the Pika to feed himself some information. Dramis is going to dive straight on in with his back turned at the time. So much damage coming up from Tox, but the rail coming up from Dramis, and looks like we could be having a sudden death here. Misses that initial rail, but uses the orb straight after. It looks like we won't even make it that far. Hits another rail. One more should do it here to secure this first map win, but the nails just almost equally as good. He hits him in the end. Great stuff from Dramis, and what a comeback as well in that first map. Woo! Blimey.
That was a tense map all the way up until that final second. And you see that little pop off there from Dramis. Of course, you know, the emotions run high, and I think that is reflected into just how important this series can be for Dramis in the first place. I was worried. I was really worried for him. The opening 5 minutes of that was all Tox. Tox was in control of the map. Tox was punishing these overzealous, almost greedy pushes from Dramis and was hitting some wonderful shots at the same time. But Dramis, the dedication continued, and I think that shows confidence in one's game plan, because the first half of that map, Dramis was making very similar pushes, but they just were not working. The accuracy wasn't there, going in with almost a rail only at times and wasn't hitting the shots, and we're just sitting there thinking, look, if you hit those shots, it would have made more sense, but that just shows how demanding that kind of play style can be. Dramis stuck to his guns and, was able to get a few more opportunistic pushes, using the orb, using the rail, and in a lot of cases using those rockets too. Sticking to it and have it eventually work out. We don't see that all the time. And the push with the sudden death, even that was a scary push, because your opponent is playing defensive nails all over. All it would have taken at that point is even a couple of them to glance Dramis, and that would have been Tox's map. So having the confidence to make that push, dedicate, understand if I hit this shot, I win the map, not get overwhelmed by the pressure, dodge those nails, hit the rail to finish the job. Well done, Dramis. It's now 1-0 to you. But a hard-fought map it was, Lethal, because Tox was still looking pretty damn good all the way through Vale there.
Yeah, it just seems to be continuing his proactive style, which Tox is known for, but also at the same time being methodical about it at the same time. Wasn't really getting too overly aggressive, as I mentioned at the very beginning, which I was a little bit worried about, especially on the respawn, but he seemed to be making the right decisions and taking the right routes as well, depending on how Dramis was going to perform. But this next map, Ryan, it's going to be a very interesting one. Slash versus the Anarchy. It's not something we normally see. We've seen Slash and Anarchy come up quite rarely in the past again on the Woken, but to have them both here, this is going to be a very spicy Woken. I'm not going to lie, mate. I'm looking forward to this one.
I mean, there's no stack to be found.
No.
there is nothing. These are two champions that are going to be high speed-wise, and they're not going to have much to fight with outside of that. And I think, I'm not going to set myself up too much for a hyper-aggressive, high-octane, really, really fast matchup, because we've made those predictions before, and the players have just been incredibly careful.
Yeah.
So, it could totally go in the opposite direction if we're wrong, but with these two players behind the wheel, I'm not too sure. Dramis has often been the kind of player that will force the issue upon you when it comes to aggressive maps, and we even saw an element of that on Vale. Like, it wasn't pointless aggression, it wasn't greed. Maybe a couple of them were, but it's sticking to an aggressive game plan, understanding if I can get it to work, and this fight, which I was always confident in, otherwise I wouldn't have made the push in the first place, what you can mount from the momentum of that. That's what I often see with Dramis, is that he can play various styles, but when he dedicates to something, it's kind of hard to pull him away from it. So we'll kind of see how that unfolds on this next map, where fights can be over in the blink of an eye thanks to the two champions, right?
It certainly could. I think it's going to be more in Tox's eyes how he's going to perform with the Slash. This is not something you normally witness and see. We've seen it on some of the smaller maps as well, like on Corrupted Keep and Deep Embrace. Very rare we see it on Awoken nowadays, as we normally get the standard, box standard pick, so to speak. But Dramis is going to have experience with this matchup because of the fact that he's played Slash a few times on Awoken in the past as well. And sometimes it's worked for him, sometimes it's been the opposite end of the spectrum here, as we are going to start off with Tox straight away. We're going to see exactly what he's going to be up to now, picking up the heavies, just backing off just a little bit here. Just biding his time for now, realises that he's still lurking around that rocket jump pad. And just continuing to pick up all the weapons in his arsenal. And this is looking very good here for Tox. He's in a position, he's got the weapons he needs. It's just a matter of how Dramis is going to try and approach him very aggressively. So they've got 69 HP. Oh my God, literally picked up the Mega just in the nick of time. But the problem is now for Tox, it's Dramis with that stack advantage. And he's shown some good damage dealt so far this early on.
Understandably, lots of care being put forward by Tox. At this health, even a single rail is going to set you up for disaster, especially if it's a rail that you can't return. I know that Tox has all the weapons to work with here, but we have to look at the next objective. It's more than likely going to be the Mega. Actually, drop down. Interesting stuff. I think Dramis just frankly decided that the other item was far more important. In the Battle of Lights, armor often can be, especially if you're someone like Anarchy. The ability to bring yourself back up to speed from a stack point. But there still hasn't been a first blood yet, and I think that's why information is going to be key here. One thing to keep in mind is that Dramis natively is going to just make a lot more noise. Anarchy, yes, incredibly fast and has explosive tendencies, but that hoverboard ain't quiet.
No, it's not.
That's the way it goes. This champion makes a lot more noise on the map.
He has that element of RNG, of course, doesn't he, Anarchy? So it can be a little bit dicey in some of these future engagements. 2 minutes in, still playing quite patiently here, but they're just trying to get around each other back and forth. But Tox, this is his window, but he realises that, yeah, he can't just jump straight in because then it's going to be equal in terms of stack. It just barely misses, but Heavy's going to be up in the next second. Is he going to go for it? Yeah, of course he is. We know what Tox is like. He's definitely not one to be afraid in terms of pursuing some of these items. Doesn't hit that rail, sadly, but at least it gives himself a little bit of leeway after picking up that Heavy. As the Mega has been picked up as well, the next Heavy will actually be up in 15 seconds. It's kind of not done any favours here. Baiting the TP, but gets railed, and this could be Jumps' chance to get that first initial frag on the board. But look at the LG coming out there from Tox. Great stuff from him in terms of gun skill and just making sure that he keeps his distance, as Jumps was so close to get that first rail, but Mega is up.
And this is why, even backed against a wall, actually no, Tox. Oh, Tox pushing forward first, picking up some of those lights. And in doing so, actually doesn't manage to pick up the major item. And that really was the catalyst, I think, to losing out on that fight. Some more damage fresh off spawn, but if you're a light champion, that is the worst thing that can possibly happen. The Tri-Bolt certainly didn't tickle either. And now with Dramis looking to get full control. Huh? Tox just standing still right there. I'm not sure what that was about. Could that have been... maybe couldn't have heard it. I don't know what was happening there, but either way, that's 3-0. It is what it is.
Yeah, it might have been something with the audio cue, or you may have assumed that Jamis was faking the rocket jump, but yeah, it happens to the best of us, as he just uses the inject. Approaching the 4-minute mark, as Jamis is absolutely stacked at this point, and Tox is going to have to get a fair amount of chip damage done in order to make a good go of this. Mega is still up, but he's actually going to delay the timing of it as well, which is going to throw Tox off just a little bit, but he may be able to have seen that, as he just manages to get away. As Jamis has had a pretty good performance with his Tri-Bolt so far, and the timing's as it's been used. But still, though, Heavy's up in the next second. Dramis with great item control. Speaking of item control, it's 6 for Tox and 11 for Dramis. And, as I was going to say, he's done a lot of damage here with the rockets and now coming out with the LG to try and make something happen. But Tox, he's fired 10 shots with the rail and hasn't hit one, currently on 0%. But I'm sure that's going to change as I said that, which is absolutely typical. Hits his first one.
Dramis has saved himself from being railable, but that's not by much. Now as Toxic starts to fly around the corner, the speed is going to increase in these kind of fights. The pressure's going to amplify, and for good reason. Halfway through now, it is Dramis in the lead. It hasn't been a high-scoring match, but it has still been incredibly fast with its pace. Now Tox, it is a dangerous dance to play in a matchup like this, where you need to get as much damage as possible, but it's hard to get a clean frag when you don't have much stack to play around with. I think there's a reason here that Dramis has been very, very much, and actually Tox, way early on that Heavy. And again, Dramis was definitely moving around close enough that surely Tox should have been able to hear him. I'm not entirely sure what's happening with Tox there, but unfortunately, it means that Tox drops down on the Heavy position. Dramis has spent the vast majority of the next part of this map prioritizing armor. And Tox just gives up a frag for free almost. Now, the armor is going to spawn again in 5 seconds' time. The defensive Tri-Bolt forces Tox to retreat, however, as Dramis continues this dominance across the map. And like we said, it hasn't been a high-scoring match, but it has still been a match that Dramis has been relatively comfortable in, with the exception of the very beginning. Even that rocket, looking for the two-piece, that two-piece If that didn't frag Toxic, it would have brought him basically 1 HP and would have made it a done deal regardless. And are these tri-bolts going to miss? Mate, are these tri-bolts going to miss?
No. That's going to be your answer there, I think. Still find a couple of rockets on the spawn to try and catch him, but yeah, Tox hasn't had a way in at all so far. As backing up once again, he's going to be caught off guard as he's going to jump towards top mid. Good stuff from Dramus, now 6-0. Finally run out of tri-bolt, hits the first rail, going to try and go for the second, but he could go through the TP, and he does. 3 minutes left, 7-0.
Not the traditional sense of through the teleporter. In fact, just using it as a wall to shoot through. It's now going to be, at this stage, feels like too much of a hill to climb for Tox. Again, flying up behind him. And that's going to be another frag secured there by Dramus. Tox, that's looks like the 3rd time now the surprise has been made. Ouch.
Again. Another rail just dens, go for that choke point. Of course, he's going to be recovering there, but not before. Catches him off guard with the drop down. Hits another rail, and it's just continuing on as we go forward. Again, only 7% accuracy for Tox. 53 coming out from Dramus. As soon as he gets that slash as well, but the rockets are just as good, if not better here. And looking for a couple more pop shots if you can. It's pretty much a sealed deal here with that direct straight afterwards. My goodness here, Ryan. Yeah, it's just getting worse and worse as he's now, again, Tox just diving in, trying to get any kind of trade or trying to get anything done. But the 64 for the rocket, that's going to be another Q for Dramus just to add another to the tally.
It's just going to keep on piling on at this point. The match is definitely done, so Tox has kind of entered that point of no return, which many players do, where it's kind of running around on the map, trying to get maybe a few bonus frags at the end, maybe take an item. At this point, whatever happens in this map doesn't matter. It is done, and Dramus is going to secure that victory. Everything here is potential highlight reel moments or whatever else. But it's a great performance from Dramus so far. Tox, it felt like there just wasn't an avenue to bring yourself back into it because the accuracy and the damage that Dramus was outputting was just far too great. And a lot of this map, Dramus was prioritizing that heavy section. Now, if I'm going to take one of these 2 major items instead of you, I'd much rather it be heavy because let's look at it. I mean, we have a champion that can bring yourself health whenever you want. The armor helps that anyway because not only does that benefit you greatly, but it takes it away from the other opponent who desperately needs it. Everything else here is just bonus points. Dramus is going to secure a 2-0 at least. And sadly for Tox, it just didn't exist on this map in any capacity.
Yes, we're going to see an LG battle, but of course with the stack advantage, Dramus is going to come out on top and may hit the 20 barrier here, gets that first rail whilst picking up that Mega. It's going to circle around as he threw off the audio cue a little bit, but it's just to pick up the Mega and double back. 20-0. These are Woken matches today. I know it's only the 2nd series, but yeah, these are Woken matches. Have just been brutal here, Ryan. Is now making it 21-0. And there's only got 10 seconds left remaining. Looking for a 22nd if he can. Might as well treat himself at this point if he's able to get there in time. But of course, not going to happen though, as it's going to be just a few seconds left. Will he get the 22nd? Yes, he does. And what a dominating performance coming out there from Dramus. My word.
It was a great showing and vastly, vastly different to what we saw in the first map. And we have a chance to see maybe a change of pace and a bit of a refresher for Molten Falls, because let's not forget that's now going to be our final map between these two and 2 champions that are a little bit slower pace anyway. I think the exception being the Strog, if I'm not mistaken, was selected there by Tox, so we are going to be able to see a little bit of the crouch sliding action in play. But Tox just struggled to have an avenue in at all. You kind of, from the very beginning of things, yes, it was much slower at the very beginning. And then when things started to spiral out of control, they spiraled out in record pace. And this is something I want to point out. And we saw it on frag number 3, but it certainly wasn't the last time we saw it. There were a few instances where Dramus, simply put, just appeared basically behind Tox, and it didn't seem like he was being necessarily quiet about it, yet Tox still didn't react until the fight was forced. I'm not really sure what was happening there. Like, by no means do I want to, I'm not speaking on behalf of Tox. I don't know what Tox's setup is, but were there a couple of instances where he just couldn't hear him or something? I don't know. Definitely a possibility, because there were a couple of frags where Dramus just pops up behind you making no noise, and the fight is done before it even begins. And I'm not used to seeing that happen to Tox, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's more due to the fact that with Dramus, even though when there was times where he had a huge stack advantage, normally in terms of, I wouldn't say common sense, but in terms of regularity or normality, so to speak, normally expect that opponent to be a bit more aggressive around the map, or maybe try and at least seclude them to a certain area to then pinpoint what they want to do next in terms of a plan of action. But Dramus was actually just being very quiet, very silent, but also very patient. But at the same time, staying near some of these items, like you saw it around Rail as well. We had a huge stack. He knew Heavy was going to come up at some stage, or if not, we'll approach him at some point, and just thought, well, do you know what? I'm going to try and get the first shot. I'm going to completely throw him off guard entirely. And he did that a couple of times. And then afterwards, the reason why you see the scoreline as you did is because Tox was just continuing to pursue, pressure on, sadly make some debatable decisions, but then obviously it was way too late for him to make a comeback. But this is the map I feel, or I did say earlier on, but if he did take a map, then Tox could probably take it on this one with the Nyx. But we'll have to see how Dramus does with that piercing sight. So no slidey champions or anything like that this time for Tox. It's pretty normal box standard for him this time round. We'll have to see if he can make a bit of a difference. As sadly for him, his rail accuracy did not, you know, benefit him in any way, shape or form. Of course, only hitting that one shot. I think he only had like 4.5% in the end, which is, again, not something we're normally used to. It's he's pretty incredible with his gun skill, but the rail this time round was just a little bit short-lived, I think, with that one shot. But hopefully we'll see a lot more come out from Tox this time around. He's got a bit more space to work with, and of course with the Nyx, he has all the time in the rail to try and back away. So will we see a low-scoring game? We'll have to see.
There's going to have to be a lot of care taken, I think. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing Dramus have a rather dominant showing.
Yeah.
I look at that matchup, and you have a champion that specializes at going invisible versus a champion that specializes at seeing everything, regardless of invisibility or not. So there's absolutely a possibility that Dramus can run away with this one. But it really comes down to how things can begin. A rail-heavy map, one with a lot of space between and a lot of information required for someone to gather, right? But at the same time, Dramus, okay, the rail duel begins. Tox scoring that first hit. In fact, securing a second, forcing Dramus to retreat. And this fight ends before it can even begin, in a way. 30 seconds gone down already with Tox now. Kind of in the driver's seat almost. And I actually love that decision. I feel like Dramus might have expected Tox to perhaps take the Mega first, and Tox opted to double back and think, right, I think you're going to take this heavy, honestly, so I'm going to put myself there. Now, the damage starts to get returned. This time, though, a rail each, looking for a second one. Dramus, once more, cannot return that damage. And from this point, going to be kind of scary for Dramus. A lot of those light items were picked up recently, so Dramus has to waste a lot of time being careful, waiting for them to respawn. Now, on that note, looks like we're going to trade one major item for another, and I'm loving this approach from Tox right now. Sorry.
You're right there.
Yeah, it just started, the double jump was already used and started to fly towards the end of the map. I don't know, I just got really nervous.
I know what you mean.
Tox.
Yeah,
You've had such a good start.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, he had a little bit of spacing, but yeah, I was also like debating to squeal a little bit. But
mate, expect the unexpected. They caught me off guard, and I'm just glad he didn't fall off.
Yeah, same as he does get the direct as he's picking up that heavy though. So Tox is very, very weak, and Dramus does take him down just like that.
You were saying, Harry?
Yeah.
You mocked me, and then the same thing happened to you. How the mighty have fallen.
Shush. Anyways, first frag going for Dramus so far, and Tox had it all really. He had the heavy, had all the hourglasses and the proximity, and Dramus looking to get, oh my god, the tri-bolt damage and the rail combo straight afterward. My god. Yeah,
that was a nice little two-piece, maybe even three. We saw various weapons out there. A tri-bolt fighting back. Oh, Dramus. Oh, that one as well. These ones feel a little bit too close for comfort, if you ask me now. The race towards the Mega begins. Dramus collects it, but at what cost? You will ask, oh, the Ghost Walk, able to keep Tox away from what would have been maybe game-changing damage. Dramis still at death's door, and the counter use of that piercing sight, giving Dramis a fighting chance. Returns the damage, doesn't secure a frag, but forces the aggressor to retreat, and in doing so actually secures himself a heavy in the process. Now the lead still belongs to Dramis. That lead definitely lies in the balance, however, as there's plenty of this map left to go. Oh, that piercing sight rail around the corner. Oh. I know we could see him, but that was still such a nice little shot. Lots of stuff potentially to get in the way of that one. As now Dramis 3-0. Tox, you got to make some magic happen soon, mate. There's not a lot of time left in this series.
Certainly is not. 61 from that last rocket. Good rail coming out from Tox, but again, it's not going to be enough. He needs to do a lot more than that. But a little bit of rocket damage there. 3.5 minutes in. Tox rotating back around. Not being predictable, though. He's not going to go for those hourglasses. Of course, no need anyway with that Ghost Walk already. And waiting to use, but does clip him with that rail. Good stuff from Tox, looking to go for it again as he goes for that jump. It's actually going for that aggressive Ghost Walk. So hopefully get another rotation, but the rails are looking much better compared to what we saw in that Awoken game earlier. And you can see Dramis is using that piercing sight just to make sure it doesn't give him the angle due to being available there.
I like that choice, actually. So the piercing sight confirms that Tox took that top TP. Confirms that he's going to push down towards heavy because, you know, why else would you go up there with it about to spawn? Dramis used that as an opportunity to disengage and just pick up a little bit of the regular health in the meantime. You know, if you can keep your stack as high as you can possibly get it and hit an unreturned rail in a situation like this, oh, that one absolutely would have taken you out should it have connected. I think Dramis happy to chip away at the stack. Let's not forget, a heavy does not really mean as much to a light champion as most of the others. All it can take sometimes is one rail and that champion's in trouble. Even with the stack that Tox is currently working with, almost as high as it can possibly get. Now, defensive rocket hit the mark. The piercing sight set up for a lot more information towards that rocket. Dramis trying to find his way around that corner, but I think there was a rail with his name on it. Should Tox have been in a better position. Oh, hello! A speed bump that was.
My goodness, and Dramis is still very weak though, and you can see Tox is gagging for a trade there. Not going to happen though, just a tiny bit too late, but it did get there as fast as he could in order to get that 51 from that last try. But looking for another rail. Tox does manage to get away, picks up the lights, but of course, not even worried about where Dramis could be as trying to contest for that mega, but Dramis knows his exact whereabouts on that top shoddy jump pad. Oh, the 55 damage coming up, but equally though, a very good rocket coming out from Tox. Still 4.5 minutes left. I do feel like Tox does have a way in with the amount of time he has left for making these aggressive Ghost Walk plays. Comes up with the LG, almost get, literally one tick of damage. A lick from that LG could have helped secure him that first frag. What a shame.
One of the first aggressive Ghost Walks we've seen all day long. You know, the risk attached to them is great, but if you can pull that surprise attack, you said it yourself, one extra hit of that from Tox would have secured a frag, and who knows where it would have gone from there, because let's look at this. Dramis was forced to disengage, and in doing so has given up the entire map. If that was a frag and Tox was able to control the map, we might already have had a couple of frags on the board. Now we're going around the corner, trading a rail for a rail. Oh, that is a scary peak. I cannot believe Dramis peaked that, because even if they traded, he was dead and Tox wasn't. That's just the way it is. And with this being so close to the heavy spawn, Dramis cannot play any games and actually looks like he's going to give it up. But actually, hang on a minute. The item has now spawned. Tox chose to push forward a little bit first. Was he aware perhaps there that Dramis had completely moved out of position for it, and in doing so tried to push out and maybe get some extra damage for himself? That tri-bolt, that's not going to be anything to write home about, as Tox now makes chase. Doesn't want to push too fast though, because with an item in play, even though that rail hit its mark, Tox can still back up and take that mega to neutralize it. However, 3 minutes on the clock here, Lethal. Still has to get 4 frags. There's a reason Dramis has been giving up a lot of these items, slowing down the pace. Another aggressive Ghost Walk. Oh, the rail, it doesn't hit its mark. That would have been a game changer.
So many great rails, and just that one crucial rail just to secure some of these frags. It could have been at least 2 or 3 by now. And Dramus has just retaliated with one of his own as we nearly at the 2.5 minute mark. He could make this a 5th and final frag. Well, I say final, but of course, still got a couple more left in play. Kind of feel like it's almost been the 10-minute mark already, considering how back and forth this has been in terms of the rail return damage. But Dramus does hit the first, as Tox does get away. Ghost Walk in 10. But it's going to be a bit too late here. Does still heavy though, so I would say we're giving a bit of leeway, but there's only 2 minutes and 10 left to go, which is going to be unfortunate here, as time will be against Tox. And Dramus is looking very good in terms of his defensive stance on this matchup. He's backing away once again, hasn't got any more tri-bolt left, so can't really feed himself info or dig a little bit deeper with that damage, and Tox is slapping him again with that other rail, but just can't seem to secure some of these frags. It does hit another, as it does drop.
Yeah, hitting that rail during the drop down kind of gave Dramus the avenue to survive. I feel like Tox would have been able to drop down there and hit a wall jump and maybe make a chase and maybe even get a frag, but it's the defensive play from Dramus that has been so on point. And actually, hang on a minute. Dramus had no right winning that fight, but hit every single shot required, and that's a demoralizing way to lose out on a frag in a match that's basically already done. I was going to be talking about these defensive plays from Dramus have been immaculate. He's been able to survive just long enough to pick up a little bit more health, a little bit more armor to tank the next rail, to get out of danger again. And I mean, come on, even that, 1 health left. Surely, yeah, I suppose if you survive that one, Nathan, you're just on another level.
Yeah, he's valued his life pretty damn well, so to speak, considering what we've witnessed so far. Sadly, Tox had a couple of chances to hit a very important rail to get himself back in this matchup. Of course, Dramus is going to take that frag for days. Now 7-1, finds him underneath. Got 1, he's looking for 2. Trying to get another rail if he can. 1 more will do it, but just managed to get away, and he's going to seal it anyway. 25 seconds left, and this is a well-deserved victory, but a 3-0 which Dramus desperately needed to help himself stay put in that top 8 space.
Yeah, Dramus has just dialed into another level today, and it's really, really impressive stuff. You know, congratulations for Dramus for securing this 3-0, and we will see how impactful that 3-0 will be, because as we do enter, excuse me, the final push, if you will, of these final weeks, a result like that for someone like Dramus is a big deal, because things are not set in stone just yet. For some players they are, but for some it still lies in the balance, where a result like a 3-0 can make all the difference. So GG's there. Shame to see Tox not quite able to hit that next gear himself, perhaps, being able to match Dramus, but with, above all else, right near the end, when Dramus was like in just free flow and just comfortable and confident, those rails were absolutely disgusting. Especially, I think, was it the second to last? Can't remember the exact one, but flying around the corner, a rail in hand, by all means should have died and somehow didn't. That's just all you need to know to see, I think, just the momentum that Dramus was working with there.
Certainly was. I would say Tox performed a lot better in terms of his gun skill, and seemed... It's nice that he added a lot more creativity to his gameplay as well. He's normally quite creative anyway, how he approached some of these items and approached some of these initial frags. That's why he's quite an open-ended player. But yeah, sadly for him, a couple of those moments didn't happen. Oh, supposedly it's 0-0. Okay.
Well, we know it. It's all right. We know it wasn't. Accidents happen, don't they?
That is true. But Dramus, though, yeah, taking that 3-0. But like I mentioned earlier, a well-deserved victory, but a victory he really, really required. It was something which will help him solidify that top 8. Just looking right now, we're probably looking at between Maxtor, Avik, Dramus, and potentially Nosfer as well. Maybe even Strong Sage, considering he's still got a few matches left in hand. But it's all about these 3-0s. But it all depends on who they're up against as well. They might have some tough dogs here. And there we go, 9-2, a lot better. And yeah, but it's, for Dramus, though, he's been looking to continue his path here. He's still got, I believe, 1 more match left remaining, but don't quote me on that yet.
Well, overall, a good performance for Dramus. And I think took a maybe the course of Vale to get reacquainted with your opponent, I suppose, because the sort of first half or so of Vale was very much the Tox show. Tox was looking really, really good in that map, and it was so close to actually being his beginnings of the whole series, but it kind of just felt like when the shots started to hit and the accuracy could back up those decisions that Dramis was making, kind of goes to show that Dramis' style, while exciting and certainly a good time to watch, is a highly demanding one. Because if your decisions are there but the execution can't back it, you are simply giving away a lot of these frags. But on the opposite end, those aggressive pushes backed up with high damage, very, very different stories we saw on the second and third map there. But that's our second series done. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, it's Strong Sage versus Nosfer. So 5 or 6 minutes, we'll be back with more Quake. Welcome back, everybody. You're currently watching our latest installment of the Quake Pro League, and our next matchup is Strong Sage versus Nosfer.
Yes, it's going to be an interesting one. I think, of course, with the servers as well, how it's going to go and how things will play out. And we know that with Strong Sage, again, another player who does bring out some of the quirky champions in the mix, which I always look forward to in the picks and bans later on, but putting on a really stellar performance as well. Nosfer currently 9th and Strong Sage on 10th. And both these players have only played 12 matches. Majority of them at the moment in this current state have played 13 or 14 already. So again, another 2 players who could also potentially squeeze in one of those top 8 spots. But what can we say about Strong Sage? Of course, he's been a formidable foe for a lot of his players here. He had to play against some of the top dogs very early on, took a lot of maps off them, didn't close out the series, but has shown some true promise and potential as we head another step closer towards those Quake World Championships. So we'll have to see what he can do here against Nosfer. It's going to be a big one for both his players, as you can see here from the results, as I mentioned earlier. Scraping a lot of maps by, the notable wins, of course, being against Razy and scraping those maps off against Avik, Kilson and Zen. So the fact that he did that very early, I think it's very fortunate for him to get these kind of opponents really early on as well, because you want to face them early due to the fact that some of the top players don't seem to get out the gates really strong, and was able to kind of take advantage of that. And now he's looking to continue that 3-0 sweep he's done against Sib, against Tox, but against Nosfer though, it's definitely not going to be as easy.
No, it definitely won't be, especially if Nosfer's able to really bring it today, which we know he is more than capable of. But I'm just thoroughly expecting a really, really good matchup. You know, when you look at Strong Sage, we've talked about this a lot in the past, but his ability to kind of approach the game in sometimes his own way, I think that's kind of the hallmark of a newcomer, really, that can happen. Whereas Nosfer has been around a lot more in competitive Quake champions. And I think there's a reason that these two are so split down the middle on their leaderboard placings, because they have very, very similar win-loss records. And I think, yeah, you know, we can start to weigh up the final leaderboards when everyone has played the same amount of matches, etc., etc., etc. However, I think this has a very high chance of being a 2-1. To the direction of who, not so sure, but that's why we have picks and bans, which might help aid those decisions and those predictions that, of course, everyone's going to be making in chat and everything else for good reason. But it's just very exciting players going head to head. That's the kind of matchup that I really love to see. Nosfer doing the correct thing and taking Clutch away instantly from Strong Sage, because if there's one thing Strong Sage has shown, it's that he will pick Clutch basically no matter what. So taking away the strongest champion for Strong Sage out the gate, it just makes sense. So it's now going into the next best thing. If Clutch isn't possible, Scale Bearer makes it in, and then vice versa. So Molten Falls with the Scale Bearer versus the Ranger. Veil afterwards, removing the BJ from Nosfer as the Anarchy and the Ison come out to play. And then Awoken, the Strog taken away with the Athena being picked versus the Doomslayer on the side of Nosfer.
Yeah, that Clutch being banned preemptively to avoid it on Veil and Awoken, the 2 maps, of course, Clutch can show a huge amount of promise on. And the Scale can be a bit of a pain, but Nosfer with the Ranger is a very good pick, not just to counter it, but if he's in a bit of a pickle with that Bull Rush, then, of course, yeah, he can obviously get away from that as well. Or use his passive to rocket jump up. It's entirely up to him. And then the Anarchy coming up on the Veil against the Ison, that's going to be an interesting one. We see the BJ ban as well coming up, because obviously we do have Corrupted Keep, we do have Awoken. BJ has been selected the odd occasion on Awoken, so I think he was just being a little bit cautious, because with CK still available, he was just being a bit careful how he wanted to try and pursue. And having the Athena is quite a big pick here for Strong Sage. And Doom's not too shabby either, in all fairness. Quite a standard meta pick, depending on who you are on Awoken, but that doesn't surprise me too much either. So the Anarchy is a bit of a spanner going into Veil, but I want to see how Strong Sage does with the Scale on Molten, because he can be a real force to be reckoned with. How he brute forces in a lot of situations, especially contesting these items, it's going to be extremely tough here for Nosfer.
I think that's one of the scariest things about Strong Sage is the confidence. The confidence to pile into a fight that I think many people wouldn't take. And then Strong Sage is able to somehow pull the win out of thin air almost.
Yeah.
But if there's something Nosfer is able to do, it is keep up with the pace of a highly aggressive opponent. I think that is definitely something that is characteristic of newer Quake Champions players of the high level, that the aggression tends to be the first thing that gets nailed in, and then the rest of those fundamentals is what can often make or break a player, and that is where the learning process often happens to a lot of competitors, where they can rush you down early, they've got good accuracy, they're able to make a mountain out of a molehill almost. And then it's everything else that can take you a while to bring yourself up to speed with. Whereas Nosfer, I think, has a lot more ingredients already set in there and ready to go. It's just, how do you fight that now? The chips are down, we've got 3 maps. You got to be ready for it, and I'm sure Nosfer is. From a sense of predictions, though, I don't know how to call this, because through experience, you would assume Nosfer, but Strong Sage has shown us historically that he is full of surprises.
Yeah, it's extremely tough. And I think from these picks, I wouldn't say I'd say not too surprising. I think it's because we've kind of got used to it, and it's kind of been quite normal for us to see some of these odd picks. But the scale, we'll have to see how he does in Molten Falls. The Anarchy's a very interesting one on Veil, and we got also remember that I think it's going to be not just server related, but also how these guys are going to perform overall. I assume it's going to be NA, SA, NA. So it could maybe sway in favour of Strong Sage going into this. In terms of an online perspective, he's been looking very, very good. And Nosfer realises that as well. He's definitely taken note. But the Veil looks going to be quite solid here for Nosfer. I would maybe say a 2-1 for Strong Sage, but it could be anyone's guess, honestly, with this matchup. But yeah, it's like you said before. At least the clutch was banned from the very get-go. The fact that the Veil and the Woken is going to be Maxtor and free, that is definitely a time and a place not to have the opportunity for your opponent to select that clutch. And it could be anything really in terms of that retrospect. But the reason why I say that is because it's the Athena on Awoken as well. I want to see how Strong Sage does with that map number 3. But of course, that's a little bit further away for now, as we're going to crack on with this series going into map number 1 shortly. And we're going to now witness what Strong Sage is going to do with Scale. But it seems like I think we'll witness that very shortly. But I think we are going back to lobby. But yeah, it's this first map is going to be a true indicator of what we could expect.
I tell you what I'm excited to see is how Strong Sage performs at the finals.
Yeah.
Because the opportunity to bring it at the biggest stage in the world for Quake, and being able to show the world kind of how the training has paid off almost. There are some players, some players will crumble under that pressure, but more often than not in Quake, which is something about Quake that I absolutely love in a competitive sense, is how many players are able to essentially step up with all the pressure that's put forward. And whether you're a new player, whether you're someone that's been around for ages, the LAN performances have often given us like the most legendary moments where players are just giving it the best they've ever played. And I think buckling under that pressure is just not something that really happens to Quake players. And, I don't know whether that's because, I know a lot of competitive Quake players have been around for a while, and I know the average age of a Quake pro is probably a little bit higher than most other esports.
True.
But maybe that has something to do with it. You look at someone like Strong Sage, who was competitive before Quake Champions. I don't know the extensive history of Strong Sage, but I know that Quake Champions is not the first game that Strong Sage has played at that level before. It's something that he's one of the players that I'm going to be keeping a really close eye on at the finals, I think, because I just want to see what he can do.
Yeah, he's got very little offline experience. I remember when last year when he qualified, he was so happy. He was all smiles. He had all these plans on how he's going to pursue the Pro League months and months in advance. And you are right, though. Quake is a very, very rare breed, or just in esports, it's very rare. We're so fortunate to be able to witness and have these players, and at such a high caliber as well, still competing for the top spot, but also at the same time you see other players in other, it could be in the FGC or other arena shooters as well. The fact that you do get some in the early phase, but they fall off quite massively. But in this game, they use that dueling experience to far and beyond, and we're just very lucky to be able to witness that, to see your favorite player like 20 years later still able to contribute so much. So, we couldn't be pretty much blessed at this point here, Ryan. Now we're going to finally head into the first map. Thank you for your patience at home, as we're going to see Strong Sage versus Nosfer. Strong Sage rocking the scale, and Nosfer with the Rangers. Now we're going to start from Strong Sage's perspective already, collecting some bits and pieces as the heavy as well, and see what he can do here at the start of this series.
I mean, look no further than the current armor count on the Scale Bearer, and that's something that makes a champion like this rather terrifying. I think the chances of them being hit by those rails at range and being able to chip away at that stack, it's mandatory, because you look at someone like Strong Sage. If you are within Bull Rush territory, that button's getting pressed. You know it for a fact, and Strong Sage's ability to capitalize and almost force it is something that has often made him quite a scary opponent. Now, information, part 1. We know that the opponent has dropped down and taken the heavy. We can now back up and equalize that as we take a mega. And now it goes back to the information game. Strong Sage, the idea is to spring a trap, to get that first bit of damage, to land the first rocket, or to land the first rail. It's no surprises that he's being as careful as he is right now, because the reality is you want to land that first hit, right? You want to score that first blood. Now, Nosfer, clearly aware. There's a reason we've barely heard anything from Nosfer's side for the last 60 seconds, because if I haven't heard my opponent, they're walking or they're standing still. And if they're doing that, they're doing it for one reason. So the amount of care that has to go into every step you make, I mean, it's stressful. It's so stressful, Lethal.
It really is. Both players are actually playing exactly the same, just trying to lay these traps down.
Mate, it's 2 minutes and nothing has happened. That is how much care both players have to put into this. And I think Nosfer will just have to show a ton of respect to this. Sooner or later, someone's going to have to do something. But I don't think either player want to be the one to take that first step, if you will.
Well, Strong Sage trying to be a sneaky beaver, but Nosfer well aware of the situation. It's heavy will be up in A's. Who's going to get it? Strong Sage has the height advantage. Throw a few rockets down if Nosfer does claim it, to kind of help contest that. Gets the first rail, so quite important for him, but he's going to back away again. Mega is up, and we will probably see this for the next 30 to 60 seconds, depending on who's going to make that initial mistake. And even at this point, it could be a very, very minor mistake, which is going to completely change things. Strong Sage going straight on in, and I like that, just going back for the TP straight away for extra insurance. He just wasn't planning, of course, going for the frag, just wanted to get a bit of chip to give himself a bit of a helping hand for this next heavy. But the problem is he's consumed that first rail from Nosfer. He does get a rail of his own, but back-to-back rails coming out from Nosfer here. Mega is back up. Should be able to get it in time, but you can see he's going to use that bull rush. He just didn't want to take any chances at all. But he has to be careful. There's such a big stack advantage between the two.
Strong Sage using the damage reduction of the bull rush to pick up that item was really smart. I was nervous for Strong Sage when he turned around and actually tried to take some sort of fight there. You have been able to survive that, but you've lost all your armor, and Nosfer is going to absolutely shred given the opportunity. But thankfully for Strong Sage, was able to disengage from that and bring yourself back up to more of a neutral state at this point, right? 3.5 minutes now down. Not much has happened, because all it takes, hang on a minute, that should be it. Nosfer scores that first blood, saves the orb for a rainy day. And this is the extra element to the match. You have to be so careful on both counts, because if you get caught close range against either of these two champions, they both have their own way to annihilate your stack, even if it's full.
Mega up in 2. Catches him with that first rail. Nosfer continue to pile on the pressure here. Successful picking it up, but can't really get out of his current position so far. Realises that he's going to pretend to go over that mega jump pad. Catch with the first rail. He's going to continue the aggression, of course. Does have that orb. And Heavy's up in just a few seconds. But Strong Sage is actually going to throw a very unorthodox play there with a shotty. Good amount of damage, but has backed away again. 4.5 minutes in. Good rail from Nosfer once more. So he's in position for that mega. Lovely stuff coming out from Nosfer, making it 2 as we approach this halfway point.
That was a hard call to make for Strong Sage. After taking that much damage before the Mega, do I back off and do I try and create some space? And is that even going to allow Nosfer to just make chase and finish me off anyway? Or do I stick around and maybe try and win this fight and take the item? Winning the fight on just a pure mathematical level there was so low because Nosfer was in position, Nosfer had the item, Strong Sage wasn't very healthy. And I think Nosfer has done a wonderful job of just keeping Strong Sage kind of at arm's reach, just always on the end of a string. Like, you want to make your presence known and you want to be at a range where the bull rush can do something or you can get this explosive damage. But I think Nosfer has just been keeping himself at a distance where it just hasn't been likely. Like, Strong Sage hasn't been able to even think about it. Now, maybe things might be a bit different here. The rocket doesn't connect with anything. Strong Sage, the heavy uncontested. We do trade an item for an item, but in this instance, should Strong Sage be the one that starts this fight, or at least can get some opening damage, could be a very, very different situation. Nosfer, not interested in it whatsoever, so chooses to back away, create that space once more. And again, listening out for where Strong Sage may be.
Oh, good rocket, but good rail as well. 3 seconds until Mega doesn't hit it. But he is going to be in prime position for it, though. Collects it mid-fight. Has to back away again, and Strong Sage trying to create these openings, but Nosfer now, he could dive in. He's got the orb as well. Only a 35. A 12 is going to add to the tally. Good shoddy as well. Heavy's going to have next few seconds, and this is going to be, again, another prime moment for Nosfer to potentially get that third frag, as Strong Sage is going to try and keep his distance. Mega's up in 2, as Nosfer's going to just dare him to drop on down. Managed to get him, took a lot of damage from that last rocket, though, and is back to the way once again.
And Nosfer has a much higher chance of slipping away from these positions than Strong Sage does. You're a bit smaller, you're a bit more nimble. The maneuverability, I think, thanks to the orb, if you want to use it for that, not that I think Nosfer will unless absolutely forced to do so, because the threat of the orb is one of the things that will stop Strong Sage from being as aggressive as he wants to be. Even now, like, you know, if Strong Sage were to catch Nosfer out, I feel like it's extremely likely he'll secure the frag. A rocket or a shotgun catches him on the retreat. Oh! Before the orb can be teleported to, though, Strong Sage lands that all-important rail to maybe tip the balance of this match, because here comes an aggressive push, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, Nosfer fighting for 7 minutes to keep a 2-0 lead. Strong Sage pulls it back in about 30 seconds. And that is the effect that this playstyle and this champion combination can really bring forward for Strong Sage. And now it's all starting to work out. And actually, Nosfer, able to escape what would have been a guaranteed rail, drops down and almost secures a frag for himself. Only 2 HP there to keep Strong Sage alive and kicking.
Cool, blimey. But Heavy is up in 5. Oh, good rocket as well. Strong Sage could make another rotation, which he has done. In his hourglasses for that bull rush to keep himself alive. 2 seconds until Mega. So at least he's going to be okay for now. He's not in a position in terms of scoreline to play overly aggressive and do something he doesn't want to do or feel uncomfortable to do, mind you. Heavy's up in 10. Orb and Bull Rush both available. Strong Sage is going to rotate back around. Mega's up in the next 10 seconds. Of course, he's going to have to give the Heavy up, but he's not really too sure about going for the Mega as of yet. He wants to see where Nosfer's going to go first. Decides to prioritize the high ground instead and focus on chip rather than these items. And speaking of items so far, 13 items for Strong Sage, 21 for Nosfer, 30% accuracy for Strong Sage, and 60 coming out from Nosfer.
1 minute warning.
This is going to be a tense 60 seconds at least with how things are currently going. We've seen the dynamic and we've seen both strategies, right? Nosfer, keep the distance by all means. Do whatever it takes to keep Strong Sage from being at the range he wants to be most effective, because we've seen how quickly it can turn on its head when Strong Sage has a good stack, a good opportunity, a ball rush and a rocket ready to go. However, now, 30 seconds. I have no doubt this will go into sudden death if we continue like this. So we may as well be in sudden death right now, to be honest, folks. But now, Nosfer, in theory, a higher stack to work with and in a better position, because now with the Heavy in hand, we can start to work with this. Nosfer. I'm loving this approach because Strong Sage has got to be so careful. You can see it. Tries to fake out the jump pad, perhaps. More information gathered thanks to the TP.
Sudden death.
Looking for the chip, isn't he? But also making sure to keep these timings. But that rail from Nosfer is not going to help him at all. But it does have the bull rush to get away, so it doesn't consume too much damage later on. Great chip, but the problem is Nosfer also had the exact rail. Hits another as it could go into the market. It's going to go straight for him. Will it be able to, though? No, he does not. Respect the risk there. My goodness, as Nosfer does manage to take that. Now it's on NA, remember?
That was all or nothing. That
it literally
was,
wasn't it?
I think that was Strong Sage assessing the situation, realizing that I've just taken these 2 rails. It's unlikely I can escape here. Because, I mean, where were you going to retreat to from that point? You could go forward and left, where the rail shot was almost completely guaranteed. Or on the opposite end, you could turn around and then maybe try and escape near where rail is. But both of those would have been such an easy chase and shot that I think the choice to just pull the trigger on the bull rush and really bet it all on hitting that final shot, where I'm not particularly sure he got exactly what he needed, right? Because, look, we all saw how that map ended. Nosfer was able to fight down to the final moment. And here we go again, right? Here are these 2 rails. At that point, where does Strong Sage retreat to? You know, there's nowhere to go. And, oh, God, that was too close for comfort. That was far too close for comfort.
Goodness me, it surely was. 64% rail coming out there from Nosfer. And look at the damage as well. 1,555 damage with that thing. Just really dictating the pace for the majority of this matchup, considering how he was at the very beginning. But Strong Sage looking for that opening. That one opening he had, took full advantage of. And with Nosfer not having the orb on the spawn, then of course it was going to be 2 apiece. But good stuff from Nosfer to really hold his ground and be able to secure that 3rd and final frag. That was absolutely ridiculous. And that was just the first map as well. We've still got a couple more left to go, folks. We've got Veil and Awoken, an interesting champion choice as well. The Anarchy versus the Eisen, and then Awoken. A little bit more in terms of normality here with the Athena versus the Doom. So honestly, it's anyone's guess at this point. But for Strong Sage to win this series, you know, going on to SA, then back to NA straight afterwards, it's going to be a tough nut to crack here, Ryan. Not going to lie.
But what I really loved about that first map, though, Harry, was the level of respect, but also understanding of your opponent. Like, it was super clear that Nosfer was trying everything possible to keep Strong Sage at as much distance as possible, right? Until when the fight is forced, you at least had some extra elements to fight back in your pocket. The orb's certainly going to help that a lot, but it was mostly just positioning. The positioning alone kept Nosfer in that match. And even for that split second, you get caught off guard, you get caught off spawn, you blink and it's equalized into a 2-2, that he was able to basically de-escalate the situation, right? And just start things again and go back to that ranged game without it just spiraling out of control. It takes a lot of discipline to do something like that. And that's where Nosfer is very much going to have the edge, because you're so familiar with your opponents now, even the newcomers. You know, we're late on in the season. We're starting to get familiar with all kinds of playstyles here. But now with Veil, maybe not as many opportunities. Strong Sage isn't going to have the same stack to work with, but I feel like the aggressive mind, I mean, you can't take that away from the player. That's just there forever.
A very close first map. Let's see if it continues. A very aggressive start. Not something we've been used to compared to that last Molten Falls game. Does have the inject still. Good first rail, but will he be able to get the back-to-back? Okay, Nosfer will just do that instead. So he's pretty much done the work for him. As Mega is going to be up, but so is the Heavy. He's just looking to see if he's going to bounce for the TP, get a cheeky rail before picking up the Light in Mega, but doesn't seem to be the case. But great initial rail coming out there from Strong Sage to give himself a little bit of leeway to potentially keep in map control.
High ground belongs to Strong Sage. Anyone that's seen Veil of Nath knows how important that is. But what's more important often is these items, of which now nearly a split down the middle. Nosfer cannot return it with the damage of the rocket. Actually, Strong Sage making a bit more of a long game plan, knowing that the Mega is contest it. There's no way that Nosfer was going to challenge that. So Strong Sage, quite rightly, peeked forward and got that rail before the heavy got collected. And that's the kind of small little move that, it just gets better and better the more a player gets familiar with it. Strong Sage easily could have just taken that item, but it's the understanding of, I can get more from this. The item is one thing, but there's more that can be done. Now, the rockets continue once more. Looks for the vertical rail, doesn't quite hit its mark. The second one misses as well. A good stroke of fortune there for Nosfer. Sadly, unable to get out fast enough to prevent the third from finishing the job now. 2 or 3 to 0, I should say. 2 to -1, but same difference. Oh,
Yeah. Definitely is, but this bloke is just non-stop, just being so proactive around the map, and Strong Sage is buying his time, waiting to go for the TP. Missed the first rocket, is expecting us to strafe towards that right-hand side. Does get away, Heavy's up in 5. How long is Strong Sage going to stay around? Okay, perfectly understandable. He was, of course, in terms of stack, absolutely no right to try and contest it, but he's going to dive in with the LG. Will he be able to win? He almost did, considering. I know he's still got a little bit of HP, but fair enough. He knew that he couldn't really get out of the position he was in and decided to try and get as much damage as he could before cleaning it on up. But on Nosfer's side, now making it up to that 1 frag mark as he hits the first rail. One more! No, he doesn't. And Strong Sage makes it 3. And Heavy is now going to be up as he takes down that turret. Will he be able to get them in time? There's going to be another question, which he does manage to. The direct rail combo, my goodness. And he's going to go for it again here, Ryan. Yes, he does. 5 to 1.
You see that one combo? Well, stick around, because I've got something better. Now, Nosfer has been doing a great job of keeping himself in this fight, but Strong Sage, this sheer amount of damage is ridiculous, and it's the kind of stuff where, thankfully it's early enough in the match that, look, if this is the kind of stuff that Strong Sage is going for and has been able to hit, it's at least going to give you more information to decide how we approach the rest of this map. My opponent is hitting damage way higher than normal in these situations and is doing it consistently. This is not just, a string of good luck. This is not just good momentum. This is the way the map is. So how am I going to adapt to this? I mean, surely the first step would be Nosfer's just got to start being a bit more careful. How careful you can be on Vale, a map so small that forces fights often, I guess that remains to be seen, but Strong Sage has had a wonderful start here, and a huge amount of that has just come to the frightening weapon combos. Now, staying close range, forcing a more uncomfortable fight on your opponent, a perfect call out on the drop down. I read that a million years ago, mate. You want to try something else, says Strong Sage. Not even halfway through by this point, and almost 10 frags for Strong Sage at the moment.
Yeah, this is balmy. Oh, the damage as well. Caught on the stairs a little bit. 8 to 1. Making the Anarchy work so well on this map, and inject is not for another 30 seconds. But again, just look how proactive Strong Sage is doing, just abusing the verticality, making so much use of this map across the board, and it's just making Nosfer's life misery at this stage. Just look at the item, 12 items for Strong Sage, 5 for Nosfer. You'd think we're playing on NA at this point. It's been that dominant. And 80 coming out from that previous rocket. We'll take it down. Will Timmy be able to have some say in it? No, he does not, but we'll drop down and manage to get away here. But yeah, Strong, for him, this is just an incredible performance already, and it's 10 to 1, and we're only 5 minutes in.
Nosfer has a mountain to climb if we want to bring this one back. Not even take the lead, but just make it 10 to 10 at this stage, because you have to remember your frags have got to be clean, but how much damage Strong Sage has been able to output. Tries to go in for some defensive play, and Nosfer with the absolutely fearless push, because although the comeback is likely, yes, it's Vale, yes, it's a small map, you still have a lot of work to do. Nosfer still needs to secure 8 frags to split us down the middle, and that's on the assumption Strong Sage isn't going to be able to get any more frags in the meantime, which I think is incredibly likely that he will be able to do that. So, Nosfer cannot lose focus, but at the same time, you have to be so careful around every corner. How can you be careful, though, when the clock is against you?
Oh, dearie me, Nosfer able to stay alive, but not for long. Strong Sage diving in with that LG like it's nobody's business. Heavy up in 4. Strong Sage, of course, was looking to try and go for that, but in the end backed off to even try and contest it, but not going to happen. But at least he can pick up the Mega anyway, and he's caught Nosfer quite a few times on this stairway, and he's going to clean out with this LG, and Nosfer's just like, just have it, mate. I can't be asked anymore. There's nothing more I could really do at this stage. 3.5 minutes in, 10 frags down. And honestly, this has just been, you know, it's not even just moments of magic. It's like I said before, being extremely proactive, making incredible decisions, good angles, and always having the advantage one way or another with how he's pursuing a lot of his bouts. And it's just textbook stuff here. And they're just having a bit of a giggle around bottom Mega, but in the end at this stage, yeah, 3 minutes left, 10 frags required.
Which doesn't seem like there's enough time. Unless Nosfer can miraculously get frag after frag, just constantly.
Yeah.
I just do not see it happening. Where Strong Sage is certainly a change of pace. You know, it's a far cry from that first map that we saw, the care and the caution that was going into every step. Strong Sage forcing the fight a lot more often this time over. Now Nosfer is able to start getting some more frags back up on the board, but it just doesn't seem possible. You know, I'd love to sit and look at this map and think, well, look, you know, maybe, but there's just so much work left to do. If it happens, I will be amazed. And a great opportunity for Nosfer to steal away the series last minute. Let's not forget, Nosfer already took that first map, and we are starting to see them bit after bit. And let's also not forget, you're against a light champion as your opponent. If you can catch them on the spawn regularly with no armor, and you get really good damage, clean damage that allows you to continue to push, then maybe there's a possibility. Strong Sage, you got to start being, oh my lord, you got to start being really careful here.
Oh, Nosfer just making such good reads, and we'll be able to clean them up here. So close the gap from 10 to 6. There's a couple of minutes left, and of course, you know, with Anarchy being a light champion, you've got to remember, has that inject, but the lack of armor, not going to give him any leeway at all. Hits that first rail, but needs to be still a bit careful here. It's another good rail, but Nosfer responds nicely once again. Yeah, and Mega and Heavy are only a couple of seconds apart, so we'll have to see what they're going to go for. Out the two, catches him on the LG stairwell. 5 left, 90 seconds left. Still very unlikely, but
it's been fast though. These frags have been adding up really quickly. If Nosfer pulls off this comeback, I'm gonna be amazed.
Yeah.
And now Strong Sage consistently has just been starved of armor. And that's going to be, every single missed shot that we see here, every single one, no matter how tricky the shot is, makes my heart hurt, because you do not have time. You do not have time to be missing shots. Even an extra second your opponent gains from a missed rail is going to be monumental for the end of the map. Now, sadly, it does look like Strong Sage has been able to waste enough time that now the comeback is no longer possible. If it ever were possible before, Strong Sage has been slippery enough to deny it now. That's going to bring us to 1-1, our first non-3-0 of the day, where the balance of this match lies in our final map.
And of course, at some stage, Dramus would have been able to, so not Dramus, Strong Sage would be able to dwindle his stack enough to maybe even trade at some point. But nice little comeback from Nosfer, though. Can't knock it really, and fair play for him to try. But
hey, I mean, it was a possibility.
So
It was a possibility for a bit. It's just, it's the kind of comeback that if it can't be made, I mean, can we really be too mad about it? Because Nosfer did an incredible job there, but his only way back into this match was to miraculously get basically 10 frags in a row in the blink of an eye for it to count. And that's the kind of comeback that who realistically is going to be able to pull something like that off, right? Like, it was a huge ask, and it's impressive that he even came close. But a 1-1 now, Harry. It goes into our final map where both players still have a strong chance of taking this 2-1.
Yeah, it's anyone's guess at this point, and it's just funny that they were managed to destroy each other on on each other's servers. It was pretty balmy. The fact that he made the Anarchy work and on an SA server, it's you know, a bit of a question mark to how Strong Sage was going to perform, but you saw there and then, Strong Sage probably felt like with his method in terms of his tactics for this map, he needs to have a sizable lead, because at any point, if Nosfer does take him down and have a good clean stack and have good item control, then that's what we could see, just an upset potential to bring back a rally of frags as you saw Strong Sage did previously. So all that hard work would have just been for nothing. But luckily, as you mentioned, Strong Sage managed to waste enough time, or at least he could have done enough damage to stop him in his tracks to not be able to continually engage at such an aggressive pace. And fair play to Nosfer to semi bringing it back, considering what we witnessed there. But the third map, yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a doozy here with the Athena versus the Doom going onto Awoken.
Yo, nice hoverboard. But I think when we go into this final map, though, I think composure can very, very, very much be the key for a lot of these situations. And that is something that I think Strong Sage is still in the process of putting together, you know, because Strong Sage is a composed player. And we've definitely seen that over the course of this whole year. But that's where experience can start to make a huge difference, right? Because as unlikely as that comeback was from Nosfer, he was very much in the process of making it. And there were a couple of frags there where Strong Sage off the spawn is kind of just running around this corner, boom, dead, spawn, round a corner, boom, dead, rinse and repeat. I was kind of nervous for Strong Sage when that started to happen, because I'm like, you have a lot of time to work with, you know, you haven't got to still keep playing at a million miles an hour, right? And I think it was a scary situation. Now, it didn't obviously end up that way, because Strong Sage still was able to take the map. But now we're going into a map with a similar dynamic. It's going to be Strong Sage with the squishy champion, and then Nosfer with the champion that has a bit more bulk to work with. And yeah, I think the classic nature of Doomslayer being good on a map like this means double jump, you can kind of ignore movement execution. You know, if you want to go from point A to point B, you can do it. You haven't got to think about it, and you can focus everything else on, you know, the strategy, or you can focus it on just, you know, keeping your execution nice and limber, you know, hitting all those good shots. Nosfer is in a pretty good position now, because if you can keep that momentum that was being mounted and the confidence that Nosfer was bringing forward there at the end of the map, if we carry that into Awoken, this could totally be a win for Nosfer.
No, I completely agree. I think it really could be. It depends how Nosfer performs with this Doom, but you can't really give, or Strong Sage can't really give too much of a lead here, but we know how strong the Athena can be also, as Nosfer is very, very good on Awoken. And they're going to engage very early on, left on 9 HP, already getting quite spicy very early on here. Well, it's what we love to see, as he has recovered just a little bit during this first 30 seconds, but of course neither player of their ability left intact, after that previous bout. Top mid does go in favour of Nosfer, as he does rotate around for that Mega, but remember, Strong Sage has got the heavy and great vertical rail come up there from Nosfer, and just rocketing that choke point straight away, just covering all bases, all angles, and just chipping away a little bit of Strong Sage. Just make sure he doesn't get too carried away with that heavy later on.
Both of which looking for a strong rail angle, and both were able to hit their mark. I think Strong Sage not overstaying the welcome, but Nosfer chasing it down and actually looking for a second shot. That one certainly would have sealed the deal, but actually with Strong Sage returning fire and getting the same damage, it does create a bit of an interesting situation. Strong Sage is still railable, not any longer.
Yeah, he was for a bit. Decided to be a little bit greedy just to pick up the bubbles first, which is understandable. Need to get the best you can out of the stack. Items about 3.5 seconds apart, as Nosfer just dives straight on in, and Strong Sage knows that he can't take this fight. He's just hoping maybe if he will drop down, but will he though? No, he won't. He's going to favour the rail, just staring in the face at the TP whilst he hides in the heavy machine gun area and goes for the TP, but just for his sake, he's hoping that Nosfer doesn't get the right read, but it looks like instead Nosfer's going to go straight for that heavy and will be able to get the Mega as well. This is going to be an extremely tough call now for Strong Sage. He can't push too deep, needs to find the correct chip, but he knows that he will not approach this LG area as of yet. And see Strong Sage now just, not of course baiting a trap, but just hoping to get at least a little bit of damage off before managing to pull away. 27 is not going to be enough, but every little helps, especially at this stage in the game. With 5 seconds now to Mega, Heavy is up and is hopefully going to look to pick up this Mega to give him a little bit more time. But the rail again coming out from Nosfer.
Now, tragically, though, that rail hit its mark after the Mega was taken, so that's going to be a rather critical blow to what Strong Sage is currently working with. You know, we noticed that The early fight that almost saw Nosfer take 1-0 about a minute and a half ago. It's all about denying as much as you can from these light champions. Nosfer made such a smart push in the middle of the map to push forward before that light armor could be taken. Because, look, if Strong Sage is consistently low on stack and starved of these resources, these aggressive pushes where he can just explode out of nowhere and do this game-changing damage, it can't happen if there's not even the smallest bit of stack that can back it up. Now, Nosfer is looking to continue that. A really, really strong rail to put Strong Sage on the back foot once again. And from this point, Strong Sage has to disengage and pick up these lights. At the same time, though, Nosfer, looked a lot like Nosfer was baiting that out, actually. But in doing so, has left himself open for a rail. A rail that might be returned, but it will not be. As that's now going to be another frag there for Nosfer, who's currently 2-0 and using the Berserk. Not quite able to take both items. That would have changed everything if Nosfer were to beat Strong Sage to that heavy. Sadly, was unable to do so. Strong Sage now bringing himself back into this fight with an armor in hand and a frag to boot.
We know about a lot of these maps, it can be a little bit rail heavy in terms of the matchup, but the rail, it's an understatement with this map. It's been extremely rail heavy and both going very back and forth, very rarely missing their shots as well. 58% to 64, Nosfer to 64 at the moment currently. As Strong Sage diving in thick and hard as he hits with another rail again, catches him. What a lovely pick. Coming out from Strong Sage, he hits the first. What are you going to get for the second? No, he does, and this is much better coming out from Strong Sage. He was playing extremely well anyway previously, but now he's just on the mark at this point, looking to dive on into hopefully catch Nosfer with his trousers down. But 4.5 minutes in, and Nosfer, all that work he put in, it's now at 2 apiece.
It's remarkable how quickly Strong Sage can just turn the match on its head. And sometimes it just comes down to these moments of insane damage, whether it is these weapon combos. The rocket and the rail has been quite prominent for Strong Sage all day long. On the other end, though, it's these rail angles that they're common, but you wouldn't expect a player to hit these shots almost 100% of the time when it counts. And that's something that Strong Sage has been able to do. Now, we're halfway through now. That is a scary rail for Nosfer to have to take, as now not only is the damage massively different between the two of them, or the stack, I guess I should say, but the major items being collected certainly doesn't help matters, as now Nosfer finds himself actually being the one starved of these important resources. Strong Sage takes one of these armors, and the next objective surely is, right, you're low, and you're obviously going to take some of these smaller items. Where are they going to be, and where are you likely to sit? That's why Strong Sage has now made the correct call near LG. Nosfer likely to sit in that room because there's plenty of tools to bring yourself back up to speed. However, not enough to make Nosfer comfortable in this next fight. Strong Sage pushes forward towards the TP. We're looking at our next objective. It's going to be the heavy. If Nosfer gets this heavy, it could completely flip the match on its head. However, Nosfer doing the smart thing and just knowing that it's a fight I can't take and I can't really risk it this late on into the match. You cannot allow the momentum to belong to Strong Sage here. But that defensive shot certainly, Harry, helped matters for him. And there's the mega too, Nosfer. Is he back in it?
He could be, yeah. I'm surprised considering Strong Sage's the amount of pressure he's employed for the last 2 minutes, just making him feel really uncomfortable, and Nosfer still able to survive. I don't know how he survived for so long. He had no lights around him. He was really weak for a good 30 seconds, but still managed to survive the entire course during the LG. But that rail coming out from Nosfer there. Strong Sage will survive a little bit longer though, but how long for? He tries to rocket away, gets to direct, but Nosfer cleans him up with this LG. But honestly, both players are probably thinking to themselves, like, what do I have to do to even get initial frag?
Lovely.
That back-to-back rail coming out from Nosfer. Looking to try and get another, and he does. Left on 42 HP, Ryan.
But it was a wonderful push from Nosfer. Your opponents just spawned. They've spawned near Rocket. That's all they've got. I can sit here and shoot rails at you all day, and that's exactly what Nosfer did. Now, we do trade one shot for another. However, sticking around for this item, Strong Sage caught down the bottom, and Nosfer scouted it out a million years before it even happened. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, this match has been flipped upside down. The LG to not only deal damage, but to push Strong Sage back a little bit. Nosfer, out of nowhere, has pulled 4 frags out of his hat. And with 2.5 minutes left to go, This is that nature that made me feel that Nosfer had a strong chance to take the win here, but it's not confirmed. There's time left to do something. But Strong Sage with no stack to his name, and even a tri-bolt, a well-placed tri-bolt, could deal disaster here. The rail undone by the collection of the Mega. Strong Sage unable to return fire. These two rails do not hit their mark. That is tragic, as Nosfer certainly would have gone down. Picks up a light armor, enough so to tank that rail and to stay alive for even a little bit longer. Now, where do we go from here, though? Less than 2 minutes on the clock here, Harry. This is becoming rather scary for Strong Sage. Completely doable. However, Nosfer... Oh, the defensive LG, beautiful weapon choice. Get away from me.
God, blimey, 71% to 73% rail accuracy between the two. And these shots, these angles haven't been easy either. A couple of them been up pixel, like you saw the one from Strong Sage earlier, around the heavy machine gun, having that lined up, and the amount of times we've seen hook away and Nosfer able to catch him whilst he's doing it, it's been absolutely ridiculous. A minute 15 left remaining, of course. Time is ticking now for Strong Sage. He needs to make this push. And if he doesn't want to with these defensive rockets, he has to make that push. He needs to make this risk, but decided to back away. Both items are going to be up in the next couple of seconds. And Nosfer probably realizes now that and he needs to wait about another 10 or 20 seconds. And this is going to be a series victory here. 10 HP, looking to try and get away. Misses the jump, cleans him up with the LG. But the Mega's available, picks it up. Heavy is also available here. So don't knock it here, Ryan. We'll have to see.
Right, 40 seconds, 3 frags. Strong Sage needs to basically find Nosfer right now. There is no room for error. Caught on the LG, pushing forward because frankly you have to at this stage. Disengaging to build a little bit of that stack back up. But whatever happens here, it needs to be a frag for Strong Sage and it needs to be something to work with. But the defensive play from Nosfer far too strong. He is already long gone, forcing through the TP because you have no choice. Actually manages to avoid a fair amount of that tri-bolt damage, but with 10 seconds on the clock, it cannot be done. Nosfer takes the victory 2-1 here versus Strong Sage. A hard-fought series. It absolutely was.
I've never seen such a crazy rail-heavy game like that in a long time. It was just... I respect it so much more when it's not predictable movement or they strafe into the shot or anything like that. Even some of the crazy angles they were holding, like the fact that I mentioned earlier, Strong Sage managed to get that almost pixel-perfect shot around the heavy machine gun from Mega. The fact that with some of the hooks which Strong Sage had, Nosfer still able to clean him up or at least get him a couple of times. It was phenomenal, honestly. It really, really was. And it is an incredible series, and Strong Sage shouldn't feel bad about that at all because both players were just playing out of their skulls. And one other bit I have to mention as well is the fact that Strong Sage, during that 4 to 6 minute mark, how not just proactive he was, but how he was suffocating his opponent whilst leaving these items just to make him feel like he doesn't really have any kind of way in, and limiting his creativity on top of that as well. But that Nosfer was still able to recover from that really weak stack he had for such a long amount of time. It's just incredible plays just from that mental fortitude to keep that up, because they could easily say to themselves, oh God, what am I going to do in order to get this next frag? What do I have to do in order to try and employ a way to be able to secure a frag or create some kind of strategy to at least catch up and close this deficit? But neither player was letting down as well. Didn't end up being in the 70s in the end, but 66, nearly 67% for Strong Sage, 62.5 for Nosfer, considering he was against an Athena. Honestly, just great stuff overall.
That was an element of Nosfer in that final map that blew me away, was the awareness and the reactions, frankly. You're going up against someone who is... I think one of the things that benefits Athena, especially someone like Strong Sage, who is aggressive and is incredibly fast, it's unpredictability. Really hard to keep track of someone in the middle of a fight, yet Nosfer is pulling out these rails out of nowhere, even mid-grapple hook, which means great awareness, great reactions, and just kind of having an idea that Strong Sage is going to use a grapple at that exact point to get ready to flick the rail if you need to. A thoroughly enjoyable final map between those two. But overall, GG's to Nosfer. That was by no means free, either side. Like, they both had to fight to the bone to secure that, and two players that are so similar on the leaderboard, that's the kind of matchup that you love to see. Like, if we saw a match like that at the finals, I'd be satisfied. And we're not even there yet. We're still a fair few weeks.
We've got a few more.
But on the note of having a few more, we have a few more matches to get through. We have surpassed and hit the halfway point of today's show. Up next is going to be Rapha versus Sirius. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, Rapha and Sirius go head to head. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. You are currently watching the Quake Pro League. My name is Ketchup, and up next, it's going to be Rapha versus Sirius.
Yes, this one is going to be a tail test, really, for Sirius now, isn't it? I kind of feel like from Rapha's ballpark figure in terms of how he wants to try and go about this and assess the situation, he's going to have a game plan on terms of what to avoid to give any kind of advantage in terms of gun skill and how in terms of how Sirius is going to play this matchup, because we know he can play a little bit slow, a little bit defensive at times, but his aim skill backs up so well, and it's so difficult to really contend with, especially for some of these items. So I'm sure Rapha's going to have a set strategy in mind. Of course, the picks and bans is going to play a little bit of a part towards that. But Sirius, though, overall, coming back in the Quake Pro League after what we've seen so far, and in terms of his performance, has been looking pretty damn good and much better than we anticipated. As you can see, those victories, the 4 wins in a row after that first initial loss is what really eased him nicely back into the Quake Pro League. But you can see, in terms of some of the top contenders, he has been struggling against like Tramus, Zen, Kilson, Razy, but that was also quite recently as well. So I'm sure he's got a little bit of work to do in order to figure out how to really bridge that gap. He's kind of hit like a skill ceiling so far in terms of his dueling experience and his adaptation, and just trying to figure out exactly what he can do just to break through it.
Yeah, this is where things get a bit different for Sirius, though, because, yeah, if you look at those records, a lot of the losses, especially the, recent losses, come from the absolute higher end of that leaderboard. Now, if we're talking about a player that's high up in the leaderboard, look no further than Rapha, who is very much one of those players to beat. And, you know, there's a strong argument to be made of greatest Quake player of all time because of the accolades in not only all the previous games, but especially now the new chapter, the latest story in the history book, which has been Quake champions since 2017. Just look at that win-loss record, is that, you know, if we're looking at a lot of victories, you're kind of looking at it right now. So I feel like just statistically, Rapha has quite a sincere advantage here against Sirius, but there's very, very few players that have the play style of Sirius. And again, it is that pure aim that makes him such a frightening player for so many, that it's not aim at the expense of something else. You know, I think there are some players in some games that will excel in one area and kind of struggle everywhere else because they put almost too much effort into that one section where the whole needs a lot of work. Sirius isn't really that kind of player. The guy can play some damn impressive Quake on a fundamental level, but then just has some of the world's best aim on top of that, which is a very frightening combination. Why I'm not convinced it's going to work as a whole against Rapha is that Rapha has fought aim gods in the past and has still been able to conquer. And that's just the hallmark of his pure level of skill and fundamentals, really burying everything else. And that's something that Rapha is known for, is his adaptability above all. If he knows an opponent and he has any idea of your tendencies, he kind of has the upper hand before the match has even begun.
It's quite a hard thing to explain because, like, even just from personal experience, like when you do play against a lot of these aim gods or these crazy people with gun skill, you kind of feel like it's still very easy to kind of manipulate and how to try and get around it, even not just for strategic values, but of course with abusing the map geometry in a lot of ways and trying to at least force out a lot of the situation to try and make it feel that uncomfortable that they can't really excel off that. And for Sirius, as you rightly mentioned, though, he is starting to better adapt. He is starting to realise what needs to be done in order to try and pursue a little bit further. But until he breaks that ceiling, because you've seen the win record doesn't lie. Against everyone else, he's perfectly fine. But against the top 6 or top 8, you know, not even being able to steal a map at all in the slightest. He's come close, yeah, sure. But problem is now we've only got like 6 weeks left. So this is where he's going to have to really try and knuckle down. And picks and bans could sway, but we'll have to see when the time comes.
Funny you should mention that, because I'm pretty sure they're good to go. And how much will it change things? Corrupted Keep makes its debut today with the Ranger versus Strog, and that's an extremely common matchup that we see on that map. The Nyx versus the Athena for Awoken, and then Blood Covenant. Surprisingly, the biggest thing that stands out really in this entire thing is that Sirius has opted for BJ on Blood Covenant. Now, I do wonder if sort of one of the ideas behind that is that dual heavy machine gun. Because in a matchup where someone can deny rather important weaponry from you on Blood Covenant, the rail can very often be the biggest thing to take away from someone. You know, the second you've got 2 heavy machine guns, not only are you now able to compete with someone even if you don't have a rail, you're actually putting a lot of pressure on them to hit their shots. Because if they're not, double heavy machine gun at range on a map like that might be even scarier than a rail by itself.
Yeah, you can see straight away the Anarchy, Strog, Athena, Slash taken out straight away in those first 2 maps. And you kind of feel like when there's no slide champions available, or maybe one with a little bit of mobility, the Doom comes up every single time as the 3rd map, especially when it's on Blood Covenant. We've seen it time and time. I've seen it before. We've seen Kilson bring up quite a few times. And for Sirius bring up the BJ, I don't blame him. He's not really too fussed about how he should counter pick or how he should go about the situation in terms of how to assess it, because he does have to deal with a Slash. He does have to deal with an Anarchy or anything like that. He'd rather just go with the bare bones with the aim skill and then just see what he can do and catch him with that dual wood, which I fully respect that. And I do fully also respect that instead of trying to counter in any way, shape or form, you go by what you're good at, go by your advantages. Don't just do something because it's kind of meta, so to speak, which is quite nice to see, because we've seen him do it quite a few times with the BJ pick on Molten Falls as well. But Required to Keep, you couldn't be any more standard. Like, Strong versus Ranger, like, it's pretty much how it happens almost every single time, depending on when CK is picked. And Awoken with the Athena versus next matchup, that's going to be very interesting in itself. But I am curious to see how Sirius is going to go about with the BJ against Rapha, because Rapha, we've seen him use the Doom maybe once or twice in the past, but of course that's when Slash and Anarchy isn't available. But yeah, I am very excited to see how this first map's going to go. This should suit more for Sirius in terms of how things go about, but Rapha's very good on CK, and Ruins, we know that Rapha bans Ruins every single time without fail, but it doesn't mean he's not good at Ruins. He's actually still, very good on that map in general, but just doesn't seem to obviously want to select it for unknown reasons. But yeah, for so far, but with a CK pick as the first map, Sirius needs to get out the gate strong for this one to make it work.
Yeah, Rapha's the kind of player that leaves nothing able to pick up. And I don't mean items, I mean opportunities. Rapha is one of those players that when you look at the fundamentals and you look at, above all else at this point, the experience, Rapha will very rarely leave you an opportunity. So to compete with that, it's scary to fight an opponent who demands you play to perfection to have a chance. And that is the level that Rapha is at. You look at these players like Rapha or Wenger or even Kilson, of course, let's not forget Kilson. You can't get caught on an off day. You have to be playing your best if you want to bring it, and that is a scary thing to bring forward in competition. Now, the aggressive push has been made instantly as Sirius with the Orb, Super Shotgun, and the early aggression. And I like that push. You're now forcing Rapha into a weird situation before we've even realistically started anything serious. Not too shabby. Still has to be careful around this corner because that wasn't the cleanest frag in the world. However, more of that super shotgun. Can we get a good little bit of spread? Who cares? We go to the heavy machine gun, the right choice for the occasion, and I like that.
Yeah, Sirius looking extremely strong already. Rapha is back in EU, so we'll be all EU servers. As Rapha looking to train at the team house in preparation for QuakeCon, a minute in. And Sirius just biding his time for now. Still has that heavy machine gun. The body puts good use already, but better use from Rapha here. He's taking quite a bunch of damage, but does pick up the Mega. Light will be up soon. And just looking for that rotation, but you can see Rapha being a bit more active around the map to try and circulate around and try and get behind them, but Sirius is just walking by, just throwing a few defensive rockets so you can get what damage done. But Rapha's getting quite a lot of damage done considering the angles he's had to shoot some of his rockets from here, as he is going to back away 3 seconds until this heavy, and this is going to be big for Sirius.
One of those well, I would say trades, but I think that Rapha doing an interesting play, you know, pushing forward and maybe trying to get a little bit of extra damage first, take away some of that armor, and an aggressive push. Shotgun doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but Rapha's rocket certainly does in return. There's now 1 and 2. Looking to maybe catch Sirius on the retreat. Sirius can't be too aggressive here. Obviously, part 1 of the objective is getting the weapons, and then the rest of it is actually playing the match. The Heavy's going to spawn, but not in a position of which Rapha can do anything about. Now, Sirius actually kind of doing the opposite thing that Rapha did originally, which is knowing an item is free and uncontested, pushes forward for some damage first, and then picks it up with the added bonus of putting a delay between them. That is where the snowball of Corrupted Keep can be so legendary, is that when that delay begins and you cycle that whole map, it can be a nightmare for your opponent to claw back at the match at all.
Mega up in 2. Rapha does have that peeker. So just approaching that 3rd minute. Mega has been picked up. In the end, though, Rapha just looking to see what information he can find. Realises that he is towards the heavy machine gun and the light and the rocket area. Again, good heavy machine gun coming out from Sirius just to keep his distance, but also holding the angle as well to give himself that first initial shot here. As Rapha is trying to fight back a little bit. Does have the light available to use. Or to pick up, rather, but still has to peek on top of it. So right now, even though Sirius has picked up the Mega, he could try and contest that heavy at the same time, but looks like he doesn't want to, which is a little bit understandable. He has got about a 50 HP stack advantage with a little bit of armor decrease, but again, just waiting for that perfect opportunity now. As Rapha also gets a little bit of damage done, but so does Sirius. It looks like we have a pure engagement here. Sirius has done quite a lot of damage, mind you, as he backs away towards the red room to pick up that light, and Rapha recovering himself, but Mega has been picked up once again, and this could be a chance maybe for Sirius to also contest this heavy.
The aggressive repositioning there, thanks to the orb, is going to swap over there now, with Sirius able to take the heavy. And now from this point, you know, the trade was an orb in the process. Not going to be necessary in a fight like this. And Rapha is going to be able to keep a lot more of a safer idea over this next fight, knowing that the orb's no longer there, but you're still having to fight someone that can do a lot more damage than your average player. And this is where Rapha will have to put so much thought and care into it. You know, early here on the heavy, but by no means wants to stay around, because look, if you're there really early in a position like that, an ambush or someone pushing in with a close range rocket, or especially on this map, a super shotgun, patchy or not, it's definitely going to be kind of scary. Right, the aggressive orb is made. A little bit of the defensive rockets there for Rapha. Sirius going really far in, and what, did that wrap round the corner or something? Holy moly.
Kind of felt that way, didn't it? Halfway point, only 3-1, mind you. It looks like Sirius's defensive style with his aim skill to boot has been quite beneficial, but the stacks aren't in his favor here. He's trying to get away, but at the same time, just trying to make sure he makes the quick rotation. Rapha comes out with a shoddy, but he's not exactly too healthy himself as Mega's up in the next couple of seconds. Sirius was quite tempted to push on forward, but of course, with the weaponry in his arsenal, couldn't really continue to pursue that, as Heavy is up in 5, Ryan.
It's a relatively low-scoring game, considering what we're seeing on Corrupted Keep and with how back and forth these two have been. And now Rapha, an opportunity perhaps. The opening is made here near Rocket. With this Mega being the next goal, the next mission. There'll be a clean drop down there from Rapha. Takes a fair amount of damage in the process, but thankfully can keep Sirius relatively on the same level of stack. Was Sirius as worried about the Mega, though, as he was the Heavy? I think, well, the answer is before you. That was clearly the more important item, and that rocket was absolutely delicious from Rapha, as now it has been able to even things up. The push being made on the Pika. The extra added information right near the end, too, where you can see where the opponent's been knocked away. I'm now going to make my chase. Whoa, that tri-bolt! Owie!
God almighty, couldn't get more tri-bolt damage if he tried. 3.5 minutes left, and Sirius is on the brink potentially giving Rapha his 4th initial frag. Let's see how good his defense is now. As Rapha's not really having any of it, just diving straight on in, and I think he's just trying to do what he can. Left on 60 HP, and Mega now up in 2, so Rapha manages to get the lead, is refilling his LG count. Now rotating back around, just barely an LG range. Done quite a fair amount, mind you. Did a fair amount with the Pika as well. Oh my god, that Shiny did so much from that range. And Rapha, oh, the tri-bolt
Lovely
well
angle.
through the window. My goodness.
Yeah, it's very rare that you see someone use that window for a bit of extra damage, but it's always a treat when you see it.
Yeah.
These creative little angles that these creative little Quake players come up with. But now with 2.5 minutes left to go here, Lethal, it's still too close to call. It has seemed quite heavily that Rapha's been the one leading the charge. You know, there's been a lot more aggression coming out from Rapha. There's been a lot more assertiveness, I suppose. But Sirius, with a strong defensive position, has always been ready to repay the damage. It hasn't always resulted in a frag, of course, but, however, hang on a minute. Caught mid-movement, and that's going to be LG City, and Rapha pulling away in these closing moments of map number 1. This could be the beginning of the end, especially with that major item just being collected there by Rapha, who can push forward. I think Sirius was looking for a potential ambush around that corner, though. The orb was ready, and he did have a rocket in hand. But Rapha not going to be... Oh, good lord! Surviving that one is everything, because now Rapha survives. Rapha takes away the heavy. Rapha picks up a lot of the light healths that are nearby, and with Sirius only an LG in hand. However, this is Sirius's LG, and that is not the same as everyone else's.
No, no, it's not. My God. I knew I had a little bit of height in terms of his aim, but my goodness, 1.5 minutes left, and oh, Sirius is looking mean and keen to continue his aggression, isn't he, Ryan? Is he now pushing around the corner? Heavy's up in 5, which means for Sirius, he's going to have to give that up. He won't be able to contest it anymore, but at least he can pick up a light for his troubles along his journey. And he's going to see now what he needs to do next, because, of course, does have the orb in his back pocket. 1 minute left, plenty of time to try and bring this back to 6 apiece. And he is going to expect Rapha to maybe be hanging around that tripod area, but instead, he will find him directly in front of him, mind you. And he's got to try and figure out how to get about finding the best way possible to bring himself back, as he's picked up the heavy, got a great stack. Problem is now, in terms of height, Rapha's going to be above and away. He's going to try and chase him down with the orb, and Rapha now just backing him down with that tri-bout. He's going to come in with the LG, but will he be able to? This is going to be the issue, but even if he gets the frag, it's not going to be the cleanest, but he does get a mega.
Now Rapha choosing to concede that item and prioritize putting space between them. And it is taking a long time. The positions that Rapha is prioritizing, I mean, he has so many potential escape routes and also defensive positioning. Now, I can't fault Sirius for pushing through the corridor like that. I mean, at the end of the day, you haven't got any time. You have to try and do something, and unfortunately there was not enough to work out. Now, a hard-fought match. Rapha able to take that first map, but Sirius kept that nice and competitive all the way through. And this series has only just started.
Yeah, just checking at the moment, 22 items for Rapha and only 16 for Sirius, but Sirius did do only 70 damage more, mind you. That was really crazy stuff. 29% LG from Rapha, of course, for Sirius, 41%. That's probably low in his eyes, isn't it, in comparison to what we normally see. But you saw from there, Sirius just standing his ground for the majority of the time in a lot of those engagements, waiting for Rapha to... Of course, we know that he's just going to go in extremely quick in order to try and throw his aim off a little bit and add a bit of creativity in the mindset, which did help in quite a lot of ways. But Sirius had a very good start, making good use of that heavy machine gun, as you can rightly see, and just being on par and just trying to make good use of the orb as well. But problem is for Rapha, it's just kind of a matter of time for him. He had to be very patient a lot of the time. He's trying to throw him off quite a few occasions as well, which I do like to see in terms of his aggression, just making him question some of his decisions. And yeah, after Rapha had that huge stack and then able to get pretty decent, sizable item control for a couple of minutes, that's when it completely changed things. But in the end, though, well played from Sirius. That is pretty impressive, considering Rapha's very strong on Corrupt to keep overall.
Control can often be the aim of the game for someone like Rapha, and that can allow you to deal with so many different playstyles that a player has. You know, look at someone like Sirius, where his damage output, the difference in items was from a armor sense, pretty important, whereas Sirius was able to split the damage right down the middle. And it kind of just goes to show the importance of keeping those items on your side, especially the armor in those instances where damage can be kind of blink and you've missed it kind of situations that Sirius often has.
True.
But look, if Rapha can control this map and absolutely by no means, be a slouch on his own accuracy, that is where players that have more damage output than most are not going to have that be a significant one-up, I suppose, for Rapha, because it is a playstyle he has experienced before, but it was a playstyle he had to respect, or a strength. I say playstyle, a strength he had to respect, very much so. Now, Awoken, potentially very different experience, because we have one champion that's known for mobility and creativity on that, and then you have someone like Nyx, who is extremely hide and seek, right? Can be a lot more, you got to find me twice to make something of this. So I think it's going to be two very, very different dynamics here, with Rapha being the one a lot more out in the open, looking for that opportunity, trying to hunt down Sirius, with Sirius on the opposite end of that. Obviously, you're going to have to be very, very careful. We've seen Nyx today, when she does not work, she does not work. I think look no further than the first match of the day we saw with that one with... Yeah, that was a bit of a bloodbath, but I'm liking the showing from Sirius so far. You're going up against a player that many people will favor to defeat you, and you've made it very, very close. I know obviously it wasn't a win, and the win is what players care about, but it was a competitive match.
It certainly was. He didn't let it spiral out of control, and I'm sure he won't do in this one either. He's quite aggressive with the Ghost Ward the majority of the time, so let's see what he can do this time round against the Athena. Again, it's not going to be, by any means, an easy feat, and just a reminder, they're going to be playing on EU on all three of his servers. Rapha is currently in EU right now, as we're going to be focusing on from his perspective. Just adding all the weapons to his arsenal, as he does miss that first initial rail. But going to drop down for now, as Sirius is actually backed away, just sitting above the heavy, looking pretty, already in a good position, but it's actually circled around towards the mega choke point. It does consume that first initial rail, but Rapha does get the heavy, as the timings only a couple of seconds apart for now. Just a misplaced rocket there, but Rapha's actually still quite weak. Sirius could have the chance to dive in here, but instead prioritizing that tri-bolt, getting so much damage done, and Rapha has to back away again. Oh my goodness, 10 HP is looking to try and get away, which he does, and survive, but for how long for?
Yeah, even with those two lights, and actually even this one, still railable. We're just about to pick up some more around the side near Mega, but it took a long time for Rapha to be safe from even a single rail from Sirius. And in that meantime, Sirius was able to soak up all of the important items in the map. Now an aggressive push is being made. Defensive rockets. I love that option from Rapha, though, because if there's one option that's going to allow us to stay alive amidst a massive chase by an opponent that's going to pepper me with LG, those instant direct rockets are the #1 tool to keep someone from chasing you too much. Now Rapha has been able to stay alive, and still is for now. We have to set our sights on the next objective. In this case now, Heavy has been picked up by Sirius to continue that control of the map. Rapha, the mobility that he's going to bring forward is going to help him a lot in these situations, but it's not going to keep you alive all the time. Sirius saw to that with the aggressive Ghost Walk. Absolutely wonderfully used was that. And now a 1-0 begins for Sirius, but actually missing that rail, missing a couple of these shots here, and Rapha gets away. I feel like this is just going to be one of those maps. It's going to be one of those tense maps. Every shot counts.
Yeah, that's the kind of vibe I'm getting at the moment. And I must say, everyone's rockets have been so much better this season compared to previous seasons. I'm sure Garp is probably watching this thinking, don't worry, mate, I'll
show you a thing or two.
I'll show you how it's done, yeah, in a couple months' time. Oh, I barely missed that rail, but had the angle. Oh, the aggressive Ghost Walk comes in here, Ryan. 5 seconds till the Heavy's up. It does catch him. So we'll give him a little bit of a helping hand here as he has picking up the Heavy. And look at this, look at the stack difference as well. You kind of feel like it's just a matter of time. Just depends on how Rapha's going to approach this from that defensive perspective. Good defensive rockets there, but how long for? Good try by 72 as well.
Absolutely, and it forced Rapha on the retreat, soaking up all of the light armor and healths that existed near the LG room. Sirius remains on the hunt now with 10 seconds to go until Ghost Walk. This is actually quite a scary item to fight. Cannot tank another one of those rails. And Rapha shuts that one down. That's now going to be equalized 3.5 minutes into this map. But the pressure on spawn with these two champions, it makes all the difference. You spawn with basically no armor to your name, right? And someone has all the weapons they could ever want, all the ammo they could ever want. And it's a very different experience when you're on the back foot. Sirius. Oh. Doesn't quite hit these rails. Rapha trying to repay it. As long as Rapha has the information, though, that's good enough in a situation like this, because we can now set our sights towards the Mega, the next health.
Yeah, Rapha's actually been doing a good job just staying alive and keeping the scoreline as it is, because Rapha's only got 3 items. Sirius has got 13 items so far. As Rapha does hit the first rail.
Make that 14.
He's up in 2. And yeah, it's just going to continue on. As he's going to try and back away. At least he manages to get the heavy. 4.5 minutes in.
Rather expensive secure there for Rapha, using both of the grapple hooks to do that. But if the alternative is stick around, take damage, and your opponent has a chance to take the item away from you, then I'm sure that's a worthy trade. Now Rapha is pushing towards this Mega, but I think at the same time, with Sirius being able to hold off and save that Ghost Walk to get out without being challenged, that's now another item that has been taken away from Rapha. Another close scoring match. Sirius has been absolutely bringing it to Rapha for both of these maps so far. I would be curious to see if Sirius can take this one even further. Getting a victory against Rapha this weekend would be a rather impactful result for him, I think you could definitely say, Harry.
Yeah, I'd say so. The only thing I'm worried about is the fact that Sirius has had all these items, but hasn't been able to claw back any frags at all.
No, he hasn't been able to do much with it.
Okay, so Rapha does get a little bit of tri-bolt there until Sirius has made that shot there. Oh, what a rail coming out from Rapha there. Oh, Sirius done one of his own, but does get cleaned up. But you can see it's still pretty weak from that last engagement. As now Sirius looking to collect all the weapons in his arsenal once again. The Mega has been picked up. Heavy is in 10. Sirius not really prime stack to try and work with. You can see he's trying to at least get a bit of chip whilst he goes for the heavy, but that's going to cost him his 3rd death. And now still got 4 minutes left to play.
Always get nervous when a rocket connects at that point near the spawn. You wonder, is that going to score a ring out? Now, Sirius opted not to use the Ghost Walk there, held on to it, because to be fair, using it there and then just delaying the inevitable, you would have just been spawn fragged instantly. Not that it really made a difference, because the frag off spawn happened anyway, but Rapha very, very quickly turning this from an even game to one that is being absolutely ran away with. That's now 6-1. Barely a minute ago, it was 1-1. Rapha locking in the control, and this is the extra layer of things. Sirius has spent the majority of this map having most of the items. It's why Rapha has had to be so careful every step of the way. There is no Ghost Walk ready for Sirius, which is going to mean Nyx is going to drop again. Now, from this point on, Rapha has control, and this is the absolute opposite effect. This is where things are different to how they have been. He's got all the stack in the world, and now he has momentum. And now these frags are starting to add up. Almost 1 frag every 10 seconds, it feels like. Here comes another one. Rapha, 9-1. In the blink of an eye, it went from close to an absolute bloodbath.
Oh,
where you going?
God.
Where you going? Get back here. Get back here.
This is what I was worried about. I saw the item control from Sirius, which is great. Don't get me wrong, just putting all that pressure on, but the frags just weren't following suit. And now, this is where I was asking myself, what's going to happen when Rapha gets full map control in the items? And this is exactly what we expected. As it seems like Sirius having a bit of an issue. Seems they may have to restart, but I assume we're just going to probably go straight into this 3rd map. But I don't think they're going to, of course, continue on due to the scoreline there. But yeah, so I assume we're going to go to a 3rd map. We'll make sure and double check. But from the scoreline, it's understandable if we just go straight onto the 3rd instead.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those cases where I'm not using my own in-game spectator for the show, so I can't read chat. So if the players are mentioning things, sorry, I will not be able to highlight it because I can't see it. Lethal can, so maybe Lethal can fill you in.
I was just about to, but we're going back to lobby now. Literally, as I was doing it. So that was, it was good timing, good timing. I think he was having a bit of an issue, but I think he was basically saying, it's, scoreline map, but we'll double check that momentarily anyway, because I don't want to make any debatable assumptions, so to speak. But that's what I'm going to assume anyway with the third map, but we'll see how that goes.
Well, either way, all we can really do is talk about the match as it happened. And from our point of view, we could see Sirius have an impressive level of control, but was unable to really get much out of it. And I think the flip side of that was when Rapha started to establish the items instead. It was a very, very, very different story. I think it's why we started to see so many frags, a daisy chain, one after the other. However, I'm going to kind of reserve analysis, I suppose, for a match like that. If one of the two players is having issues, then there's really only so much you can do with that. We're going into Blood Covenant next, I assume, which is going to be BJ versus Doom. Now, the big thing to take away from this matchup is that choice of champion, the BJ coming out for Sirius. This is where I am the most interested because we've seen Doom a million times. We know what this champion is capable of on a map like this. It's just nice, safe, and reliable. And with someone like Rapha behind the wheel, that's obviously going to work a great deal because Rapha can focus on every other part of the map that's not just having to jump around and make these otherwise more challenging jumps. Maybe not challenging for Rapha, but challenging for the rest of us. Now, Sirius, I just want to see what this BJ is going to bring. And, the first thought that enters my brain is that double heavy machine gun, especially near those points where, those rail fights happen near both of the major items. Maybe those rail fights happen on the high ground of the middle section near where Rocket is or something else. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that, and I really want to see what Sirius has to bring to the table here.
Yeah, I am as well. I think he was just quickly restarting his PC. He seems to be back in the lobby now, so it looks like things are, not too many delays, which is going to be good. And yeah, I think it's just nice to see players like Sirius being able to just pursue with champions which favours him and not just in terms of the meta as well. We've seen it on Molten Falls, we've seen it time and time again. And yeah, it just seems to be the go-to pick on Blood Covenant has been Doom. As soon as any of the slide champions or any champions with quite a lot of mobility and speed, so to speak, the Doom seems to come up every single time. And it's not even been just because it's the third map. We've seen it as the first and second map, which is a little bit weird in itself, but I suppose, like I said, each to their own really. It's like with Huron, for example, him and Chain Slash was available in Blood Covenant, but decided to go for the Doom and Visor pick anyway. So maybe he kind of felt like it was maybe not his choice, so to speak, not something he normally favours in terms of those slide champions. But in the end, though, we're going to see a Doom once again. And I think this is going to continue to be a common trend. You are right, though. Obviously, with the double jump and everything else like that, you save a little bit of HP. Of course, rocket jumping towards certain areas, it's a little bit easier and quicker and less hesitation to be able to employ to some parts of the map as well. So it does work a lot of wonders as well. And with the Berserk mode, it can be a little bit of a pain for your opponent as well. But we'll have to see how things are going to go. Of course, BJ, it's been a very good pick for Sirius in the past to complement his aim skill, and we're going to see if he's going to make a difference here. Of course, Rapha has won the series, but we'll see if it can make it a 3-0, or at least Sirius can claw a map back going into this.
So if one of our players has had to go for a restart, and that, rest assured, as soon as that map's good to go, we'll jump in and we'll actually start seeing it as soon as it's ready. But I want to thank everyone for joining us so far. It's been a really fun day of games, and there's plenty more. We haven't even started the featured matchups, which are happening after this. But our final map between Rapha and Sirius, Blood Covenant, it's going to be the Doomslayer versus the BJ. Two different poster boys from their own respective game here. And we'll see what that dual wield brings to the table.
Yeah, we will do indeed. As you can see, Rapha already looking to get a little bit leery here with his aggression, but he's going to try and tri-bolt up, but it's not going to happen.
Oops.
No, he's just popping back down. Happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. I've seen it enough times on Blood Run. Quite a few times as the heavy is up. So is the Mega, mind you, but this is good from Rapha. Pick up the rail, but also having to delay the timing of that heavy at the same time, just to throw Sirius off just a tad.
Actually, looks like backing up and taking the item in return. So there has been a delay regardless, due to Sirius backing up and doing the exact same thing. Now looking for the chase down. Rapha more than ready for that escape route. And now actually, Sirius off the spawn, pushing forward. I must say, took me by surprise. You would have expected him maybe to take a safer route. Instead, Rapha punishes that with another frag. Although, to be fair, takes a lot of damage in the meantime. Not damage that he's going to have to worry about too much, though, as the Mega is now picked up by Rapha for a second time. Sirius caught retreating, and that's now going to be a third frag. A little bit worried about this movement. I'm not really sure what's happening with Sirius at the moment, but he's kind of just walking himself into danger. I don't know if that's frustration. I don't know if he's having some troubles, but either way, not what you want less than 2 minutes into that final map.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the exact same thing. I was even checking pings as well, just to make sure nothing's a little bit off key. But no, it seems to be okay for now. Maybe I think he did mention he was a little bit uncomfortable about something in that last map, but maybe it's affected his mental game just a tad. But he didn't seem annoyed or anything like that. It just seemed to accept the problem he had, but we'll carry on anyway with this map and just see how it goes. This series is going to try and deal with what he's got so far. But at least he's got the first frag, gets the heavy and the heavy machine gun. Still requires the LG and the rockets, but it does pick that, mind you, saying that, as Rapha does drop down, use that berserk to try and get away, which he does. But this is looking much better now for Sirius. Has the item control, as well as the items being nowhere near in sync. He'll have time to contest both of these. And this is going to be his time to shine in order to try and claw his way back.
A good defensive position there from Rapha. They're just saying, if you're going to chase me down this way, then you have to accept there's a lot of incoming damage with your name on it. These defensive positions continue, but these rockets are absolutely wonderful for Sirius, who gets himself another frag on the board. He's only one behind Rapha now. And with one of these major items to pick up at the same time, that is going to force Rapha to respectfully disengage from that one. Sirius now not only overstacked health, but almost full armor at the same time. That tri-bolt hit Rapha, who's currently pretty tender. That certainly wouldn't have felt good. But Sirius, this is a element of control for him now, with an idea on both items, you would assume. The heavy is up, but I think Sirius is just looking to gather some information first. Now we're going to trade a little bit of damage just to get ourselves back up into position for this next major item. Now, Rapha, again, not challenging it. He's conceded 2 of these back-to-back, and it is kind of rare for Rapha to essentially just not make his presence known at least a little bit. I think he tried to there, and the tri-bolt certainly had other plans and said, no, thank you.
That is, excuse me, definitely the case. It's the first. Rapha's looking, oh, I like that as well. Trying to double back and just pretend that he was going to go around the corner to pick up the hourglasses, but of course instead, Sirius isn't a silly boy. He was expecting that and looking to try and push on a little bit further forward, as he does have that dual wield ready and waiting to use. Picks up the Mega, heavy's up in 15. Trying to get a decent rocket down if he can. Oh, a little bit unfortunate there, just manages to get around the corner. This is just circling back around, picks up the LG finally. His heavy's up in 5, but the problem is Rapha's already in position and he hits him with the rail. He could easily just rocket jump up and go forward if he can, but instead he's going to rotate back around, hopefully to try and catch Sirius, but goes up in the end, misses the first round, misses the second. But it's okay though, he's done the damage anyway, and just using that dual wield just to make him feel a little bit threatened in terms of map presence there, as Mega is still up, but wanted to get a little bit more out of it in case Rapha did rail him. He has got back through the TP, and Sirius now looking to rotate back around, and still not too comfortable going for this heavy from the low ground, which is understandable. Doesn't want to take too much unnecessary damage.
Certainly more of a deterrence was that dual wield. However, now Sirius caught into a fight. Oh, good lord, that rail certainly would have hurt Rapha a lot more than he would have liked. And that second shot was wonderful from Sirius, who has now equalized 3 frags apiece and in position for this next item. Oh, sadly can't return the rail. Rapha was highly expecting Sirius to be holding that angle, and correct he was. Instead, we have traded items now.
Yeah, he hasn't used the dual wield much. But of course, hasn't really had much opportunity to either. Not really, as in working too much in his favour. Good try, but a little bit of sprinkle of damage, so we say, with that 39. Mega's up in next second, but of course, Sirius looking to prioritise that heavy instead and seeing how and when and where Rapha is going to rotate back around. But again, gets a little bit down, just a tickle, as he hits that big rail, and now there's going to be a chance for Sirius. Oh my God,
nice.
That rail straight afterwards, and this could be his time to shine here. 12 seconds to his next Mega. Another great rail again coming up from Sirius as Rapha has to back away, and you cannot continue to contest this Mega.
But a good thing for Rapha, though, is that on that third shot, he was able to return with a rail of his own, which means that Sirius can't be as aggressive as he otherwise would have liked to be in that situation, I think. Now the heavy is open. Oh, what a choice from Rapha. Rapha chose to ignore that heavy, allow Sirius to take it, but in doing so, create an angle that I just don't think anyone was looking out for, least of all Sirius. Where at the end of the day, that heavy has not accomplished a huge amount. Back down to a regular standard stack, one that Rapha himself can bring himself into to make this a pretty even fight. Now with our next item, it's going to be another Mega Health.
Yeah, still
Rapha has been
left.
He's been so slippery so far, though, Harry.
He has. There's the angles with some of the shots that Sirius has had to try and claim. Oh, my goodness, it's been pretty unreal. But this is Rapha for you in a nutshell. Textbook stuff, just extremely good reads and what rotations he needs to make in order to keep his distance and wait for the opportunity to come to him. A good amount of damage from that last rocket. And
It's a
good
good
double jump as
strategy.
well to avoid.
It's been a good strategy. I get similar vibes to this than when I saw Nosfer versus Strong Sage earlier today. I think Rapha understands that we're two medium champions, and the only thing Rapha's going to have with Doomslayer is that mobility. If we have a straight one-to-one gunfight, that is in favor of Sirius every step of the way, because Sirius and the dual wield, that is just going to be someone who already has really good damage output because of their accuracy. You're now chucking a dual wield on top of it, and Rapha clearly understands that and is trying to change his style so heavily to work around that. That's why we've seen such a highly defensive play. These sort of mid-range LG fights and everything else that we saw on the Corrupted Keep and we've seen elsewhere too, they haven't existed. Now, Sirius did go in for that dual wield, but it seemed a little bit last minute to maybe prevent himself from going down, and Rapha secures the frag. I can imagine it's a very frustrating style of play to go up against because you just can't pin your opponent down. You get a bit of damage and they're already long gone out of there. Sirius goes down again, and that's a bad time for it to happen. It's now 1 minute on the clock. Rapha 2 frags in the lead.
Yeah, that could have been a final nail in a coffin there. Rapha, a bit weak, but how good he's been defensively, just ridiculous. Just having such great position angles, just making it so difficult for Sirius to claim any of these frags, and he's really had to work for it, every single one of them. Rapha does have a tiny bit of a better stack. I like that as well. He's actually bouncing back up to try and use that dual wield LG. And you kind of feel like he didn't really get a lot from his dual wield. He's going to try to recover the rocket's not going to happen, no.
GG.
But yeah, going back to what I was saying, I do feel like he didn't get much of that dual wield. I think he got more out of his passive more than anything else. But he seems, I don't know, a little bit shaky at the start. I'm not too sure what happened there, but yeah, it is what it is. But in the end, though, it's still putting a good performance nonetheless. So Rapha will take that 3-0.
Yeah, no, Sirius, he gave a good display. I don't 100% really know what was happening from Sirius's side.
Something went right though.
Yeah, I don't think something was quite right for him. I'm certainly not going to try and predict anything or speak on behalf of him in that, but overall, Rapha still was able to get that win and is now looking a lot more comfortable on the leaderboards because of it. I think that final map, yes, we were talking about the potential of dual wield being really dangerous and the ranged play and Sirius maybe catering to his strengths as the best aimer for many of us. You know, a lot of us consider Sirius to be the best aimer out there right now. Just playing to shut that down was a clear thing for Rapha. I think that's one of the main reasons we saw Rapha be so defensive and heavily based on ranged positioning, right? Like, I'm gonna constantly play around your aggression here and your desire to force these fights, but at the same time, when you find an opportunity, I'm kind of already out, and at the same time, I've hit some kind of exit damage on the way. I think we saw that from Rapha pretty much all map long. But yeah, those first 3 frags at the very beginning, some of them just felt really unusual. Like, I don't really know how they happened, but either way, what's done is done, I guess. And that's now Rapha taking a good win, but not a win that he breezed through. Like, Sirius definitely made him work for that one.
He definitely did, excuse me, 100%. It's like there's still that brick wall which Sirius is looking to smash through. He has... You've seen it in terms of the stats and the record anyway with the top players. He may have lost 3-0 against all of them, still looking to try and scrape a map, but it's not exactly losses on these maps which have been massively far apart or spiraled out of control. They've still been relatively close. Just needs to try and figure out what it is in his gameplay to really try and break through. He's got 5 to 6 weeks now to kind of try and figure that out, and 1 or 2 matches in a tournament environment to try and practice that in a serious setting. But if he could do it, I don't know, but he has a lot of potential. I feel like there is a chance he could. I still feel like he can still create some of his upsets, but against a player like Rapha, when he's got just a ridiculous amount of dueling experience, which is basically just a wealth of gold for any Quake player, it's very tough to kind of adapt against it, even with no matter what aim skill you have.
Well, Rapha seems to remain completely focused, and this is, I think, very common of Rapha at this point in the season, where we are mere weeks away from the big finals, where, of course, the practice is going to amplify, the intensity of all that is just going to continue to go. And Rapha's one of those players that you can definitely grow to expect. And if anyone wants to see Rapha on a day-to-day basis, most days Rapha tends to be streaming a lot of practice games against a lot of fellow Pro League level players. So I say Pro League level players, Pro League players that aren't in the weekly match, I suppose is a lot more accurate. So yeah, go check out Rapha on stream and learn a thing or two. But that brings me on to our first of the 2 featured matchups that we're about to prepare for. The first one's going to be Maxtor versus Zeniku, and after this short break, that first matchup will begin. It's time, Lethal. It's that time
know.
again. We're here with Quake Pro League. My name is Ketchup, joined by Lethal. Soon to be joined by the one and only, won't spoil it, but you can probably guess. We have our first featured matchup of the day here, Maxtor versus Zeniku. And, well, let's bring in the old DJ Wheat.
I thought ZSX was going to show up. I wasn't sure. It's me. Hey, what's up? Hey, everyone. We've oh my gosh. I think both these matches that we've got for the featured matches today are awesome, each for their own reasons. Titans for sure going at it. So excited to be here on a lovely Saturday afternoon.
What makes me really happy about our first matchup here between Maxtor and Zeniku is, you know, you said it yourself, right? Titans of Quake champions. Over the last few years, that legacy has really started to expand with both of these players. These are two players that have really made their presence known in Quake champions, which, you know, I remember times, and you know, I think we can talk about someone like Strong Sage in a very similar light. I remember when this game first came out, and I was seeing a lot of people say stuff along the lines of, I don't see new players being able to come into this game. Like, obviously not suggesting that they've only ever played Quake Champions, but players that have used Quake Champions to become their breakout Quake. You know, this is what has put them on the Quake map, is this game rather than all the previous ones. I'm so happy that years later, we're looking at players like Maxtor and Zeniku that have taken the opportunities they've had with Quake Champions and have just whoosh, they've just shot away with it. And they're doing absolutely wonderful stuff, considered to be some of the world's best in the business right now, Lethal.
Yeah, it certainly has done. And Zeniku, he's been a player where last year going into the Quake World Championships, I think a lot of us would agree that he probably wasn't going to win, but we knew he would place quite highly, or at least absolute bare minimum top 8. But Zeniku now, I kind of feel like in my head, it was only maybe he had like a 5% chance or 10% chance to win it last year. This time around, he's looking much more on form, much better in a lot of different ways. And the couple of weaknesses he did have was that small amount of creativity to kind of secure some of those frags, but also on top of that, the hesitation. He did have that a little bit here and there in certain instances. He's kind of rectified that, and you can see with some of the score lines as well, like taking down Avec, taking down Rapha, which has always been a huge one for him, taking down even like a Strong Sage. I still think Strong Sage, you know, even taking down 2-1 is a big feat in itself, defeating Sirius 3-0. You know, these are starting to add up more and more. And how can I forget out of all of them, taking down Kilson 3-0. And this is why, in my mind, last year I was like he would have like a 5% chance to winning, but this time around the probability is much, much higher. As long as he continues to show this extremely high level of consistency here.
Yeah, I mean, Zeniku's been knocking at the door of the top of the rankings for a while now, and this season he's like getting ready to kick it in. I mean, it clearly from some of the results that you mentioned there. I mean, one of the reasons why Zeniku's been really exciting to watch, and his own focus, it's very clear. He knows what he needs to do. I have confidence he's going to be taking that in. Now, interestingly enough, his opponent, this is a person that we used to is like, hey, it's Maxtor. Let's see what scarf he's wearing today and if his posture's still as good as we remember it to be. And now we look at Maxtor as, another serious contender. Now, maybe not knocking on the exact same door that Zeniku is, but definitely many agree that he has significantly improved over the last few seasons, and he is another person that you need to be looking out for. Now, there's losses versus Wenger and a loss versus Sirius, but you know he's also had some pretty big wins. The 3-0 against Avec, a 3-0 against Rapha. So maybe not so much throughout the whole season, but in the last couple weeks, that's Maxtor. He's here for the championship belt. And so this is an exciting matchup.
I was like, that's not my door, is it? Oh my lord!
I actually had a brief look at my door at one point.
God, has one of the rabbits broken out? Is it like quadrupled in size? Bloody hell! But I tell you what, there's one thing that Maxtor can always bring that I'm thoroughly looking forward to seeing is his ability to bring it on LAN, and that is a side of Maxtor that You know, we've got a fresh new year, a new final to crack into. Which of these players that have become a serious, like, formidable threat offline, there's a chance to do that again while they have had impressive years. And that's where Zeniku is very much a player that a lot of people are going to be looking at this guy, right? Because the growth this year and the dedication and the devotion has really paid off in results. Now, we'll look at the picks and bans when they're ready, but we can all agree that this matchup is going to be a ridiculous display of just how far two players have come on their personal journey, you know, because that's the big thing to take away here. Lethal, run us through these picks and bans.
I will do, and I do believe that's probably Zen with that ban on Deep Embrace. Maxtor is extremely lethal with that rail just on that map alone. We know he's one of the best rail-heavy players overall, but on Deep Embrace, some of the shots he pulls off and some of the angles he's able to gift himself, it's just remarkable what he can really do. So having that ban in place, totally understandable. Blood Covenant, we're going to get a very standard matchup between the Anarchy and the Slash with the Athena being banned. Going on to Corrupted Keep, again, I'm going to be assuming that's going to be Zen's pick. It's any way to keep away from that rail and just keep it out of his hands. He's made sure to do that. And we're not going to see, of course, the Strog versus Ranger usual matchup, because, of course, with the Strog being banned, we're going to see a BJ instead, which, in my opinion, is the next best thing. Multi-Veil banned, and we're going to see a Death Knight coming out from Maxtor. And it's not the first time we've seen it. Death Knight, we've only seen him probably a handful of times, but looks like Maxtor's going to be whipping it out this time round.
Yeah, I mean, getting a chance to... I haven't seen much DK action here the last... gosh, I'm trying to think back. I don't even remember this season. I'm sure it's probably popped up here and there, but that is definitely an interesting pick. And I agree with what you said on Corrupted Keep. Right, we've seen this matchup many times as well, kind of going both ways. It depends on quite a few factors, but I think it's still going to make for a pretty exciting game. Overall, I think that these two have a nice setup here to give us a really exciting game, and I'm eager to see who's going to come out on top. But just as a reminder, too, Maxtor's number 4 spot and Zeniku's number 5 spot. And as we've talked about the last few weeks, like, these are the final moments, right? You will kind of determine what is going to happen that first couple days at QuakeCon, and so very important matchup here for both of them.
Now, before I leave the two of you, let's talk about some predictions. I think this is quite a hard one to call. I think I'll get myself out of the way first. I think we could see a 2-1 here for Zeniku, just by Zeniku's just ridiculous year and the focus that remains to be just razor sharp. You know, there's an element of Zeniku where the Zeniku we can see right now is the best we've seen so far, and I still feel like there is even more room to go. And with everything ramping up leading into finals, I got a good feeling that this is just Zeniku, another chance for him to super refine that focus and to show all of us kind of what he's been cooking up. You know, I don't know whether you agree, but DJ Wheat, let's go with you as well.
I mean, this is hard. I'm even looking at the predictions on the Quake channel, and they're really even. I mean, 50-50 across the board. Look, I think I give a lot of weight to the fact that Maxtor's coming off of this with a big win over Rapha, but Zeniku's consistency throughout the whole season, I'm going to just kind of put the balance a little bit more in his favor. So I'm going to say Zeniku 2-1 as well, but I cannot imagine that either player can get a 3-0 here based off how well both are playing.
Yeah, I'm going to say the exact same as well. You got to remember, Zen also took out Kilson 3-0, which is... I don't even remember how and when the last time that happened. I do think Rapha actually took down Kilson as well 3-0, but that's just a feat in itself. But we probably more expected that from Rapha, didn't we? Not from Zen, though. We knew that it was going to be a very close affair between the two. But, of course, with both these players' recent form and their recent performance against some of these top players, it's going to be extremely difficult. So I'm not too surprised. But chat are just like, I have absolutely no idea. But a decent amount of channel points, though.
Well...
Yeah.
I think it's time for me to leave you two lovely lads to get on and start talking about it. I'm going to go and join the lovely stream at home, and have the best seat in the house. See you in a bit, folks.
Nice.
Enjoy.
We'll catch you in a bit. Have your food and your brew and everything you probably need to do. And I know you will. I know you will. But yeah, we all mine for this series. And honestly, it's nice to see again two of these players who are, well, we obviously can't call it up and coming anymore, but just a recent performance overall. Like Maxtor had a little bit of a slow start. Zen's just been consistent anyway. Both of them had actually very close map scores as well. I do believe that Zen's going 25 and 14. Max is going 23 and 13, but it's really difficult to kind of dictate what could be occurring. I'll probably say that Zen has the slight favour, of course, having CK and with a couple of champion choices as well. But honestly, I kind of feel like it's more in Max's ballpark in terms of like how he goes about and approaches the situation. If he's really on form, he could obviously take this 2-1, but if he's playing quite standard as the average Quake player would, then I probably feel like Zen will also take this as well. So it really depends on the tempo and how Maxtor dictates this start of the series.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the question then is like, will Zeniku even allow that to happen, right?
Yeah.
I think one of the things that was really interesting, because I think last week we saw Zeniku with bringing some, it was the Kilson Zeniku matchup where he was down a couple of those matches and brought it back, and that was something that we talked about, right? The idea that like to be a champion, you've got to be able to overcome those moments when you're down by 5 frags, and what do you do to bring it back? So we've just seen a really consistent display from Zeniku that says, hey, I want to own my little land here in the championship circle and not just lease it out, right? So this is a big moment for both of them. It's really hard to say, and I don't know. I mean, let's just let the let's see where the chips fall here as we're getting started and looking through the eyes of Maxtor.
Yeah, let's have a little bit of a gander to see what they're up to right at the very beginning with Maxtor now. Just rotating all the way back around. Of course, having that stack advantage with the heavy. And already picking up those hourglasses as well from that previous inject. Still though, given some information, hasn't got a rail or rocket in his hand as of yet, which is going to be, could bring some dire consequences later on as he's looking to try and back away just a tad. Nice little bit of tri-bolt, mind you, but the rail is hitting hard and fast here for Zen. Still trying to get a bit more with that tri-bolt, but at least he can get away and be able to get that rail. But not only the rail, but the heavy once again.
Yeah, that actually turned out pretty good for him. I mean, Zen was clearly trying to at least see if he could keep his opponent out of there, and did a pretty good job, but then ultimately got in a position that allowed him. Maxtor saw the opening and said, I got to get my rail now. Still no RL, which can be a big deal, but I'll tell you what, Zeniku has been hitting all of his rails here. Well, okay, technically not all of them, but he seems to at least have nailed a couple here. And there's the Mega coming up, and the inject that immediately goes down because of that rail. And so Maxtor stopped short here momentarily, as it's just kind of been throwing some test shots here, lethal, but coming up the jump pad, a lot of momentum on that one, and the super shotgun will be the tool of the trade here to take him down, and might even find another conversion frag. But 1 minute 43 seconds in, and Zeniku finds a frag.
Oh. A little bit worried about the gauntlet there. 2 minutes in, only 1 frag. Now for Zen, still just picking up that heavy, but it's just a pleasure to watch how different Zen's playing now compared to what we saw like 6 to 12 months ago. Just how there's almost zero hesitation, and just feel like he's... Oh, as he's going in with the LG. Good rockets coming up from Maxtor though. What about to take it? No, he does not get away. Only left on 50 HP. Maxtor is slightly weaker, but he's in the position to pick up that Mega. So Zen is going to back off with that light. Heavy's up in 5. And even though Maxtor won't be able to grab it, he is in position to at least be a bit of a pain with that heavy machine gun, as Zen is just diving on in with that heavy machine gun.
Oh, that was really unfortunate that Maxtor didn't have a rail right there, as we just saw Zeniku floating through the air as he ramped up those stairs. Missed opportunity, but just coming off of spawn, that has not been able to make his way over there. So now Zeniku putting himself right in between Mega and where Rail is on the mid area. Good Rail, drops Zeniku down to the middle level, stops his momentum just a little bit. And we have been seeing a little bit more tri-bolt here from a longer distance and medium distance on this map. It's really interesting to see the players, kind of how they're throwing that out. But 3 minutes in, there's still a ton of time here in this. Ooh, nice rocket. Anticipates him coming around the corner, does some even more damage. Cannot follow up with a Rail, but will be able to grab this Mega, not before eating a beautifully placed rocket from Maxtor. These guys are making all the reads.
I was just saying earlier today, everyone's rockets just seems to be top-notch compared to what we witnessed previous seasons. Good little bit of LG coming out from Maxtor, mind you, but Zen does need to clear off as soon as possible. Picks up the light, Mega up in 12. But he could be standing there for quite a while if he times his tri-bat out perfectly. He does, gets a 40 from that shot, does have his trail. 2 seconds until the Mega, but Maxtor's looking to see if he can get a bit more further damage, but is assuming that he's already backed away for that heavy. Maxtor's actually going to dive in straight for him. That would have been huge if he hit that first initial rail. Didn't hit the second either. So we're kind of back to square one as Max needs to try and find a little bit more armor to his name. So rocket just barely dodged by Zen.
I feel like Maxtor struggling just a little bit with Zeniku's speed and momentum here. He's, he hit that beautiful rocket, a couple of really nice rails, but Zeniku is just really trying to keep Maxtor on his toes here a little bit. So we'll have to see if he is going to be able to, find some place, maybe some control in the middle where he's going to have a little bit more in terms of options for those shots. But right now, Zeniku definitely is in the advantage here of his champion. As we are at 4 minutes and 45 seconds now on the clock, still a lot of time left. But 1-0, I can't say I'm surprised. Lethal, I expected these guys to give us a good game, but we're getting more chess than checkers here. And Zeniku will pop his trail, but not going to do much as heavy spawns.
Yeah, this is the kind of scoreline you get on Blood Covenant with two medium champions, not these two champions, as both these players are just being very cautious with their decision-making and the execution on a lot of parts. As both of them have been on slightly equal stacking. Not have to pick up that Mega, but that rail was so important here. But the problem is Maxtor is going to pick that Mega up after that initial rail shot here. And for Maxtor, if he was able to hit that first rail a couple of times before, he may have had at least 2 frags by now, as he's going to go for that heavy, which is, again, very uncharacteristic of Maxtor to miss some of his shots. But maybe just warming himself up, easing into this series and looking to back away again. Maxtor still hasn't got any armor, and we'll be looking for a couple of lights. Hopefully he finds down one below, but maybe he did not. So why didn't the struggle bus in that department?
4 minutes left. And I do feel like when Maxtor's been top of middle at RL, right? He's definitely been putting himself in good positions, hitting those rails, trying to negate some of the advantages that Zeniku keeps stacking up. But it hasn't been able to result in a frag quite yet. And that's partially because Zeniku's just, he's hitting his shots too. Like he's bringing not only the movement and I think the overall control of the map. Oh, coming up the jump pad, big rail coming out from Maxtor. And the trail is going to allow him to escape, but not without some bruising there, as he knows his opponent's going to be coming up for this heavy. Big fight probably going to happen right here. Catches him with a nice rocket, a second one. Can he land the rail? He lands the rail, but Maxtor's about at the stack he was when he came in, and we'll call it a stalemate yet again.
Yeah, 7 minutes in, only 1 frag so far. Mega's up, heavy in 15. Zen's got plenty of time to try and get around and contest it, but Max has been an absolute thorn on the sides here. That rocket is, oh my God, it was railable as well. So close. So now Zen's looking to reposition himself to maybe get a cheeky rail there from that top side, but he's heard the rocket jump. He knows it wasn't fake. He's literally rotating all the way back around. Will he be able to get away? Should be able to. May take a shot though, but it looks like Maxtor decides not to drop down there. But the rail coming out again, you can see Maxtor slowly, as time progresses, he's warming up into this matchup. Maxtor's getting a little bit leery himself, looking to try and get a bit more done in terms of the damage count, but Sirius going to damage count. There's literally only 7 damage between the two. The LG battle comes out, hits the rail, but the problem is Max is far weaker, but he uses the inject, is getting away here,
Oh, that rail was so close. Oh my God. Yeah, there's just so much, drive-by, like really fast drive-by action happening here. And that's kind of what you have to do, especially for Maxtor, who's just trying to find an opportunity to get a shot in. He's had a couple real nice predictive shots coming out here, as he's going to go for the heavy now. Zeniku's still giving this a shot. It's going to pop that trail, let him get out of there a little bit quicker. But now that the time is becoming a bit of an issue here too, as Maxtor only has 1 minute and 30 seconds left. And, you know, people might think that a 0-1 victory would not be exciting, but this has been a really interesting game. And you just imagine how much they've done and how much item control has come into play and managing their opponent's stack. So big rail coming out of that teleporter. Is he going to be able to capitalize this? He knows he's down below, comes in on the low armor, the light armor, and it's going to be the LG as he realizes his mistake and runs around, and Maxtor has an opportunity to potentially take the victory, but he's tied the game.
That was perfect from Maxtor. He knew that he was not going to go for the heavy and just prioritize the light straight away. So again, good foresight coming out from Maxtor. Now looking to try and add a little bit more. We'll be able to find him. Hits him in the end. That was so crucial. So crucial there with the heavy come up and 5, and it's just a matter of time. 40 seconds, they're going to catch him with the LG. This could be the final nail in the coffin before he tries to clean him up, but it looks like he's going to back away. Get this heavy. Only 30 seconds left, but look at the stacks. Wait, as he's going to try him up again with the top rockets, but backs away again.
Oh, I mean, risky if you would have had a little bit different weapon set, but he got away with it, and that's all that matters. Less than 20 seconds remaining, and Maxtor manages to pull this one out. There's just the last little attack coming out here, but Maxtor fall away rocket does drop down on pop him. It could happen right here, and Jack does come out. Rocket's being fired, but no, says Maxtor, as he adds a final frag there. You know, I mean, Zeniku had to take the risk at the end there. Like, to me, that game was 2-1 at the end, right? Zeniku's like, I got to try to tie this up. That's exactly what we saw there. Maxtor won that battle 3-1 now. But that was the really interesting game, right? I think you look at the control aspect of Zeniku throughout. He was hitting those early rails. He was managing a lot of the lights, making it a little bit more difficult there for Maxtor. But what Maxtor demonstrated was A, patience, and B, creating opportunity, right? Some of that rocket that came from nowhere over near Mega, some of those rails, as we saw Zeniku just speeding through the map, is exactly what he needed to do. He didn't chase it. He didn't try to force those types of engagements, but he made opportunities for himself, and it did play out. 3-1 is still, is wild. I expected this game to be close, but you know, Maxtor taking the first game, which is a big statement.
The biggest play of them all was Maxtor not going for the heavy and assuming that Zen was going to back away and then prioritize the light across the LG down below, and it paid off massively. He found him, caught him, and then that was when he was able to continue that streak with those 3 frags. And I think there was even a couple of times where Maxtor could have actually got a couple more. Those times where he went through the TP and he missed that first initial rail to give him the window to then push and just go plus forward straight away. Sadly, he missed it on 2 separate occasions, a couple minutes apart, but that doesn't matter. He still managed to get the dub anyway, going onto Crux to keep, where he doesn't have the rail to fall back on. It will be the Ranger versus the BJ. We normally get the Ranger versus Strog matchup, but Zen banned the Strog straight away, and then now to go for the BJ straight afterwards. And Zen has been looking very good and very solid on CK. The way he performs and how he assesses every single very minor situation with his positioning and how he goes across towards his items and the abuse of the heavy machine gun, it's textbook stuff. It really is. But then again, we see Maxtor pull some ridiculous stuff out the bag as well. But I kind of feel like this is becoming more and more of Zeniku's home turf.
It's hard to say here, right? I mean, given the Ranger, Maxtor's had some pretty sick orb plays this season, and I feel like Zeniku's aim is right on. So I think, right, the lack of the rail and dual wield LG popped at the right time can really create space. Of course, that orb is sort of mobility king on this map. So I'm excited to watch these two kind of face off in exactly this scenario, because I think both of them are going to bring the best that they can with the champion that they've got. But Maxtor's got that momentum, and we get the countdown for 3, 2, 1 fight, and we're going to be looking through the eyes of Maxtor to start off, and he is going to orb immediately to secure himself the heavy. And I'm very curious to see how this one is going to play out. I think that we're going to get a little bit more action here, just by the nature and the size of the map, but we'll have to see. Who knows? I wouldn't count anything out with these two.
No, I certainly wouldn't either. LG coming out with Maxtor here, getting quite a lot of damage done, mind you. A slight stack advantage. Only a 12 from that last shotgun, but you can see as he was pulling back in a straight line. It was easy pickings for him in terms of the damage department, and clean Zen up. So it does pick up the light, has the Mega as well. Still has the orb ready and waiting to use. Just a matter of how he's going to try and approach Zen, as Zen's currently around the LG area. Maxtor still hasn't got a heavy machine gun, but I'm sure he'll add that to his list of weapons to pick up shortly. As he's just directly underneath it, he's going to catch him, but it looks like Zen has actually rightfully backed away, and it's going to be directly underneath him now for this Mega. He's only done 39, but going to try and do a little bit more of the LG. Dual comes up just to, not just for map presence, but just to give Maxtor that warning sign to back away.
Yeah, I mean, defensive dual wield for sure in that case. And I don't blame him. But there we see the orb. It's read by Zeniku. Quite nice. He does get a little bit of damage on the exit, but not enough to do any, or to grab a frag. Only a minute and 30 in. LG from both players. Maxtor's going to drop down. He wants that heavy, but he's not going to get it. And I'm not sure, a little mistiming. Thought maybe there was a couple more seconds there, but that's going to tie this game back up at the 2-minute mark.
This is looking a lot better for Zen now. Just approaching the 2-minute mark, only a 12. 16 from the previous shot. As it does manage to pretty much recover. Coming up with a dual wield now. It's going to be diving on forward. Oh, what a good rocket in the back. That gets to heavy as well shortly. And that was huge for Zen. Just needs to continue what he does best. Play this really fast, methodical approach. And the problem is Zen is just still just biding his time, waiting for him to push on forward from that LG area. But this is looking a little bit better now as he come out with the LG once again. Maxtor just here on the edge, but Max's aim was looking a little bit better during that fight. But with the passive, it might help him a little bit here. Both going out with that started shotgun. My God.
That's I'm shocked that actually Zeniku is in that spot. It looked like he did the majority of damage, but more so is the fact that Maxtor hadn't really grabbed anything. He did get the Mega, but now he's trapped once again. Sees the orb and does manage to catch it on the way out. There's the shotgun blast for frag number 3, and Zeniku seems to have found his footing here so far, but 7 minutes left to go. A ton of time still left here. I do think Zeniku has had 2 opportunities where that dual wield has really played a key factor in securing a frag lead. He is going to pop it here as he comes from the top of the statue, but just getting it ready as Maxtor's going to make his way in. Stop short once he hears the fire, and not surprising, he may lie in wait and just not allow himself to get caught in a trap here. Rocket comes out, but Zeniku skirts right by it, and right now Zeniku's got some solid control.
Certainly does. Get a decent amount of heavy machine gun damage there. Backing away once more. Picks up the heavy. Will delay the timing to throw Maxtor off a little bit.
I think he meant to grab it on the way through, but that 1 millisecond mattered.
Yeah. Leaves it delays it by a few seconds. Got a good direct dev onto Maxtor. Oh, he's in the prime position now. Oh, 50 with that last rocket as well. Has the dual to use. But the damage output coming up from Maxtor here, considering Zen's getting ready for the drive-by with a couple of these shots. Now just surpassing the 420 mark as he's using that dual wield to see if it can stop him from going for that mega. Took a bit of damage from that previous rocket, but we'll have to see. But obviously, both items quite close in sync.
I'm always so impressed with Zeniku's read on orbs. Like, he is usually right on most of the time. And then the other thing I was going to say is that I'm not surprised to see Maxtor utilizing that heavy machine gun a little bit more. Like, you know, finding those spots where he knows his opponent's going to run through, similar to what we saw him do with the rail in map 1. It's some damage, and a couple times it's really benefited the battle that he's been in. But we hit the halfway point here in this game and caught in the red room. Zeniku got to switch over to that shotgun and see if he can't finish it up. Long range machine gun. The light is up, and he went and got for it with that rocket, almost hitting him. Maxtor so very low, and Zeniku's just going to Pac-Man up all of these health bubbles, and there's not a whole lot of options here for Maxtor, which kind of gives Zeniku full reign right now.
It certainly does. He's getting a little bit eager to maybe just dive in for that dual wield or just force Maxtor to make a move. As he's still on top of that red room here, he's going to have to dual wield again quite shortly in the next 12 seconds. Tickle of damage with the LG. Heavy's up in 10. Max is just sitting there chilling above the heavy, just raining rockets down to see if he can do a bit of damage to maybe even get the heavy himself. But I think that's a great decision from Max to just back away. Don't let the situation get any worse than it currently is. And now we've got 4 minutes left remaining.
Yeah, and Zeniku knows that Mega's up. He could sit there and fight, use it in case he doesn't do too well in it, but now he's going to close the gap between the two as he knows exactly where he is in Red Room once again. Maxtor trying to figure out his best escape plan here as he heads on over to the heavy. And that dual wield is up. It is pop just as opponent goes to that teleporter, but catches him from down below. Is he going to keep up? Yep. Just an immaculate shotgun blast on the exit of that orb for the 4th frag, and Zeniku has put his foot down.
He certainly has. Jesus, 10 seconds until the heavy. He caught him in a rock and a hard place here. Defensive rockets, 28. Not going to be enough, but 40 HP left for Maxtor, but at least he gets the heavy. He's got a couple of bubbles above him around Tri-Bolt just to continue to recover. He caught him a little bit here. Here's the screams, but Max have to back away again. Gets a 10, but at least he can collect everything up in the red room nonetheless. His orb will be up any second now. That rocket was so close. Look at the damage of that heavy machine gun, especially from the angle as well, and that direct, but he just retaliated with a sick rocket of his own.
You know, the times when boxers will just like plant their feet. Hold on. The orb comes out. Not sure he should have taken that one. Do kind of get what he was trying to go for there, but Zeniku grabs another frag. I was going to say, you know, when sometimes boxers just plant the feet and just slug at each other back and forth, like not really defend. That's kind of what I felt like we saw there for a little bit. But unfortunately, the orb doesn't work out for Maxtor there. And once again, Zeniku with those orb reads. I would be any player taking note of these things, because it always seems like Zeniku knows if you're just doing it to bait him or if you're doing it because you need an escape or you might get an advantage.
Look at the stack difference as well. I can't really see Maxtor having a way in here. You have to do some serious chipping, some miracle work here. But the problem is he's the one taking the damage himself, not the other way around, making it 6-2. Zen's looking much better now, using the orb to try and get past, but he's ready and waiting with that dual wield, making it 7. And Zeniku now looking 10 times better compared to what we saw, and he's really feeling himself compared to that first map.
Yeah, he is, and I think a lot of it has had to do with control. You know, the dual wields come in really handy. He read the orbs so well, and God, like the 20th direct rocket of the matchup takes place right there. And Maxtor is screaming. He's so low, just one single bullet. Well, a couple now as he grabs that 25. But we're in the final minute, or about to be. Dual wield is pop, but at this point, Zeniku knows that he's got this one in the bag. He played it smart, and I was a little, when Maxtor did manage to bring that second frag to the table, I think Zeniku had maybe 4 at that point, and it was a much closer game than it looks like right now. I was actually thinking this could be Maxtor's moment, but Zeniku recovered quite nicely from their lethal, and it looks like he was able to close this one out in a victory that will mean that third and final match is the decider, and that's the way we like it here at the QPL.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay, Maxtor will clean up anyway. Oh, God, look at himself, 10 HP. Yeah, we couldn't have it any other way, considering how well Max was performing in that last map. And Zen was still playing really well himself. It just couldn't really find initial Q in order to try and secure any more frags. And Max had just been extremely patient. And, of course, one of the most creative players in the circuit. So much rocket damage coming up from Max as well for the defensive purposes. But it's already been done. 5 seconds left as Maxtor will get that full frag, but it does mean that he'll lose that second map, and it will be now 1 apiece between the two. And yeah, Zen looking a lot better, seem to be adapting a lot better. I'm not saying that, oh, you can see as well, 25 items for Zen, only 14 for Maxtor there, and the damage is so close between the two. I think I'm looking at about 66 damage. That's all it was between the two Titans so far. And yeah, I must say that Maxtor, he saw some, you could say, moments of greatness here and there, but some, I wouldn't say sloppy plays, but he was forced a hand which he didn't want to use. There's a couple of times he had to use his orb just to get out of a bad scenario, just to pick up a light or a few health bubbles to keep himself alive, not really for that damage purposes, which was a little bit unfortunate. But Zen looking 10 times better, and I don't think he's playing from home either. I think he's playing, I don't know which house it is, but I don't think one of the team has. It's maybe the endpoint one, I'm not sure. But do you know what? It seems to be that every time he's there, he seems to be, seems to play like twice as good, if not more. But yeah, well played by Zen as we go to the third map.
Yeah, and this means it sets up the third and deciding game, but there's some variables in there that are kind of interesting, right? We've got the Death Knight that's going to be coming out versus the Doom on Awoken. We throw the Rail back in there. So we sort of, looking at the last two maps, Maxtor's Rail was looking really nice. I'm not sure exactly what his plan is versus Zeniku with that DK, but ultimately, I think this comes down to control, right? When we saw Zeniku, although I would say that Zeniku had pretty solid control there in map number 1, what he wasn't able to do is recover when Maxtor finally got that frag, and that was not the case. And Corrupted Keep, there was solid recovery from Zeniku when Maxtor did kind of bring that back. So to me, the Death Knight is the big question mark in this one, Lethal. I mean, I expect Zeniku will play. We know Doom can benefit from just some of the mobility here on Awoken, but does Maxtor have some tricks up his sleeve? We're about to find out. I'm glad that the third map is going to be deciding it. I'm just I have no idea which way this might go.
This is what we expected, wasn't it? Even before this series even begun, we were kind of contemplating what could be happening. And yeah, the Death Knight, I think, I want to say I've only seen it once. It's been around at least once, maybe twice, but not exactly sure, and I can't remember how that actually panned out. But there's nothing wrong with the Death Knight at all. This could be a good matchup for Maxtor to try and get himself on the pedestal early on, especially in terms of that damage factor and keeping away from those health bubbles as well. But of course, the Doom, it's been, the kind of the middle tier kind of champion to use on Awoken if there's nothing else left to use, if the Athena's not available, or a couple of the other champions. But Doom is still a very, very good viable option. Kind of a little bit similar to Ranger, where you could pretty much use him on every single map, nonetheless, anyway. But for Zen now, and it's very important for the both of these, just due to the fact that, of course, Zeniku coming in 4th, Maxtor in 6th. And they do want to try and at least keep a top 4 spot. They should be right for top 8, but a little bit more points wouldn't give a miss in terms of the seeding. But we can start off from Max's perspective to see what mischief he's going to be up to and see how well we can do with his Death Knight.
And I'm going to throw it out here to Bonefitz, who said, Death Knight can either be super lame or surprisingly awesome. Dude, you nailed it. That I couldn't have described it any better. That is exactly it. And which version will we get? We're about to find out. Still following Maxtor, and I'm really curious kind of if we're going to get a surprisingly awesome version or a super lame version. I don't know. I'd like to hope that he's incapable of bringing a super lame version, but we're going to just have to see. So both players at this point pretty much armed up. That means the rails can start flying, and they already have. Maxtor is going to, I think, land one. No, actually, Zeniku landed his, but not Maxtor. there he finally hits one, and now has Zeniku kind of trapped over here in the corner. LG does come out. Now the flames, and he's got to do the dance, and he traps him in there. So Maxtor says, okay, I'm going to try to zone you a little bit, and the flames work out real well for him there, putting the first frag on the board.
Oh, good LG damage coming out from Zen. And we will have a bit of decent bit of DK there. Oh, the rocket as well. And the rail straight afterwards. And the rocket straight afterwards. The damage is outputting right now. Left on 86. He was railable during that instance. But Zen, my goodness, all that damage consumes. And now, even in the stack, saying that though, now Zen has picked up the Mega, has picked up the Light as well. And Maxtor just continued to be a brute force. His aim skill over the last couple maps has just been brutal. Really has been.
Devastating, right? The beautiful rail standing still into the LG and just about landed every damn cell that he shot. 2 minutes in, 2 frags up here for Maxtor, and it looks like Maxtor might be the one trying to take control as he props the flames right in the middle upper section, which is a great choke point for his opponent to really not want to mess with. And then through the teleporter, misses the rail. Gonna try to find a second one. Hey, almost nails Zeniku out of the teleporter. Does get a little bit of LG, but cannot manage to clean that one up.
Good on my 8 seconds until the next Mega. Zen is up in position. Slightly weaker stack, but he's ready to take it. He hits one rail, looking for the other if he can. He's got the LG back out once again. And Maxtor, look at that. One initial shot goes with the flame strike. Gets him, but of course, Mega's already been picked up. Not going to happen for him. Zen does bring this back, though. Great stack to now continue this aggression, and he finds him.
That was really unfortunate. Like, I think Maxtor saw the 0.5 left on his flame strike. It's just like, I got this. But it was Zeniku who just got there a little bit early. Had that gone off, might have been a little bit different if he would have had a few seconds there. But wow, great LG battle. And it's going to be picked up and victorious for Zeniku. So he's completely negated Maxtor's effort here. Now he has pretty solid control, but that's not going to stop Maxtor here. As there's a second rail come out, and they trade yet again. And my goodness, how low both of them are. But Zeniku's screaming a little bit. Needs to find some health and get back into this. They're going to run into each other, very similar to what happened in game number 1 on the lower levels. And Maxtor comes out on top again.
You have to be so careful with Zen. He's got one of the best Dooms in the game. The way he utilizes him, and look at that through the window. As he catches him, full frag now, and Maxtor just continuing with that rocket damage as well with the 88, and he's trying to get away with that berserk mode. Oh my God!
Yeah, I mean, Maxtor is just not only playing amazingly from an aim perspective, but I think he has been using the Death Knight really, really well, and I think that's almost panicked Zeniku a little bit, right? I mean, there's just been a couple questionable moments here, and Maxtor is kind of hitting everything. So I would imagine, you know, being in the head of Zeniku, he's just kind of like, what the hell do I do here? Jumps over the flame, coming out of the teleporter. That's going to help him out just a little bit, but burning down. And that's going to make it 7-3 as Maxtor from beyond the grave there coming out. And, yeah, I liked how Zeniku brought that back, but that's, you know, feel the burn, literally.
You hate to see it, and everyone knows how difficult trying to rail a Doom with the berserk mode on, but Max just making it look easy, just hitting every single shot. This is the Max that we know and love, and just looking at it so far, 56% rail for Maxtor, only 42 for Zen, but we've still got time yet, still got just at the halfway point as Zen is kind of retaliate with a few shots of his own, trying to clear him up with the LG. Misses that rail vote. Oh, he hits him 2 for 2. Looking to go for the third if he can. He doesn't get it, and the heavy is going to be given to Zen.
Oh my gosh. These two are just not letting up. And again, you know, I look at this Lethal and I'm just saying to myself, this is a preview of what we're going to get live in a few weeks. And I can't wait to see that this play on land. Now, Maxtor still with a 3-frag lead. We're halfway through this game. Zeniku's certainly showing some momentum to try to bring this back. Maxtor with 2 phenomenal rails, looking for another one. And his rail has absolutely been his best friend here. Right now, Zeniku needs to average a frag a minute in order to claim some victory, but you know that Maxtor's not going to make this one easy. Also, Zeniku, only 1 rail slug left. He's got to be careful here, but he'll take Mega and see what's next.
Yeah, a bit of a stack advantage, but he's going to have even more of one now that he's going to pick up that heavy. Won't be contested by Maxtor, just in case he feels he could be caught. Oh, my goodness, so close. This Mega will be up in 12. Got the information he requires and a little bit of damage to boot. Just holding that top mid position as he's dropping down to get another rail angle, and he does manage to get it. Hits the first. He's going to get a second as well. Hits with the 50. Goes with the berserk to get away and picks up the light as well. He's going to be finding it in close corners, and Maxtor's going to be the one who comes out on top and doesn't get that initial spawn rail, but good double jump coming up from Zen predicting that as we've got Mega in 15 seconds. And yeah, time's running out now for Zen. Can he bring this back?
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I mean, Maxtor's playing so well. And yep, here he goes. Zeniku's going to try to lay the LG on, and he does. His opponent wanted to grab that Mega, and similar to what we saw in game number 2, he's not able to get it, and then it spawns right after. Now Maxtor in a little bit of trouble, and this is a huge window of opportunity coming out here now for Zeniku. Now Maxtor does grab a light and a bubble, which means he's in a lot better spot. That would have been massive if Zeniku would have picked up frag number 6 right there. Would have had a lot of time to claw the other 2 back. But Maxtor's got to be thinking a little bit about right, what his plan is here, because he does not want to let Zeniku have control here just for the last 2 minutes, but he also does not want to lose this lead that he has got. So jumping around over here, heavy is up, and it looks like it's abandoned by Maxtor. I think he can do that now. And we get Berserk popped here, get a little bit through, takes some rocket damage, but that just accelerates him a little bit. More coming out here. Oh my God, more direct rockets. Misses that rail, but Zeniku's got to make a move here, Lethal.
He certainly does. And I don't know if you noticed, but Zen's been denying the rail from Maxtor for the entirety of this. Maxtor's tried to get a bit close, but he's just not been able to, and he's also running out of rocket ammo, so he's only really got the LG to work with, and he can't take that path towards the rockets because he knows Zen's going to be there. Again, continuing to deny both weapons, but he's only got a minute and 15. Is Maxtor just doing what he should be doing, just playing defensive, but just making the right rotations and trying to throw Zen off. Even though he's got the mobility, he's still able to get away from Zeniku here. He's going back and forth, hits that first rail. He's going to use the berserk to try and catch me if he can, but the rockets are just too good, almost going off the map. The rocket as well, left on 32 HP. And will he be able to get him? No, he doesn't.
Oh, and this has got to be frustrating here for Zeniku. Oh, he picks it up, but he's very low. This last minute is huge right here. He's basically got to try to find a frag and then hope for life that he gets a decent spawn here. Waiting for his opponent to come on the teleporter. The shows no signs. Unfortunately, he couldn't make anything happen with that rail. Unfortunately, trying to open it up. There we have the Mega. Last 20 seconds, and this is not looking super good here for Zeniku. He's going to make his last little run here, sees an opponent, gets caught with the LG flames coming out, and that might be it. No, he does manage to pick up some health bubble, but Maxtor gets the LG frag, and 9-6, and we owe Maxtor an apology. That is a 2-1 victory, and I mean, this just... who knows what is going to happen at QuakeCon, seeing all this, right? Like, Maxtor did take out Rapha, now he takes out Zeniku. Zeniku's been on a tear himself. Like, these are just phenomenal results. Let's bring Ketchup back in, see what he thought of this game. But GG, well played from both players. What a great match.
I mean, I definitely have to agree with you, Weeds. I think we definitely owe Maxtor an apology on that one. It was still a close affair, but that final map was a really, really fun one to watch. We kind of got a different dynamic every time. We got to see the rather intense first map, and then the second map being a lot more favored towards Zen, and then obviously this final map here where we just got to see some absolutely ridiculous shots. And you just love to see the Death Knight. You just love to see those instances where a champion who isn't very popular gets to do some cool stuff. And that's already going to be the first question I ask Maxtor when we manage to get Maxtor in, is kind of just pick his brains about that pick, because I just want to know why. I want to know what the thought process was, because obviously it worked so good, and those moments like there are absolutely wonderful to watch. But it was a great set. It was a wonderful display of just the journey. I said this at the very beginning of the series before I dipped away, and I'm going to say it again now. These are two players that have come so far since they first took their steps into Quake Pro League, where these are two players that, look, if we can see Maxtor play like that at the finals, who knows how far this player could go. We might even have a new champion, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, this is what I said before. I kind of feel like with this matchup, is Maxtor's going to go completely teetotal and just go straight in. I kind of feel like the ball was in his court. It just depends on how he's going to perform against Zen. He had a bit of a slow start on that Blood Covenant game, but then he started to hit his stride, and that's when he becomes an extremely dangerous opponent, because he actually is able to adapt a lot better compared to last year. Last year is a little bit in Sirius's boat, where he's extremely formidable with the rail, extremely strong in multiple areas, but just very minor mistakes here and there, and his adaptation. But that's improved a lot more in comparison, and you guys can see the scorelines at home, 3-1 in that first game, but got to keep able to bring it back 7-4, as he's been looking extremely strong on that map over the last few months, and Maxtor taking that 9-6. We've had some really sick Awoken games today.
Yeah, I mean, we also have to talk about the fact, right, that was a solid 2-1 victory for Maxtor. If we then isolate game 2 and say what was a lot of the problem there for Maxtor, it had a lot to do with the control coming out by Zeniku, but there was also those 2 orbs that essentially gave up 3, almost 4 frags, and that's how much Zeniku won by. So it's like you still see some of the cracks, and that's fine, right? Every great player shows just look at some of our Titans who have been defeated throughout the season, and that's because these folks have improved so much. But the reason I point that out is because I see the alternate, the split of the timeline where Maxtor actually took that 3-0, right? Maybe made a different decision on the exit of some of those orbs and takes that game. A lot of potential here, and Zeniku too, like, still looked pretty great, right? Despite the fact that we predicted that we thought he was going to win, doesn't take away his victories from the season, doesn't change how consistent it's been. It just says that top talent and the pool at the top is it's a lot harder to distinguish, right? Who could potentially be that champ?
And I feel like it's just simply going to get harder and harder to distinguish that. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the higher end of the leaderboard now, and I'm seeing Wenger, I'm seeing Razy, Rapha, Zeniku, Kilson, Maxtor. I mean, like, all of these players, when they go head to head here, they've been able to do extremely well against each other, and that's what you want. We're going to remind everyone for the millionth time, and there will be a million times more, that the finals are not that far away at this point. And when you're looking at players this split down the middle, I think it spells good things for all of us at home. I think we're guaranteed to get some world-class Quake, right? That could, for all we know, be the best Quake Champions tournament that has ever been. And that's going to be hard to beat. That's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, it really will be, because normally there's 4 names in a hat. You can go, yeah, it should be one of these guys as a champion, because the couple players outside the top 4 could take one player down, but not consistently enough to take multiple. But now it's completely different, isn't it? Maxtor definitely has the chance, and you've seen him defeat Rapha 3-0. You've seen Zeniku defeat Kilson 3-2. It's been a really kind of rock, paper, scissors kind of season, hasn't it? And don't get me wrong, like, we could go to the Quake World Championships and actually it goes back to normal, to how the top 4 should be, but hopefully that's not the case. But you can see the probability is definitely increased in Maxtor and Zeniku's side 100%, because last year you would have said, as I mentioned before, maybe like a 5% chance or less if they're lucky, but sometimes there's a bit too much of a gap in terms of their dueling experience and adaptation. But now I think we have a lot more faith in them to do much more and achieve like a much higher placing.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many variables that get introduced at an event like QuakeCon, and yes, we're excited. Like, everyone's on land, the best of them comes out, but right, there's so many other elements that you've got to overcome. But I'm still excited knowing right the talent that's going into the finals. It's going to be explosive.
Well, do we have a treat for you at home? I've just been told we have got our interview ready with our recent winner of our first featured matchup of the day, Maxtor. First of all, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
It's great to see you again. And obviously, we've been talking about your journey and your growth as a player and how, you know, you've shown up on LAN before. You do have these breakout performances, or not necessarily breakout anymore. Obviously, now it's just people expect you to do well against this caliber and you're able to do so. I'm going to ask the first question here. Why Death Knight?
Well, I had the idea that Stan was going to approach me every time he can with Doom's ability, with the Berserk, because you can punch and get this insane speed, and you can actually get closer to the opponent. So I was thinking that he will try to just get close to me. So what I thought is, okay, I'm hitting a good amount of zero rockets, so I could use this kind of combination sometimes, and it kind of worked when I need it. Not the entire of the match, but it worked in the end. So I think that was the main reason for DK on a Vulcan versus a Doom. Probably someone else would have picked, I don't know, Galina, because she was available at the time we were picking, but I went for something more. I went for the damage, actually. I was thinking that he was going to approach the idea of just attacking me with rockets or getting close to me. So I was like, okay, I got the tool for that. I got the flank strike, so I was prepared for it.
No, it's wonderful to see. It was, I always love watching someone look for like a direct answer. And I know that some might even have considered that like a risky pick, because obviously if it doesn't quite go the way you think it might do, then, you know, what are you left with? But, you know, it was wonderful to see it in action, and it's good to see good ideas come to fruition, I suppose. But Lethal, I almost cut you off.
No, it's all right. I was going to say, that's the MK coming out of you, innit, with a direct counter of response. No, the only thing I was going to say, a little bit outside the series as well. Obviously, QuakeCon, 5 or 6 weeks away, training, etc., etc. I know last year you were training with Nosfer and Avik. Have you got any plans for a boot camp, or like, what's your plans in terms of your practice schedule after the Pro League side of things are finished?
Most likely I will be, well, not most likely, no. I will be the first of August in the United States, and I will be just preparing from that time. And after we finish the regular league, which my last match is against Racy, and after that, I will be just playing from here, but having a different schedule, because my personal vacation will start again as well, so I will have plenty of time to dedicate myself to Quake. So I will just dedicate the whole time after week 18 to just prepare myself. But I don't have any plans to play with someone else. I think Nosfer and I will join me in the United States, but that's not sure yet.
They're trying to influence you already.
But now the Brazilian tends to influence me a little bit, so I think the shorter amount of time, the little amount of time, I think is the better.
That's cool.
So I'm not sure. I think I heard that I can't ask you a question, but I'm just going to say no, and I'm going to ask you a question anyway. You shot an orb on map 2 from Red Room over to above the Heavy. And I think everyone, myself included, and what was like, there's no way that Maxtor's going to take that orb. And then you exited out of the orb, and then you got absolutely annihilated. Now, we just spent 3 games, gushing about how well you played, but can you tell us why you decided to exit on that orb?
No, that was a mistake actually. I have a space for zoom, and I wanted to just zoom just to try to track it, and I pressed B because B is my button for the ability, and I don't know how I press it. I tend to just have my thumb in an horizontal way, and I just press it by mistake. But no, that wasn't my intention.
Okay. That's awesome. No,
I love the fact
answer,
that was such a simpler answer than DJ Wee was expecting us. Oh yeah, that was a mistake. My bad. Anyway,
Something really
GG's.
complex.
I mean, mistakes are part of the game, guys.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Maxtor's not a robot, for crying out loud. These things happen. But anyway,
I thought maybe Maxtor had like some elaborate plan that was gonna, it's like it didn't unfold that way, but this is what happened.
Well, maybe Sam doesn't look around and he misses this shot. No, man. I go pretty straightforward. I don't tend to just think that way. No, it was a mistake. That was it.
well, anyway, a pleasure to have you here. GG's again. It's always
GG,
wonderful
Maxtor.
to see you play.
GG's, mate.
Not long now until the all-important final. So cheers, mate. We'll see you soon.
See you guys.
Right. And then there was one match left to go. One final match to close out the night, and it's going to be Kilson versus Wenger, the eternal back and forth that I think everyone is thoroughly looking forward to. We're going to go to one final break. When we return, our final match of the night will begin. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is our latest week here of the Quake Pro League. My name is Ketchup. We're joined by Lethal, joined by DJ Wheat. We have one more matchup of the day, and it's a good one. It's a good one. It's Kilson head-to-head against Wenger. Lethal, I mean, this is like an eternal rivalry, right? And it just keeps on going.
Honestly, no idea how this is going to go. These two are just absolute juggernauts in the scene. And for Kilson, for Wenger especially, like looking really good, sitting pretty at the top at the moment. 12-1 and only dropped 5 maps for the entirety of the season. That's just saying itself. And of course, he wants to try and secure that first seed to give him that huge confidence boost going in. And I kind of feel like we're seeing a lot from him in terms of that 2021 kind of escapade on how his skill has been developing and how he's been so highly consistent with his creativity and how he's been performing overall. But Wenger has been an extremely strong force, and it's going to be a tough nut to crack here, even for Kilson, so to speak. But the great thing about these two, they know each other so well in terms of their play style and how they're going to sort of a game plan against each other. And you can see from here, the only loss he's ever had was against Rapha, and it's that he has been sort of playing against Rapha, a little bit of his nemesis in terms of trying to be able to defeat him. But apart from that, though, mostly all 3-0s, a couple of dropped maps against opponents which you would not expect, like Dramas and Sib as well, and a big win against Razy in the previous week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited here because not only has Wenger been, consistent and showing the results here in the season, but Wenger's been scrimming. I mentioned it last week and watched him take quite a few games off of Rapha. Kilson coming off of a loss. He was in chat just moments ago saying, I am solid today. I am going to be a rock today. And so there is, such, I think, important implications of this match here with Wenger able to move up. But right now, Kilson is sitting at a number 6 spot, despite the fact that he's still done really pretty phenomenally this entire season. And so, right, I'm with you, Lethal. I have no idea how this one might play off. Now, there's a loss versus Rapha, so both players have lost to Rapha. Zeniku took out Kilson, and this is where, right, I think he's looking to try to bring it back.
If there's something about Kilson that we have always seen, it's when a defeat happens, one that Kilson is thoroughly not satisfied with. If you play at this level, are you ever satisfied with a defeat? But what I mean by that is something doesn't go your way in a competitive sense, and it's right. I'm coming back stronger. Whether I play next week, whether I play in 3 weeks from now, I'm going to come back and give 100% more than we saw today. And that's the impression I've got from Kilson throughout this stage, where many victories, but when those defeats happen, it's a different story. It's an element of motivation, and motivation for a lot of these players is higher than ever as we speak, because we are not far away from the finals. And if we are to look at the players on the higher end of this leaderboard, we look at the Wenger, Razy, Rapha, Zeniku, Kilson, Maxtor. These are all players that have absolute capabilities to win the entire thing. If they can bring their absolute A game, this is the best Quake they've ever played. They have absolutely the skills to take that number 1 spot. So for today, we're going to get a really big impression over how that training is paying off, I think, and where the players are currently at. 2 of the absolute best. This is kind of the treat we can always appreciate and look forward to.
Yeah, it is going to be a real treat. We've had a blessing from all the matches we've had already, but this one is just the icing on the cake, really, isn't it? I think a lot of people are going to be coming in just to tune this one match alone. I'm sure a lot of the top dogs will be watching this as well to see how fierce this matchup is going to be. And for Kilson as well, of course, he came up with that loss, and he's got to take it on someone, doesn't he? If he could take it on Wenger, of course, that'd be great. But these two know each other very well in terms of the style of play and really what to bring. So we're going to see a huge amount of mind games and a lot of second guessing, and I mean a huge amount here.
Well, picks and bans, I've been told, are ready to rock. So let's take a look at those and see what to expect. Deep Embrace, first of all. So the Athena has been removed from play instantly. Molten Falls after that with the Anarchy versus Slash. And then Blood Covenant. The clutch was removed at the last hurdle there by Kilson. So, matchup-wise, Doomslayer versus Strog. After that, Slash and Anarchy. And then Galena versus Visor. Wheat, what do we think about this?
I mean, I'm not surprised to see the Athena get booted. Not surprised to see the Knicks go. I'm really excited here that we're on Deep Embrace to start us off. And then I think Blood Covenant, given what was left on the table, that to me is a pretty interesting matchup there between the Galena and the Visor. This is I think probably the best map selection that we could have gotten from these two, knowing what they were likely going to ban. And I'm really happy that we get to set the pace on Deep Embrace. I think this is going to be a pretty phenomenal first game to then hopefully set the tone for the entire series.
I imagine it to be quite intense, and with these two players being as ridiculously just efficient as they are, it will be I don't know about you, Lethal, but I think it's going to be a struggle of power, trying to figure out who's going to be the one in charge, right? Who's the one that's constantly keeping that aggression going, keeping the opponent locked into various spawns and unable to get to where you want to be. These are two players that could definitely keep you stuck at a corner, right? So should be a good first map.
Yeah, both these guys are going to be very hungry for power on these maps as well. Both are going to be trying to dictate the pace the best they can. And one thing I have to point out as well, that Kilson didn't ban Veil straight away. He actually banned Corrupted Keep instead. He knows how good Wenger can be on that map alone, so keeping well away from that. But also at the same time, Kilson actually gets the opportunity to ban Veil later on. So Deep Embrace with the Doom versus Strog is understandable, again with the Slashers versus the Anarchy. And I did say as well, when most of the slide champions or anyone with mobility and speed gets removed, normally we do see the Doom, but of course the Doom's already been selected in that first map for Deep Embrace. So going with that Galena pick, we don't see too much of Galena as much anymore. We do see it here and there, of course, but not as often as we would do many moons ago. So, and having the clutch ban as well, I'll be curious to see about that clutch ban as to why that's been banned in general. We don't see Wenger use clutch that most at all, but I just think he's a little bit worried in terms of what could be expected with maybe a potential quirky choice coming up from Wenger. But honestly,
banned by
these champions, any guess? Yeah. The Maxtor.
Like, well, Razy isn't pretty good, and you're on Maestro, so I better ban.
I also think there's the element of it, because it was banned last, you kind of look at what champions were left in the pool that Kilson would have felt confident fighting clutch with. Yeah. You know, I think there's a lot of the champions that have already been selected Kilson likely would have used should clutch have been his opponent. So maybe there was not particularly comfortable with what was left. And maybe not this time. We probably wouldn't have seen a Death Knight come out against the clutch this time, right? But anyway, Lethal, before we let you go and before this match starts, quick prediction from you?
I'm going to say a Ven 2-1, but we're talking probably the closest of 2-1s you're ever going to get.
Wheat, what about yourself? God, I was epically wrong last time. I don't know. I'm gonna probably match what Lethal said, so at least I'll have a buddy in being wrong. I'm gonna say 2-1 Wenger, but I'm gonna make a further prediction. If Kilson loses this, he's gonna be a freaking beast at QuakeCon, right? Like, I think like 2 losses in a row like this, I wouldn't want to stand in his way. So I'll just like throw that out there as well. Like, just remember this match if Wenger wins.
Well, I tell you what, just to let us keep the ball rolling and the match start whenever it is ready to go, we'll say goodbye to you for now, Lethal. We'll see you at the end of the series and find out what you think of it alongside everybody else, no doubt. But wait, final matchup of the day, 2 absolute killers going head-to-head in a rivalry that has just, you know, it has spanned the years of Pro League. Every time they go head-to-head, we expect it and we look forward to it.
And I think each of them has clearly elevated their own game, right? Even since the last time that we saw them match up. So that adds to a certain level of excitement. The fact that they're facing off leading into, well, I mean, we've still got 2 more weeks after this, but right, this is the culmination of the regular season, and a lot's going to dictate where you sit and how difficult or easy. I don't think there's an easy path at QuakeCon regardless, but it could mean there's a little bit steeper climb if you're further down in the rankings. So this is for rankings purpose, this is big for Kilson, and I think for Wenger keeping with the consistency and playing the game that he wants to bring. Also big game. So either way, I don't know who the winner's going to be, but I'm just excited for what we're about to watch.
Let's get this show on the road, folks. Thank you all so much for tuning in for a latest edition here for Quake Pro League, and it's all going to finish up with these 2 Titans. Now, we're checking things out from Kilson's point of view first. Deep Embrace. Let's never forget the insanity this map can put forward. But now, we're already looking to just get that first bit of damage, right? We're not going to try and overextend too much. These are 2 champions that in their very own way can cycle around and get to point A to point B, mostly high ground for Doomslayer, more the bottom ground with Strog, absolutely. And actually a little bit of opening damage, more than expected from that Pika. We're able to shut it down at some point, but Kilson had taken a little bit of punishment.
A lot of respect between these 2. We saw a little dance there at the rail at the very beginning as well, which I thought was kind of interesting. Instead of sort of splitting off and each going their own way, they kind of stuck around and nothing big really happened there. But I think it was a show and a sign of respect, definitely. Now, Kilson waiting for that heavy, trying to land some rockets through the floorboards, and does manage to do a little bit of damage, but takes some himself as well. So Kilson pretty typically likes to be controlling this top middle area here on Deep Embrace, so I'm really not surprised to see that big rocket opening it up. Is he going to chase this one down? Looks like he at least wants to get in a position to do so, but Wenger kind of squirming his way out of there.
It goes to show, oh, good lord, the damage. That was 2 rockets and 2 directs, really, within about 10 seconds of each other. I was going to say, this kind of goes to show how much Wenger has been valuing this heavy, because the Mega was up the entire time, but at no point was Wenger wanting to go there to almost concede a trade of the items. I think there was confidence maybe that the armor could have gone into Wenger's favor. Obviously, didn't work out that way, but it's the battle of even the smallest thing is one item. I'm going to sit here around and I'm prepared to go down for it, right? But Kilson has scored first blood.
Oh,
these rockets!
My God. The patience,
oh my God.
The discipline catch up from Kilson. He saw him there and had the chance to fire the rocket, but was like, I'm going to wait. And just timed it perfectly. The bounce out was huge for the second frag. And so far, Kilson is looking solid. He wasn't lying in chat. He's looking like a... Oh, my God. Yes.
I was going to say, even before the ring out, that Kilson's rockets have just been like, dude just looked into a crystal ball. Just can see the future before he's even pressed the fire button. But Wenger, quite rightly so, on that jump pad, decides not to dedicate to that. That would have been a free bit of damage there for Kilson. And that rail as well. Laser focused is Kilson right now.
This isn't a slight against Kilson. He's not doing anything flashy. He is just fundamentally on the money. And that's fine. You don't have to be flashy to win in Quake. In fact, sometimes the biggest victories are not going to be much, flashy at all. But he is still just out classing Wenger at this point, 4-0. And I kind of feel like this is kind of rare form for Wenger, but compared to what we usually see him, it seems like he's just struggling a little bit. Oh my God, out of control right now. And Kilson is just, Kilson looks godlike right now.
I mean, I know it's the general term in this game is to be in control, but that is exactly what Kilson is. And information is the name of the game. So much of this map, Kilson has just been doing what Kilson does best. Sit in the middle of the map, listen, gather as much information as possible. It is what has allowed these surgical rockets. It's what allowed these angles into the rail of which he knows Wenger is going to come flying around the corner and, of course, has the reactions to get the damage that he needs. But it's kind of like what you said here, nothing about this is super flashy, but it's perfect. He knows exactly when Wenger is at every step. He's hitting every single shot he needs to make. Looks for a second, doesn't quite hit it. Hang on a minute. Both railable at this point. It's a scary fight. Wenger picking up the armor gave him the go-ahead to push forward, knowing I can tank a rail. Even if I get hit by one here, the frag will be mine, of which now Wenger has got one frag on the board, is looking to mount more. That was nearly one. And that would have been very difficult for Kilson to escape.
Wow, and the trade on that one as well, and Wenger has to back off. He doesn't want to give up a potential opportunity that he still has brewing here. It's Kilson with no armor at all. It's going to be Wenger picking up the heavy. And now we're sort of seeing Wenger switch roles here a bit with Kilson as he is prioritizing the middle here, looking for an opportunity, but his opponent knows it. Oh, coming around the corner, catching Kilson by surprise, and if he can just keep that up, could be able to claw back at least another frag, but you can see how meticulous Kilson is being right here and not really showing himself to Wenger at all.
Really like that play from Wenger. You know, Wenger is going to understand more than anyone that Kilson has been on top of that lovely frag. Kilson has been spending this whole map kind of just having the lowdown on where Wenger is at all times. And the moment Wenger thinks, right, I need to make it as hard as possible for Kilson to figure out where I am, that is an element of surprise. That is a way back into this match. There was no wall there. Wenger might have gone flying off the map. And Kilson, lovely use of that jump pad, and hits that angle, which must have been unbelievably hard to spot. But it does now pull things away just that little bit extra. Where does Wenger go from here? It's about 3.5 minutes on the clock. And Kilson's making things incredibly difficult. A big push in mid, double jump. That is Doomslayer's biggest enemy. You're double jumping around a corner, the LG's in play. I mean, that's a lot of damage you ain't challenging.
Yeah, what an interesting exchange there. Oh.
Almost 2 for 1.
Nice rails, almost pushes him off just a little bit. Now, Wenger has 2 frags to make up here. Kilson did a good job getting out of that one and dishing some long-range damage. And now Wenger has got to set up a trap here. Kilson has been on the bottom. This is the second time that he has caught his opponent with LG and done a lethal amount of damage. And now suddenly we've got a 1-frag game. And although it looked like Kilson was just going to be relentless with his pace and control, Wenger's brought this back, but he still has some work to do. Ketchup, he grabs the heavy and RL, and he's on the hunt.
The fact that Kilson has been so on the money with understanding. God.
Oh, my God. 5 generations of Kilson's family are going to feel that frag.
You know what I was going to say was Kilson has done such a wonderful job in this map of just gathering information of Wenger's position, but the fact that Wenger has been able to, even with that, find not 1 but 2 different avenues to completely jump scare Kilson, taking a frag in the process, especially off that second one, is rather impressive. And actually downtime in between, that's the green light for Wenger to push. You see a peeker and you've got a rail, and sometimes you have to really fight that urge to shoot it, especially when it's being used against you like that. Wenger now taking the lead, 1 frag here. There's less than 2 minutes on the clock. An intense back and forth it really has been, but there was an element of an angle there, but it swiftly disappeared. Wenger, the ability to just bully his way back into this match has been unbelievable. Kilson, it's going to be a frustrating match to lose if things started off so strong, and bit by bit, Wenger is just sneaking his way around the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, the back and forth here is, oh my gosh, and they exchange again. Kilson knows where he is, but he is hurting too bad to be able to stick around. Peeker coming out. Oh my gosh, Peeker just needed the one shot and he couldn't get it, but I guess Heavy was picked up anyway. But Kilson somehow managing to get out of there. 1 minute left and he's got to make something happen. There's a big opportunity for Kilson. Rockets are coming out and do connect. But both players very, very low. Wenger just holding back, shotgun in hand, just in case he gets surprised. And will he just run out the clock? It's a hard thing to say you're going to do on Deep Embrace. You've kind of got to keep that pressure going here. Could still go either way, but Kilson's got to make a move in the next 30 seconds.
And he'll know that better than anyone. The aggressive push every time one of these rails. Wenger. The safe play to
that LG.
fortify. Looking to fortify a defensive position there, and Kilson had no choice but to chase. And no doubt now the GGs will roll out for that first map, a map that was looking all Kilson for the first half, and then piece by piece, Wenger was able to claw it back and then take rather affirmative control in those closing minutes.
It's so wild that Kilson made Wenger in probably those first 5 minutes look like it wasn't Wenger, right? I mean, what we saw, the last 5 minutes was Wenger, but Kilson so unapologetically shut him down in the early moments. He was, we mentioned he wasn't doing anything flash, but he was hitting all of his shots, right? Like that's where he was just nailing all of these great predictions. This rocket right here, the bounce out of the ring, so much was going right. But we've talked about it before, Ketchup, and I have to echo this and keep on saying it, is that what impresses me about Wenger and what I think it kind of shows that like he is really, really hitting championship level is his ability to stay calm, stay cool, and mount these comebacks. That's like not easy to do. And it was really impressive. Like I thought for certain Kilson had that one in the bag.
I think many people must have done. I've seen many a Quake chat room in the middle of matches, especially when someone starts the match having a really dominant lead and people almost start calling for GGs halfway through a match. People are that confident that the job is done. And let's not forget, right, the mental capacity a player must have to keep themselves in a game like this. Quake, I love it to bits. This game is stressful. And at this level, I don't even want to imagine how stressful it can be at this level, because there is so much you have to be keeping an eye on at any given moment, let alone, okay, I'm going up against one of the greatest Quake Champions players out there, and now I've got to mount a comeback and I've got 5 minutes to do it. The fact that Wenger can compose himself to put together a game plan to do just that is impressive in its own right. But that is merely one map, because next it's going to be Molten Falls, the Battle of Two Lights, and that's actually going to introduce a even more interesting dynamic, because we have two players absolutely brutally efficient with the railgun, and now we're looking at two champions that do not like getting hit by that railgun one bit.
Yeah, and in a situation where, a map where speed can really benefit you, but we have seen a lot of players kind of opt for that upper middle control. I would guess that's kind of how Kilson will likely approach this, but he does have that little extra momentum that he can use on the attack. I'm really curious how Wenger's going to approach this one, because while his rail was on and was very hot, like Kilson looked immaculate for a while there, and I think he brings that early 5 minutes here in game 2, and he could do some serious damage. But this one should be very entertaining, even in comparison to the first game.
Well, let's jump into the Molten Falls. We're looking at things from Kilson's point of view first. His opponent, Wenger, much more armor currently to work with, a rail in hand, however, so we get to start playing that all-important ranged game on a map like this, and we get to do it straight away. Now, building up the important weapons first. Looks like both players have had pretty much the same idea. The first objective, the heavy armor. Looks like Wenger was looking to cut Kilson off before things could even begin. And Kilson forced to retreat. The one problem is there is a pretty big delay between these two items already, so Kilson doesn't have anything reliable to fall back on. It's going to be just the lights to pick up, and by that point, Wenger has already collected both of them. In 15 seconds, that inject is going to become available as well. So if Kilson can get unreturned damage here, it would be better. Sadly, for his case, that was not going to happen, and Wenger, with an inject, could try and do something, but I think without armor, these pushes are going to be not as likely.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I feel like Kilson's kind of been playing from the not so advantageous position. He's been hitting those rails, but just got hit with one himself. So Wenger seems to have this early sort of sense of control, but no one has anything on the board yet, so I'm just going to call it a wash at this point. And you mentioned, right, the discrepancy in the two major items is quite large here. And so I think it's going to take something like that. You know, you force your opponent out of the situation, but he's going to chase instead of going after the Mega and up that jump pad, answered with the rail, and Wenger's going to be on the board first.
And that is an absolute pure Wenger maneuver. Is you are thoroughly expecting me to, I've just bullied you off this item, so you are expecting me to take the item straight away. And that is not what Wenger did. Wenger used that bullying Kilson away from the Mega to then push, secure the frag, and then go and pick it up. So yeah. It's the layers of the mind games that can be applied here. Now, in that time, another frag went on the board for Wenger, an opportunity to bring his stack up to a pretty respectable one. Kilson has got one of the major items now, but it's still not armor. Now, Wenger, my opponent's likely to take the armor here, but no, I cannot get the rails to make it not as impactful. That was going to be best case scenario.
Yeah, and I think right now Wenger knows that Kilson doesn't have a rail, and is there an opportunity here? He did tag him with that one right there, but I thought Kilson was going to go heavy and then immediately try to just bully into rail, but he said, you know, I'll work with what I got here. So far, it's working out. He's going to get right on top of that nail gun platform above the heavy, and this is an amazing position for him to be in, but so far, Wenger seems okay with this control. That's a second cycle of control that's gone unanswered here by Kilson, but he's also still down by 2, so he's got to make this work, and Wenger's playing a pretty good game of keep away.
Wenger is pretty content that, you know, with the stack that we're currently building, if we can at least put up some good defensive positions, we can nullify the benefit of these major items as and when Kilson collects them, while at the same time, you know, keeping away that rail for a pretty considerable amount of time. Obviously, at this point, that has now been completely given up, as Kilson has all the weapons that he needs, but Wenger is being careful once more. And a map like this, you know, playing against Kilson and understanding, like, I have to limit as much info as possible, is very similar to kind of to what happened on the Deep Embrace. This is another map that demands plenty of information, but can definitely be denied, and that's what Wenger's looking for right now. Okay, the rail fight's looking pretty good. Well, you know, good wasn't the right word. I think we saw a lot of missed rails there, but look, they're both trying hard to dodge, and they're both tiny champions. A rare sequence of misses from both.
Yeah, a split screen. Each one's like, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Like, just back and forth. That's okay.
But you have those moments, don't you, when you're going against someone in Quake and you fire the rail at them and you miss, and in your brain you're thinking, oh no, they're going to get the hit for free now, and they miss, and you go, oh. It's like a sigh of relief, isn't it?
And meanwhile, chat's like, these guys are supposed to be pros. It's like, yeah, okay, all right.
I'll have you know, I got 11 frags on Instagib once. That's it. Qualified.
How? Oh my God! I cannot believe it. I cannot believe that Wenger got away from there. I thought for certain Kilson, when that counter was hitting about, you know, to 180 on LG, that it was done, but Kilson finally put in that frag on the board. He needed that, but wow, he had to work for it.
but has been playing the long game so far. And that's what I've really liked about Kilson's approach. Kilson hasn't forced the issue, has not been impatient in any way, because there's over 4 minutes on the clock, right? What's the rush? If we can just play a solid game here and land these shots when we need them. Sadly, cannot return it there, but with a heavy soon to spawn, there's a chance Kilson might at least be able to take this, and will do so. That will now protect you from a rail that would otherwise have killed. But you still have to be careful on the drop down. Wenger was just scouting that out, Wheat, and managed to get pretty significant damage. It's not going to secure a frag on Kilson, but it is going to allow Wenger to take that mega completely for free.
And trails popped, rocket hits a rail to convert, and frag number 3 comes out for Wenger around the 6-minute 20-second mark after pretty much not being able to put anything together for a while there. And now Kilson has a 2-frag mountain to climb here. And we're going to see the LG come out from Wenger. He saw an opportunity. He's rewarded with the Mega as well. And a pretty big turning point here. Catch up off the spawn.
Oh,
Kilson
no.
does get that rail, but Wenger LGing him down. And that's suddenly a pretty considerable lead here.
And a scary position for Kilson to be in, right? Let's not forget, Wenger has already won that first map. This was Kilson's opportunity, or is, I should say. This is not finished. This is Kilson's opportunity to equalize. It's possible, but it's going to be a insanely hard comeback. Because at this point, Wenger is going to be able to spawn, might have an inject or 2 by that time. At the same time, that's on the understanding Wenger is not going to be able to secure any more frags, which the way he's been going, I would be very surprised if that's the case. Now, what does Kilson do, right? Because your hand is being forced. You're in a position now where you've got to try and make something happen, but you risk being too predictable. But if you're trying to be patient now, the clock is not on your side.
It's not, and it's a really rough spot to be. I mean, if you think back to this first couple minutes of the game, especially the ones where Kilson had full map control, Wenger was doing a good job of just staying in the shadows. Like, Kilson couldn't find him. There wasn't much opportunity for damage. And just imagine Wenger doing that with a 4-frag lead here. And that's pretty much what he's doing right now, right? He's changed his routing. He did get tagged by a rail, which also gave away his position here, but hits one back. So less than 2 minutes to go, and this is a tough one for Kilson here. You know, I think Wenger knows exactly what his plan is here, and that's just, I'm gonna run the counter rotation to what Kilson is doing, and maybe he'll catch up with speed, but so far he hasn't been able to do it all game.
Yeah, having the speed on the ground is one thing, but it's the avenues that Wenger is taking where there's always a backup. And even now, thanks for the speed boost, mate. I'm now going to retreat off. I've got an inject if I need it, but Wenger is confident that that's not even going to be necessary. And enough time has now been wasted that this very much should be a done deal. Now, Kilson has secured 1 frag. There is 1 minute to get 3 more. The saving grace is you're against a light champion, someone that spawns with no armor. Kilson opts to get the heavy. Takes a split second to get that, but this is a critical 50 seconds. Wenger is going to be as defensive as possible and is looking for the weirdest escape routes imaginable. Okay, raining it down and not even giving it time for the ring out. No, we need that frag right now.
Yeah,
we need that now.
Valuable seconds. Valuable seconds. In fact, 30 of them are left, and 2 frags are needed. Catches his opponent going up the jump pad. He wants to go up there, but he's also got to consider his own safety in doing so. Heavy is up. That heavy actually might, unfortunately, been a little bit indulging. Yeah, 10 seconds remaining. He's going to go for it. Finds his opponent. LG battle. And he is going to grab it with 5 seconds remaining. And that's too bad.
That was
another
so close, yet so far.
Another close game. But so even though we've got a 3rd game, that is Wenger's series right there. 4-5 was the score on that one. But Wenger technically takes the series. We're going to go to a 3rd map. Still, that map is needed here for Kilson. We'll see what he's going to be able to pull out, but I think Wenger looked really impressive and clearly had a game plan there. I think it was stay away from Kilson and try to mitigate any opportunities for Kilson to land shots. He played a bit hide and seek, and it paid off. Think about those 2 frags that he just completely mowed him down with the LG. All of that looked to play into kind of Wenger's strategy there. I think it was great that Kilson was able to bring that back, but he went through so much of that map catch-up kind of going, I can't even catch Wenger, right? Like, what should I do here?
And even though the defensive play from Wenger was rather common throughout, there was even then a shift of gears in those closing minutes where the defensive play became even more extreme. And it must have been frustrating for Kilson, you know, sticking to it the entire time. And up until those closing few seconds, it felt like there was an avenue, there was a hope, there was a chance that Kilson would be able to bring it back, because it was so close. He just needed a few more seconds to play around with. But that's the nature of Quake. You're not always going to have the time that you so desperately need. And that does come down to the opponent, that even if they can waste 10 more seconds, that will be enough to solidify the result at the end. And that's kind of what Wenger was able to do. Now, our final map of the day, a chance for Kilson to get something on the board, of which he is absolutely capable. With how he's been playing so far, yes, the maps haven't gone his way. They've been close and they've been highly competitive. Blood Covenant is a chance to get a map in that leaderboard.
I do think if you look at how Wenger approached Molten Falls, which was the not so direct approach, that there's a big possibility he could do the same thing on Blood Covenant, especially with Piercing Sight. So I do think that this, especially coming off the momentum of that game too, this sets up a pretty good opportunity here for Wenger. Now, the bigger thing will be versus a Kilson getting his totem set up, getting that overstack, right? Like, a lot that can happen here in Kilson's favor. He needs to find that rail that he was putting out in the first 5 minutes of Deep Embrace. And if he does, I worry for Wenger here. But the way Wenger played that game too, I could see him doing the exact same thing here on Blood Covenant. You know, there's a good deal of time there where Kilson was basically like, here is your gift. It is the entire map. And we've actually seen Wenger do exactly that here on Blood Covenant. So, yeah, I don't know. Can he close it out 3-0? I'd be shocked if he did. I would be pleasantly blown away at Wenger's performance today if he managed a 3-0 Kilson.
If he can secure a 3-0 here, it is frighteningly good form as we ramp up to those finals, because Wenger has already had an incredible season in these weeklies. And, you know, if you're able to get a result like this now, so close to the finale, then I would be rather terrified if I was in Wenger's path. However, that time is not now. We have one final map to get through. We've kickstarted it from Kilson's point of view. This is a map that both of these players have historically been rather efficient in, but for different ways. Now, Kilson's ability to control the entirety of Blood Covenant is something that I am very familiar with watching him, especially with that rail. But then on Wenger tends to be a lot more defensive. And we have often seen that with slightly more slippery champions, those that are able to evade a little bit easier. But I imagine the fundamentals of that might still apply. Now, a lot of tri-bolt damage, but that's now being matched by the rail. Wenger sticking around and finding out that that wasn't such a good idea, apparently.
I said he needed to bring the rail that he had in game one. It looks like it's just arrived. And you're right, like Wenger, you know, he was trying to play a little bit more peckish, just sort of like wait and see. He's going to actually get a little aggressive there with the LG. What was really interesting with Kilson's POV there in the first 15 seconds is that it was like, I don't care where Wenger is. I don't care what major item I spawn next to. My top priority is to get rail, get an LG, and get an RL. And he managed to do that and get the first frag. So Kilson's setting himself up nicely. Let's just hope we don't necessarily see a repeat of game number one.
And that, of course, being the worst case scenario for Kilson now. Wenger incredibly low. That said, plenty of means to bring your stack back up to at least its natural value. Lovely little rocket jump there. Wenger is going to secure. But from this point on, that missed rail, oh, not that that one matters. And Wenger returns again, a second shot back to back. And now Kilson finds himself in a rather scary position, because now my opponent is obviously looking to land that final rail, and there's not a lot of means for me to get it back. That one, oh, wow, drops down and chases it. And it looked like Kilson maybe wasn't even expecting Wenger to be in that position so quickly.
I mean, this has to be like a frustrating style for a player to play against with what Wenger's doing, right? He's so good at like a defensive rail, if that was ever a thing, but then knows when to really apply that pressure. And I could kind of feel the frustration every time I switch over to Kilson's POV, but it's still tied up. There's lots of time left in this matchup. I think those opening rails from Kilson, though, like, wow, he hit 3 in a row for that first frag. Like, that's super solid. We did see there's a vision come out here, and Wenger used it not really to get much of anything done, but that's okay, right? He just needs to maintain this draw that they've got, the tie. He's going to pop it again. Knows exactly where his opponent is. Clear out some totems and lands a rail on the exit.
And even there, Wenger entering the teleporter, already strafing to one direction, right? It's likely my opponent's going to be holding an angle for me on the other side. If I can make it even that smallest bit more difficult for them to chase. That defensive rocket was a rude reminder. Do not chase me too hard, good sir, because you might live to regret it. And Kilson, not surprised the moment that rocket happened, basically just instantly went the other way and went, okay, never mind. I'll see you later.
Wenger always kind of showing some style here in his play too. He's had a couple of interesting rocket jumps to get him to safety or in a better position. Great use of the vision right there as he pops a rail right on the exit, goes back in, tries to do it again, but Kilson's not going to let him fall for that twice. Let's take a quick look at items here. Kilson with 5 heavies and 2 megas, and Wenger with 3 heavies and 6 megas. So I can't really say it's leaning or overbalanced to one side, but this is a very interesting game as we're about to hit the halfway point, and it is 1-1.
I can't say I'm surprised to see a low-scoring game. It is characteristic of both of these players on a map like this to have a match where damage is being dealt and it feels like the fight is never ending. However, you know, we're almost hitting that halfway point, and off the back of that frag, it's now 3 frags in total. Rather unusual for a lot of players, but I tell you what, not for these two. The halfway mark is there. Kilson narrowly behind, springs the ambush on the jump pad. That one definitely must have felt good. Now, what mustn't have felt good is your opponent spawning directly near. Wow. Okay, that's a turnaround and a half, Wheat.
Yeah, actually, it was. You know, I guess Kilson gave Wenger a little taste of his own medicine. He finally caught him on the chase, because that's how Wenger got both of his frag, where we saw Kilson running away and you know, just took a rail to the back. But this time it was the LG to the back. So now Kilson with the lead. Vision helps him get another rail on Kilson. But I feel like Kilson's kind of settled down a little bit. Just trying to play his game, but gosh, he keeps on getting slapped with these rails. There's 2 in a row, and you see what I'm talking about, where, you know, Kilson, I think, feels like he can retreat safely, and then suddenly, boom, he's taking a rail to the back. So Wenger definitely trying to find those types of opportunities and is consistently doing so.
Scary part of Wenger's game plan. Can be highly defensive and slow the game down to a snail's pace, but the moment a shot has landed and you think you're safe, has the instant mobility to just reposition and secure an angle that most people tend to not be ready for. I imagine it's a rather frightening style, because it's like, well, I can't get a read on this guy. Now they're flying by into another rail. Actually, bad news for Kilson, as there is no rail ammo left in the tank.
That's rough, but still in the lead. He'll make it work here, as he finally does. Manage to arm back up. got less than 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And I'm just really wondering how Kilson's going to hold on to this lead, and if Wenger's going to kind of go back into how he got his other 2 leads, which is obviously just being patient, but finding these opportunities. There's one rail hit. It's going to back off. Rocket jump for some momentum so he can grab this heavy. And he's been doing a lot of damage from down below with that tri-bolt, but decides to just back away as Wenger looking for an opportunity, but Kilson doing everything right.
Hyper defensive from Kilson, but not in a sense of just constantly running and hiding. Always looking for an angle to punish Wenger around a corner or across the other side of the map when the opportunity presents itself. Understanding that we are playing defensive now and we are protecting our lead, but we're not going to simply grab it and hide with it. You know, a 1 frag lead is so easy to flip on its head if you're at this level. You know, one wrong move, one bad turn, and there you go. The map has gone a completely different way from that point. And with 2 minutes on the clock, Kilson is going to be fighting hard to protect this. Wenger, I'm wondering if Wenger is going to have the ability here to get some kind of upper hand, maybe catch Kilson by surprise, maybe win one of these rail wars. Whoa. The line of sight was there.
Like it could have been scary. Yeah, totally. But the clock is ticking. And Kilson's going to basically play a game of keep away here for the next 90 seconds, and it's all up to Wenger. See if he can try to bring this one back together.
This is the nail
jump over to the bridge. Actually might help him here as Kilson's not necessarily on a rotation. He's just watching this middle. Does hit a little bit of tri-bolt. The rail's coming out, but it's going to come down to this last minute.
And for this defensive play, that is where these totems are going to help Kilson quite a lot. And we saw there, we were safe to do it. Anything that can prevent these ranged rails from just doing as much damage as they could be. Another fight and a missed shot there from Wenger. That's going to be a good avenue for Kilson to reposition. 45 seconds on the clock. Wenger needs to find Kilson and needs to find him right now. Now there's the rail. Wenger with considerably more stack as well. In doing this though, in not making the instant chase, Kilson had a split second to disengage and get a little bit more stack. Back up and good to go. Wenger, 25 seconds on the clock here, Wheat. That rail is big news for Kilson.
Yeah, that might have been game-winning rail, but rocket jump up to the top, still coming through, gonna try to go for it. 40 points of health. Wenger takes a lot of damage himself, and 10 seconds left, and rail to slap him. Oh my God, no way! The rocket bounced into the rail to tie it up with 4 seconds left to go. And we're going to sudden death. Holy shit.
The heavy is in play, but the heavy is so much more likely to go into the possession of Kilson. We're going to remove these totems across the map, but in 10 seconds, that piercing sight is going to be ready to rock. And from there, who knows how the rest of this map is going to go. Kilson so close to being able to get a map on the board and turn this into a 2-1 rather than a 3-0, but Wenger keeping the dream alive and keeping the dominance going, which has been unbelievable all season long. And a 3-0 versus Kilson would be one hell of a way to almost finish your season.
I kind of agree with Chad. This could be a 10-minute overtime. Like, I have no idea how this is going to go down, right? We had a forced aggression there in the last 10 seconds catch up, and now it's sort of like, I don't think either of them wants to give this up after the effort that they've put into this series and, of course, into this third game here. But Wenger popping the sight. Knows exactly where he is, obviously, as we're all tracking him with him. 1 minute down. Ooh, no rail out. That could have been a big one. Kilson's got the better stack right now. Big rocket coming in to the rail. Follows it up. Nice. Kilson able to close this one out. He smelled blood catch up, and he went for it. That was great execution there at the end by Kilson. Got to give him a lot of credit. Of course, that comeback by Wenger in the final 5 seconds, unbelievable. Let's bring Lethal back and see what he has to say. What a series.
Hi, Harry.
It was going to happen. Yeah, that was pretty mental, wasn't it? It was pretty mental indeed. Like, I mean, that's probably an understatement. But Wenger, we did say as well, probably was going to be a 2-1, but how close it's going to be was anyone's guess. But we did mention that it's probably going to be one of the closest series we've ever going to witness. And we pretty much had the whole package, didn't we, in that retrospect?
I mean, look, that final map went a way that I don't think shocked anybody. Wenger having the clutch to be able to pull off that last-minute comeback in the closing seconds to force a sudden death. But Kilson having that peace of mind and the focus to keep himself in the game and not falter from it, right? I think, I do not want to come across as patronizing in any way, but obviously that kind of situation can tilt most players off the face of the earth. Kilson was not one of those players, and the fact that he kept himself there, and look, that wasn't even a close fight either. That was opportunistic. The fight is going my way. I'm hitting these shots. I'm finishing the job. I don't give a damn. I'm taking this final map. That's exactly what he was able to do. Now, sadly, that isn't going to change the outcome of the series overall, but it is going to give a map win here that who knows what that could do for Kilson by the end. We're looking at leaderboards. We're looking at individual matches. We're looking at individual stats. Every map counts. Sadly, though, for Kilson, the series did go into the favor of Wenger. That continues to show us, though, that Wenger is looking like one of the most terrifying players you could possibly face off against in the Pro League, because we are not far from the finals, and Wenger has just defeated Kilson, among many other players.
Yeah, I think Wenger's stock going into the finals is the highest it's ever been.
Yeah.
I mean, he is just demonstrating everything that I think makes a champion, right? Fundamentals. Yeah. He absolutely has his own style of play. I think even his attitude towards the game, the fact that I don't think he looks at any opponent anymore as a like, oh, this is a really hard, just like this is another obstacle that I need to overcome. Of all the places to fight for a tie or a tying frag in the last few seconds on DM6, that is the last place I would want to fight. And I don't know what sort of magic he weaved at that moment, but is unbelievable, like that whole series. And again, you look at those score lines, 2 frags in the first game and then 1 frag in game 2 and 3, and I just can't help but feel incredibly hyped for what we're going to get in just a few short weeks at QuakeCon.
Yeah, it's like I mentioned earlier. It was like before we would assume only one of the 4 would make it. The 5th or 6th seeded players may be a bit of a thorn on the side to a lot of these players. They may scrape one match, but not have the consistency to really take it all the way. But I think at least 6 could now. So this probably will be the most competitive QuakeCon we may have ever had in Quake Champions history.
It's funny that you say that, though, because we say that every year, and it does continue to be that.
It's mad, mate. It's
hey, it's almost like
it's bloody true as well.
It's almost like you give a game ample time, and you take passionate players that live and breathe it, and they push it beyond the limits that we could ever have expected. That we see increased competition every year. Like it's almost like that's why tournaments exist in the first place, isn't it, folks? But it's setting up for a really exciting finals now. Wenger are probably going to be feeling pretty good about that one, I can imagine. I think Maestro in general have had a rather miraculous year, haven't they, DJ Wheat?
They absolutely have. I mean, adding Zeniku, already having Razy, and Wenger, is there a possibility of a top 3 Maestro? Like, you could not count that out. There absolutely is a possibility of that. So I would say that they are up there as the clan to beat.
Right. I have just been informed that Wenger is on the line. So
lovely.
We'll bring him over. We'll do the transition. Whoosh. Hello, Wenger. Welcome.
Hello.
So, first of all, again, mate, GG's and congratulations.
Thank you very much, guys.
I know that at this level of play, everyone always strives for as much of a perfect record as they can. I know that it was 2-1 in the last possible minute. You had the last minute comeback, but couldn't quite secure the sudden death. But a win's a win, especially when you're in your current position on the leaderboards. I'd like to rewind a little bit and actually bring us back to that first map. Your composure on that map was unbelievable. It was not going your way, for lack of a better term, yet somehow you were able to bring it back. And in a matchup like that, with so much to consider against an opponent like Kilson, just run us through your thought process that led you to bring it back the way you did, because that was looking really rough in the first 5 minutes.
To be fair, in the first 5 minutes, I actually had no clue what was going on in game. For whatever reason, I was getting outplayed. Then I found an opening, and on Deep Embrace, it's actually quite easy to snowball. So with Strog, I just managed to make the comeback. But the first 5 minutes I need to rewatch because he was playing so good and I had no answers about it. So more than being happy for the win, I'm kind of upset at how I didn't have answers the first 5 minutes. That can happen. Can't happen in a grand final. So I'm just happy that I did come back. But in the first place, I shouldn't have been in that situation. So
that's the answer of a champion, that is to not be satisfied.
Just being honest.
No, I honestly feel like that's an important piece of mentality to tell to the people at home, is that there are different things that a player can take away. So overall, though, it was a win, and interested actually to hear your thoughts when you watch the footage back. Lethal.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of that, I kind of feel like we're seeing a lot of signs from when you won Quake on at 2021, that the championship mentality which you once had. And now going into it, you're looking absolutely formidable at the moment. I kind of feel like maybe now you've almost guaranteed your first seed spot. I think you've only got one match left against Sirius, which is going to be with the next QPL week, I believe. But going into this now, do you have kind of a practice regimen planned after week 18? Because I did ask this question before previously, but I want to ask you because I know everyone's got kind of a different aspect in terms of how they're going to approach their practice, and normally that 2 or 3 weeks is going to be absolutely crucial, where they turn into absolute gods. You've seen players like Chain and Kron do that quite a few times in the past couple of years. But I'd like to know what yours is, because you do seem to have that championship mentality going into this Quake World Championship compared to last year.
Oh, well, for sure, I will switch from playing in the afternoon to playing in the morning a bit more, because obviously in the tournament we wake up very early, so we need to do that switch from waking up maybe late, because on the Pro League we play 6-7 p.m, but in the tournament at LAN we play around 9 to 10, so we need to be early, be prepared earlier. Other than that, I'm going to do the usual stuff. I'm going to try to go for a run every day, try to get some stress out by running. And then I'm going to play. Obviously, Kilson, my practice partner. Actually, about him, I hope to have a rematch against him on LAN, because his rail today was really off, and it's not something we usually see from Kilson. So hopefully next time we're going to have a better accuracy match. And other than that, usually I just try to go for a run. I come back, I have a good breakfast, and then I just play till lunch. Then I have a break, then I play again. And then usually evening I review my games. So that's usually my kind of routine daily.
Cool.
Wenger, congratulations. Sitting at number 1 rank right now. I'm sure that's got to feel good as you are closing out your final weeks. I actually have a question, because this season you have not only been playing and not in QPL, you've also been streaming. You've also been doing prediction videos, etc. So I mean, there's a lot that you've been doing. I'm curious if that has helped at all, right? I look at it from content creation could take time, that's time out of the game, but a lot of the content you're making is sort of about the game and reviewing the game and analyzing players. I'm wondering if that has helped you at all.
Well, I think the biggest mistake you can make in general in esports or when you compete is to think that you're at the top and you have nothing to learn anymore. So I think that's the biggest mistake. I think we can always improve in every aspect, and for sure, having Avek with me doing these predictions, also talking to Cypher, all those legends also help me. And for sure, that gives me also motivation to do well, because people are watching me also doing stream and content for Quake, and if I can also do well on the esports side, that's just amazing. I'm just grateful to be around all those legends that can also help me out outside the game.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
GG's, mate. GG's.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, mate. You take care of yourself.
Thank you. You too.
Peace.
Now, I got to be the bearer of bad news. That is all we have time for of today's show, but There is more Quake left to go. That's the important thing to remember, is that this is not the final weekly, I believe. Lethal, I believe we have one more Challengers, I believe.
Yes, next week, the NA Challenges. That'll be a doozy.
And after that, a little bit more of the weekly action. And then, of course, the build-up to the World Finals. And that is something we are all looking forward to. I'd like to use this opportunity to thank every single one of you at home for watching and for sticking with us. Get involved in social media, use the hashtag Quake Pro League. Let us know what players you would like to see push through into the finals and who you'd like to see win, right? You only get to see it once a year, and it's a big moment for everyone here in the community. I want to thank you all for joining me, Lethal, Wheat. It's always a pleasure to be on this virtual desk with you, and we're looking forward to doing it in person. That's going to be wonderful.
Actually, I'm afraid this might be the best time, unfortunately, to deliver some bad news, but I won't be casting at QuakeCon because I'm going to win NA Challengers next week. No, I'm just kidding. All right,
Bro,
I'm done. I don't know what you're laughing at, Lethal, but it better not have been that I was going to win NA Challengers. So, all right, pizza.
Okay. I'm going to give you my congratulations now for next week anyway.
You're a god. You're a god, mate. You're a god. I can't wait to commentate your games. I've lost track of it. I've lost track of it. And my camera went out of focus. This is just going from bad to worse. Anyway, look. Look. Last thank you to everyone involved in making the show possible, the hard-working production teams and everybody else. Thankless job, but we thank you very much for it. This has been Quake Pro League. Much appreciated. We love you all. Take care of yourselves. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.